Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 3Ku73. Sengoku. When I take office, I will check his water meter. The impact of Summit War on the entire ocean is no less than the execution of Roger, the Pirate King, more than 20 years ago. Whitebeard's declaration that One Piece is real has once again set off a pirate frenzy. A large number of people in all seas rushed to the sea in an attempt to compete for the so-called Great Treasure. Alabasta is no exception. As one of the 7 routes in the first half and the midpoint of this route, there are endless merchant ships and passenger ships coming and going, and now pirates occupy nearly half of them. The Rapeseed Port, which has just resumed its prosperity, has ushered in a considerable impact. Even if there is a branch of the Hunter Guild stationed here, it cannot stop the ambitions of the pirates. Boom. The sound of gunfire, shouting and screaming is the main theme during this period. Cobra and others who just arrived here saw the tragic situation in front of them and felt very sad. Quick, let the guards go up to help. Bell hesitated. But what about your safety, your majesty? Cobra said angrily. They are all my people. Do you want me to watch them die in front of me? Gaka, you go. As the adjutant of the guards, Gaka winked at Bell and hurriedly took people there. However, their joining was just a drop in the bucket for the whole situation. These pirates dared to attack the Rapeseed Port, so they naturally had enough confidence. Cobra was very anxious. Bell, you go too. Bell had no choice but to say. Then you go to a safe place with Equal M first, and I will fight with peace of mind. It was their honor to have such a kind king, but it was also a headache at some times. Cobra glared at Bell. Why don't you go quickly? At this time, several large ships broke through the waves near the port. On the leading ship, several figures stood at the bow, looking at the fighting in the port ahead with a calm expression. Yoroge put down the telescope. It seems that after us, there is another newcomer. That's what he said, but his tone was full of sarcasm. Bonnie bit the meat in his hand and said with disdain, a bunch of trash, I can easily kill them. Lucci looked at the blue-haired girl in front of him with a complicated expression. Do you want us to take action? Whether it is him, Yoroge, Bonnie and others, they are all working hard to improve their strength and strive to become the garrison commander as soon as possible. But no one expected that the new garrison commander was not any of them, but Vivi, the least outstanding in the M team. No, just take a look. Vivi rejected Lucci's kindness and looked at the dozens of pirate ships in front of her, with a fierce light in her eyes. Jumping off the big ship and falling to the sea. The moment her feet touched the seawater, the bone-chilling coldness spread and quickly condensed into ice with the water. Ice Age, crack, crack. The ice spread rapidly from Vivi's feet to the port, freezing the entire sea surface in front and trapping the pirate ships in the ice. The previous generation planted trees and the next generation enjoyed the shade. With Aokiji's example and Lancelot's guidance, Vivi developed her abilities smoothly. What's going on? The panicked voice came, and the pirates and guards who were fighting fiercely were all scared. No, it's the frozen fruit ability, Admiral Aokiji is here. They all turned their heads to look at the periphery and found that the person coming was not Admiral Aokiji, but a blue-haired girl. The girl walked slowly, and every step she took seemed to step on their hearts. When they were dozens of meters away, ice cones appeared around the girl, and there were hundreds or thousands of them in the blink of an eye. As the girl waved her hand gently, the ice cones attacked like bullets. Swish, 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 blood flowers bloomed, and pirates fell one after another. Quick, stop her! The evil Wolf Yuri, who had a bounty of 80 million, shouted angrily. If they continued to kill like this, the crew they had recruited with great difficulty would all die here. Advertisement. After saying that, he transformed into a werewolf and rushed towards Vivi. The other captains looked at each other and rushed over. Now their ships were frozen, and they could only evacuate if they killed the girl. Vivi's expression was still calm, and she didn't take these enemies seriously at all. With a light step, a series of icicles emerged from the ice layer amid the exclamations of the crowd, trying to catch the enemy who was attacking. The captains who had just rushed halfway were left in the blink of an eye. The evil Wolf Yuri looked at the girl in front of him in fear, and finally realized the gap between the two sides. Without thinking, he turned around and fled. Perhaps only by fleeing into the desert could he have a chance to survive. The corners of Vivi's mouth curled up slightly. Escape? An icicle lifted her up into the air, looking down at the pirates below, and a hint of red appeared in her eyes. Slowly raised her white hand and snapped her fingers. Tap. A huge ice ball with a diameter of tens of meters appeared, covering the fleeing pirates below. Boom. On the big ship, Lucci half closed his eyes as he looked at the battle in front of him, and finally let out a sigh. Bonnie exclaimed. So powerful, it's no different from Aokiji Admiral's ability. Ice Queen, I'm so envious. Then he got a little crazy and said, those marine bastards actually gave me the title of a big eater, which is not impressive at all. Since finding his father and solving his worries, Bonnie's character has gradually returned to his nature. Yoroge is not very envious of him because he is very satisfied with his fruit ability. You can ask the president for help and ask him to give you a more resounding title. Bonnie's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't I think of it? Titles are shouted out. As long as the momentum is built and you are worthy of it, naturally no one will call you a big eater anymore. On the other side, Cobra and the others had their eyes wide open and their mouths opened wide, looking like they had seen a ghost. Gululu. Cobra stared at the girl who was killing people in the distance, and said in doubt, "Is that Vivi?" Ikolem stared for a moment, and said uncertainly, "She looks exactly like the princess, but..." "But what? Your Majesty, you don't have an illegitimate daughter who is wandering around, right?" Cobra. "What nonsense are you talking about? Even if there is one, she won't look like Vivi." Ikolem was surprised and said, "Is there really one? Get out of here. If Vivi misunderstands, I will punish you to clean the toilet." Belle couldn't help but said, "Your Majesty, let's not talk about this, it's a big deal." Advertisement. Seeing that the two didn't react for a while, he reminded them, "Your Majesty is the same as what the newspaper said, the Queen of Han is worthy of the name. In this case, will the rumor be true?" Cobra and Ikolem were petrified instantly, and their whole bodies lost color. Half an hour later. "Father." Vivi happily threw herself into Cobra's arms, looking very cute and innocent, without the aura of the Ice Queen just now. "Woo, my Vivi, father is sorry for you, sorry for Didi." Ikaram was also wiping tears, which made the girl confused. "Father, Ikaram, and you, I'm fine, why'd I look like this?" Then she raised her fist excitedly. "Father, I finally got results from my training outside, and now I'm the Ice Queen. I will also be able to protect Alabasta in the future. Isis." Her words attracted more sad cries. After a while, Vivi, who knew the reason, was ashamed and embarrassed. Originally, she didn't think there was anything wrong, it was just a rumor, and she was not the only victim, so everyone didn't take it seriously, right? But even father and others thought so, and Tuan knew that he had thought it was simple. Helplessly, he could only explain it again. Cobra breathed a sigh of relief after hearing it, but asked worriedly, "Really?" Vivi said unhappily, "Of course it's true, soon." The news about this battle spread to various forces. Naval headquarters. Sengoku raised the newspaper in his hand. "What do you think about this?" Everyone looked at Aokiji. Before, no one took the so-called Ice Queen seriously. Well, it can't be said that they didn't take it seriously. Marine still took it seriously. After all, she is the new guardian, and the weight of the Hunter Guild is there. But in the end, I don't think that the other party will have the same ability as Kuzan. At most, it is a lower level of frozen fruit. Facts have proved that the other party is worthy of the title of Ice Queen. The ability she has shown so far is not much different from frozen fruit. Kuzan scratched his head. "Don't look at me, I don't know either." "Aren't you the chief inspector of the Hunter Guild? Why don't you go and ask?" Speaking of this, Sengoku was angry. "That guy is a B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** intervene in the internal affairs of the guild. HMPH, when I become the chief inspector, I will take people to check them every day. He was talking about the chief inspector of Marine, who has the same functions as the chief inspector of the Hunter Guild. The difference is that Marine is real, while the Hunter Guild only has a title and doesn't even give people. In the end, the matter was left unresolved and the intelligence department had to investigate. The meeting continued. Sengoku looked at Aokiji, then at Akainu. What do you want to say about the next Marine Marshal? 74. I heard that Aokiji and Akainu were going to fight. Everyone was silent. The parties involved were not in a position to speak, and the others knew that it was useless to speak. Most of the older generation was optimistic about Aokiji, the world government was optimistic about Akainu, and there were many Akainu factions. Unless Marine could be unified internally, it would be difficult to get a result. After a long silence, Akainu suddenly said, "This matter will be resolved privately by Kuzan and I." No, Sengoku stopped him. He knew what the so-called private settlement meant, and so did the others. Because of their different philosophies, the contradictions between the two became increasingly serious. When no one could convince the other, they could only speak with strength. This is how the sea is, the strong will go up, and the loser will retreat. But Marine is different from other forces. If it is not handled properly, it is likely to lead to internal divisions, which is an open division. Akainu looked at Kuzan. What do you mean? Kuzan did not want to do this, but things must have a result, and he cannot retreat in this matter. Then let it be. Everyone was silent, perhaps it was the only way. Anyway, it is better for the marshal to be chosen by the Marines themselves than to be directly appointed by the world government, which even Akainu does not want. Sengoku sighed helplessly, and now he envied Lancelot a little. That B************ D certainly does not have such troubles, and the whole guild listens to him. Start the next topic. Regarding the new candidates for the 7 warlords of the sea, who do you recommend? Currently, there are only 4 left in the 7 warlords of the sea: Hawkeye, Empress, Tyrant Bear, and Doflamingo. Crocodile, Jinbei, Blackbeard, and Gecko Moria have been stripped of their titles one after another. No one responded to this topic. They are Marines. Whether there is a suitable one or not, it is better to keep silent on this matter. They also know that Marshal Sengoku raised this topic at this time, just to take the responsibility and reduce the pressure on the next Marine Marshal. Well, I will discuss the selection with the world government. Next, I will announce something. Sengoku paused and continued. Marines suffered heavy casualties in the battle with the Whitebeard pirates. After I leave office, the admiral position will be vacant. Marine needs to replenish its troops and strong people to cope with the next changes. Therefore, Marine needs to conduct a large-scale recruitment across the world. As long as they are strong enough, they will be given corresponding positions as an exception. I hope everyone is mentally prepared and don't let outsiders laugh at them. This worldwide recruitment will be presided over by the next Marine Marshal. Everyone was in a complicated mood. This decision was undoubtedly a big shock to Marine, and the internal promotion system almost became a joke. But Marshal Sengoku took the initiative to bear the blame. Are they going to stab him at this time? Soon, the news that Marine was going to conduct a worldwide recruitment spread across the sea. Advertisement. While people were surprised, they were also paying attention to who the new Marine Marshal would be. Lancelot, who had already arrived at Nine Snake Island and was looking for the whereabouts of the elf dragon, was shocked when he heard the news. Damn, so sudden? Lousy's Punk Hazard hasn't moved yet. If I really let you fight there, wouldn't I be at a big loss? He thought it would take some time, but he didn't expect the two of them to fight now. He quickly called Sengoku. My chief inspector, how have you been recently? When will you come to the guild? Sengoku was very upset. You brat, you still dare to say that? Is this how you are as the chief inspector? You don't know anything and don't care about anything? How could that be? I see you are busy. There are so many things going on at Marine. I am afraid that you will die suddenly from overwork. Sengoku choked and said unhappily, what do you want from me? Lancelot said slyly. I heard that Kuzan and Sakazuki are going to fight. When will it start? I will go to watch. What are you talking about? What fight? There is no such thing. Lancelot rolled his eyes at Sengoku's denial. Let's not talk about these nonsense. My subordinate Khalifa is the user of the Natsahara fruit. If the two of them fight and get angry, they will hit them without any mercy. Do you need help if they break arms and legs? Sengoku's face was stern. He had really considered this. After all, it was for the position of marshal. The ideological struggle would never end easily. If Lancelot was willing to let Khalifa help, it would be a good thing for Marine. Are you really willing to help? You are talking nonsense. The friendship between the Hunter Guild and Marine is here. How can I stand by and watch them die? Lancelot looked so majestic that Nami and Hancock's mouths twitched. Sengoku was silent for a moment, and finally spoke. You are right. They are indeed preparing for a fight. Bah, look at what you have done. They have agreed to find an uninhabited island to decide the position of marshal. When and where? A week later, in Punk Hazard. Well, my Punk Hazard still couldn't escape this disaster. So urgent? Sengoku smiled bitterly. It has to be urgent. Marine needs a new marshal to stabilize the morale of the army, and the subsequent decisions also need to be made by the new marshal. Lancelot thought so too. Now is the transition period between the old and the new in Marine. If Sengoku makes a new decision, the new Marine Marshal may not accept it after taking office. There was already a conflict within Marine. Now the old and the new come again. Will Marine still be able to live? It's a bit urgent, but can we change places? Change places? Sengoku asked in confusion. Why change places? Punk Hazard is good. It has been abandoned. Advertisement. Ahem. Lancelot cleared his throat. Well, it's like this. You Marine are going to move your headquarters to New World, so the Hunter Guild, as an ally, should advance and retreat together, right? Right? Sengoku was not sure. Thinking of the intersection between the two sides, it makes sense to be allies, and it is quite pleasant to cooperate with each other, but it is not to the point of advancing and retreating together. Lancelot smiled. That's right, so the Hunter Guild will also march into New World and form an offensive and defensive alliance with Marine. How is it? Are you surprised, happy or not? Sengoku felt something flying in the sky, and cried, quack quack. I finally understand. After all the twists and turns, you are planning to take Punk Hazard, right? I tell you, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Although we gave up Punk Hazard, we will never give it to others. Besides, it's full of poisonous gas. You should change the place. Lancelot was speechless. Kuzan and Sakazuki are ready to fight there. You must know the impact of the fight between the two Logia strongmen on the island. Are you planning to destroy it and not want to give it to me, your ally? You are still the chief inspector of the Hunter Guild. Sengoku was even more speechless. You remember that I am the chief inspector now? Lancelot thought, if I had collected all 6 divine equipment earlier, why would I need to talk nonsense with you here? I will directly take Punk Hazard to the sky, and you can fight wherever you want. The current Punk Hazard is a chicken rib to the Mangekyō world government. It is tasteless to eat and a pity to throw it away. If they knew that Lancelot had a way to solve the poison gas, they would rather spend a lot of money to buy a solution to the poison gas than sell Punk Hazard. Then let's put Punk Hazard aside for now. I'll provide you with an uninhabited island as a venue. Where? Calm Belt. There are several uninhabited islands near Nine Snake Island. No one will disturb you if you fight here. Sengoku's forehead was bulging with veins. How many times do I have to say it? It's not a fight, it's not a fight. Lancelot smiled. Okay, if it's not, then it's not, then are you coming? If you still go to Punk Hazard, I won't provide treatment services. Sengoku cursed. Damn, those idiots, why would they sell the recovery fruit to you? Oh, what did I hear? Lancelot smiled. Someone is calling celestial dragons idiots. Sengoku. Unfortunately, the recovery fruit was in the hands of celestial dragons before. Go, just go to Calm Belt. Sengoku cursed and left the chat room. 75. Enel returns to his faithful Sky Island after several months. Enel returned to his loyal Sky Island. The trip to Qinghai made him see the vastness of the world, where there are countless strong people. He, the god of Sky Island, is nothing in front of those people. This return was a temporary decision, and he did not tell anyone in the guild. Humph, subordinates and such, this god also has them. Yes, Enel came back to recruit people, currently, in the Hunter Guild, except for the Maverick Mohawk, everyone has his own team. Robin, the general manager, and Nami, the financial manager, manage everyone. Hancock has the 9 Snake Island, Yamato is the chief instructor, and Vivi is not satisfied with Alabasta, and has set his sights on the navy of the Flower Kingdom. Lucci, Yorobe and others below have their own subordinates. Only Enel does not have them. How can this be tolerated? When Enel appeared in Arpaillado, there was a sudden commotion. Oh no, Enel is back. Run, or you'll die. Damn it, wasn't he captured by that powerful swordsman? Originally, because of his departure, the Shandians and Sky Islanders decided not to continue fighting, to live in peace and manage together. At this time, the big devil returned, and fear descended again. They instinctively feared and then ran away. Looking at the messy scene in front of him, Enel's forehead was bulging with veins. Are these the people of this god? He had some doubts about whether his decision was hasty. If he really took them to Qinghai, he would be laughed at, right? Fortunately, after the shock, someone still stood up bravely. A girl with dark red hair and eyes, wearing a khaki hat, a light orange dress, and a white backpack stood up. She was about to burst into tears, but she still suppressed her fear and pointed at Enel with her trembling hands. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Enel, Sky Island belongs to everyone, don't even think about making a surrender. Enel looked at the little girl with empty eyes. Hey, do you think you can challenge the majesty of God? The girl suddenly shouted. Aisha is a brave Shandia warrior, even God can't make me bow my head. The people who were running away stopped their feet, and their fear of Enel had not subsided, but they still turned back and stood in front of Aisha to confront Enel. The Shandia warriors such as War Ghost Weber and Lackey, the berets of Sky Island, and even the original priests of Enel stood up. Gon Full and the Shandia chief came out together. Enel, what is the purpose of your return? Gon Full still had off for Enel, and was afraid that the other party would start a massacre if they disagreed. Enel swept his eyes over the crowd and raised the golden scepter. Advertisement just when everyone thought he was going to take action and became alert, BHFH. RKR. The staff pointed, and everyone whose heart was pointed out had a pounding heart, not knowing what Enel was going to do. He kept pointing at more than 30 people, and the disgust on his face became more and more intense, which made everyone confused. Enel put down the staff. You, and the little devil named Aisha just now, get ready, and go to Qinghai with me in 2 days. After saying this, he turned into a lightning and flew towards the temple on the huge bean vine. Everyone looked at each other, and the expected cruel scene did not happen, and they didn't even get angry because of Aisha's offense. Is this still Enel? Also, what does it mean to go to Qinghai in 2 days? Does this mean that you are not interested in Sky Island? What should I do? X2 Gon Fuhrer and the chief spoke at the same time, and when they saw each other's expressions, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. What else can I do? As long as Enel doesn't continue to harm Sky Island, it will be the greatest blessing. 2 days later, more than 30 people boarded the Ark Proverbs nervously, and people gathered under the ship to see them off. Enel took out a booklet and a Den Mushi and threw them to Gon Fuhrer. Let them practice according to the above, and those who stand out will be qualified to follow me. Gon Fuhrer wanted to say something, but Enel had already turned and disappeared from sight. After a while, the Ark Proverbs slowly rose into the air and flew away. What is this? The chief looked at the 2 things in Gon Fuhrer's hand. When they opened the booklet, it turned out to be a training manual, which recorded some physical skills and hockey training methods. On an island near the 9 Snake Island, Lancelot, Hancock, and Nami were playing poker. Hancock, are you okay? I've been waiting for so long that the flowers have withered. Wait a little longer, I'll be well soon. Lancelot smiled and said, don't worry, there's plenty of time anyway, let's play slowly. But Hancock, are you sure this is the right place? It's been almost half a month, and I haven't seen the shadow of the elf dragon, but I've seen a lot of strange animals. Marine will be here in 2 days, so I can only have someone guard it. Hancock lifted his long hair, and the golden snake-shaped earrings swayed back and forth. Yes, maybe the fairy fruit is not ripe yet, so the fairy dragon will not come? According to Robin, most creatures have a sense of territory. Once they determine that something or a place is theirs, they will do something. For example, the fairy dragon, even if it does not stay here for a long time, as long as the fairy fruit is about to mature, it will not be able to help but take a few more glances. This is just a guess. After all, the knowledge of the fairy dragon is limited to records. Whether you can wait depends on luck. When they were having fun, the chirping of nightingales came from afar. Advertisement. The 3 of them paused, and Hancock hurriedly said, it's a signal. Get ready quickly, the fairy dragon has appeared. Sure enough, more than 10 minutes later, a creature the size of an ordinary person's head appeared above the fairy fruit. It looks similar to a western dragon, but it is not as bloated as a western dragon. It has beautiful body lines, and it has light green hair from the head along the spine to the dragon's tail. The slender silver-white dragon horns, the whole body is covered with bright silver scales, and the wings are not the bat wings of western dragons, but wings like elves, green and pure white intertwined. After circling for a few times and finding no threat, it slowly landed under the elf fruit tree. When the little guy saw the green and red elf fruit, his eyes actually showed a human-like joy. He wandered happily under the tree, looking up all the time, as if counting how many elf fruits there were. What a cute little guy. Nami's eyes were full of love. This elf dragon, whether in appearance or in its performance after landing, touched her heart. It was not the first time Hancock had seen it, and he was also touched by it. How could there be such a cute creature in the world? Under the fruit tree, the elf dragon made a soft and cute cry and looked around vigilantly. I always felt that something was staring at me with ill intentions. Just when I thought it was an illusion, my eyes blurred and there were 2 more figures in front of me, no, 3. Another guy screamed, running over anxiously and happily. The elf dragon screamed and spread its wings, running out and taking off. It was so scary, there was something really targeting me. The next moment, my neck tightened, and the elf dragon knew that it was caught, and it struggled in panic. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get rid of the restraints. It seems that I can only use the trick that has been tried and tested. Lancelot looked at the elf dragon that suddenly stopped struggling, looked at his watery eyes pitifully. Not only that, the elf dragon's front paws were still clasped together, which seemed to beg for mercy. Are you trying to kill me with cuteness? Wow, so cute? Nami's eyes were about to turn into a heart shape, and she grabbed the elf dragon, held it in her arms and rubbed it, and enjoyed a face-washing ceremony that all men envied. Hancock couldn't help but give the little guy the same treatment. Seeing the little guy look like he had no desire to live, Lancelot sneered again and again. Humph, wait for me to check the goods, if it's a. Cut it off to cure it forever. He made a cutting motion, and the little guy was so scared that tears came out. Nami glared at him. Don't scare the little girl, she is so cute, how could you bear to do that? 76. Wait until the empress gives birth to a princess. Lancelot fumbled for a long time and finally got the Mushi in his hand. Who is it, disturbing my sleep so early in the morning? You little brat, it's already noon, and you're still early in the morning? Come out quickly, we're almost near the Nine-Snake Island. Hearing Sengoku's roar, Lancelot's sleepiness was immediately gone. He sat up, saw the mess in the room, and looked around. Gurgle. His throat rolled, suppressed the beast in his heart, and dressed quietly. When he left the room, he saw the old lady who had been waiting at the door, and smiled embarrassedly. Good morning. Grandma Zha looked at the sky and saw that it was almost noon. She nodded. It's quite early. Has the empress not woken up yet? Lancelot felt embarrassed as if he was caught by his parents, still sleeping. Grandma Zha sighed and advised, young people should be restrained. Oh, Marine is here, I'll go see. Lancelot didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately stepped on Moonwalk and slipped out of the attic. Thinking of what happened last night, Grandma Zha sighed, it's good to be young. Then she laughed and rubbed her hands. Okay, when the Empress gives birth to a princess, the future of Nine-Snake Island will be secure. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. The blood crystal of the two will definitely not be bad, and the qualifications may even surpass the empresses of all generations. Back to the Sakura Flower Unicorn, Nami has been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Lancelot coming back, she gently tapped the elf dragon on her shoulder and said meaningfully, Clay, be smarter in the future and don't be fooled by other dragons. The elf dragon named Clay by Nami called out and nodded her head, looking like she knew it. Lancelot had a black line on his face. You were fooled by Nami in just 2 days, what do you know? Clay bared her teeth at Lancelot. She didn't know what the other party said, but it was right to do it anyway. Nami smiled happily. Clay is so good, I will plant an elf orchard for you when I go back. We will eat one, throw one, and make some elf fruit wine for you. More than half an hour later, Hancock, dressed in military uniform, also came out with the 9 snake pirates. In a black and white robe, wearing a pirate admiral's cloak, she was still beautiful, but with a more stable atmosphere. Advertisement. He glanced at Lancelot lightly and walked towards Nami like a proud peacock. When the 9 Snake Island warriors passed by him, they would take a few more glances. The brave ones would even smile and call him, Master President. If it weren't for Hancock, they would have asked questions all the time. Not long after, 3 warships appeared on the sea in the distance. Splash. Water splashed beside the Sakura Flower Unicorn, and a submarine emerged from the sea. Ding ding ding. Hurry up, Yin Tang is here. Which B*********** D pushed me. Don't you know I'm a navigator? Be careful or I'll take you to the dangerous sea. Get out, even if you die in the storm, no one can snatch it from me today. The hatch opened, and guys came out anxiously. Most of them were from the Heart Pirates, and there were also other elites from the guild. When they saw the smiling Lancelot, the cold and arrogant Hancock, and the 9 Snake Island warriors looking down at them with disdain, the noise disappeared instantly, and everyone had an embarrassed expression. Why are you silent? You said that there are beautiful female bears on 9 Snake Island. Is it true? A white bear squeezed out from behind the crowd with difficulty, and then stood there. He stuttered. Yes, Mr. President, Mr. Hancock, I didn't say anything just now. Lancelot smiled and said, it seems that Yamato is still too tolerant of you. You actually have the energy to think about other things. Everyone shuddered when they heard this. The general instructor did make their strength improve rapidly, but the training of them was really cruel. If there is a super double, life will be unbearable. At this time, Yamato brought Golden Week and Khalifa out, followed by Luo. It can be said that all the elites in the headquarters were brought here this time. The duel between the two admirals, even if they can only watch from a distance, is also good for their growth. Let's get on the boat. These guys got on the boat. Their eyes did not dare to look around, but their minds were very active, rushing to do any work, just wanting to show off in front of the 9 Snake Island warriors. Wow, what a cute little guy, is it the elf dragon? Several women were attracted by Clay as soon as they got on the boat, and they surrounded the little guy and touched him. Oh, women. The Sakura flower unicorn gradually approached the 3 warships. When Lancelot saw the people on the boat, he was stunned. Is it so clear-cut? Sengoku, Zephyr, he Vice Admiral and other older generations were on one of the ships. Several Vice Admirals of the Dove faction were on one ship, as were the Hawk faction. Aokiji and Akainu were not seen, probably only when there was a fight. Garp was not seen either, maybe the old guy just lost his grandson and was in no mood to get involved. Lancelot jumped directly onto Sengoku's warship. What are you doing with so many people? Sengoku expressed dissatisfaction as soon as he came here. It was a big event within the marine, so many outsiders were watching a monkey show. Isn't this to let them watch the battle of the top strong men? Don't worry, this matter will be kept absolutely confidential. Advertisement. Sengoku snorted. It's better to do so, lead the way. Lancelot was surprised. You are so impatient to watch them fight, why don't you take a break? The Marines were speechless after hearing this. This was about the next Marine Marshal's important event was actually called a fight. If the other party was not a Golden Shira, he would know what it means to speak out of turn. Sengoku has long been immune to this, so let's fight. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. Lancelot didn't care. Anyway, this battle would not end for a while. After signaling Hancock to lead the way directly, he left Sengoku and held Zephyr's hand with a very friendly smile. You must be Mr. Zephyr. I have wanted to visit you for a long time, but unfortunately I have never had the chance. Zephyr looked at the young man in front of him, then looked at the hand he was holding, and said uncomfortably, I have heard a lot of rumors about you recently, you are very good. Sengoku hurried over to pry open their hands, staring at Lancelot with a vigilant face. Stinky boy, Zephyr is Marine's instructor, don't have any bad thoughts. He was too familiar with this posture, it was like this at the Shichibukai meeting. Lancelot said dissatisfiedly, Marshal Sengoku, I have to say something bad about you. I just admire Mr. Zephyr, what bad intentions can I have? You are such a dirty and dark person, do you think others are the same as you? Sengoku widened his eyes and pointed at himself, me. Dirty. Dark. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Then I will talk to Mr. Zephyr, why are you here talking nonsense? I am talking nonsense. How could I not know what you are planning? Don't you just want to steal Marine's corner and let Zephyr go to your hunter guild? Lancelot curled his lips. If he had known, he would have avoided the old guy. He also blamed himself for cherishing talents and couldn't help it for a while. So what? Mr. Zephyr is highly respected and has cultivated countless talents. I sincerely admire him. The hunter guild has everything. What it needs most is an instructor like Mr. Zephyr. I hope that the members of the guild can, under the guidance of Mr. Zephyr, take the right path and be a useful person to the sea and people. Lancelot said passionately, and finally held Zephyr's hand again. Mr. Zephyr, if you can't stay in Marine one day, please consider the Hunter Guild. Even if you won't leave Marine, please come to the Hunter Guild for some advice when you are free. Zephyr didn't react for a while, and nodded subconsciously. It was really too fast to catch him off guard. Sengoku held his forehead, this B*********** D is going to make trouble again. Suru Vice Admiral narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes looked back and forth between Lancelot and Zephyr. After a moment, his heart sank and his face changed slightly. Oh no, Zephyr is going to get into trouble. 77. Clay. Damn humans. Ah. In front of an island, Sengoku's warship and Sakura Flower Unicorn stopped. The other 2 warships separated to the left and right and headed in the opposite direction of the island. The atmosphere of tension and anxiety gradually spread, and no one knew what would happen next. Sengoku suddenly asked, who do you think will win? He shouldn't ask this question, but he asked it anyway. Lancelot thought about it and asked back, who do you think is the most determined to do justice between the 2 of them? Everyone was slightly stunned, as if they understood something, and their expressions changed. Lancelot's words were very clear. The strength of the 2 was equal, and what was being compared at this time was determination. Akainu pursued absolute justice and never wavered. Aokiji pursued burning justice when he was young, but he became confused after the Ohara incident. Long-term distress made him determined to support lazy justice. Laziness is nothing to other Marines, but it means that Aokiji, as an admiral, is still confused. One has a firm belief, the other is confused, which becomes a key factor at certain times, such as now. Sengoku closed his eyes, Vice Admiral he sighed, and Zephyr was wearing sunglasses, so he couldn't see anything. Boom. A red and a white, 4, 2, 3, suddenly rose in the center of the island, with magma on one side and endless ice on the other. The fight to decide the next Marine Marshal began. The birds and beasts on the island fled, trying to stay away from the battle range, but where can they escape to? In a Logia battle, especially when the strength is equal, the battle environment will be turned into their home field. Magma and ice are incompatible and neither gives in, so they can only expand to the periphery. Soon, 80% of the entire island became a world of magma and ice. There was not much movement afterwards, and it was obvious that the two people were restrained in their fight. Lancelot suddenly whispered, "Rocinante is on my ship, why don't you go and take a look?" Sengoku was slightly stunned, and then asked in surprise, "You know this too? Did he tell you?" Not many people know that Rocinante is his adopted son, and even fewer people know after he was sent undercover. Lancelot chuckled and said, "I also know that you and Garp have pursued Granny Crane, how about you tell me about your passionate years back then?" Get lost. Sengoku was angry, can this be said casually? Lancelot shrugged. "Anyway, it won't work for a while, come to my place for a drink." Sengoku hesitated, Lancelot picked him up and left, nagging. He shouted to Vice Admiral Crane and Zephyr, "Granny Crane, Mr. Zephyr, do you want to come to my place for a visit?" On the Sakura Flower Unicorn, a group of pirates were trembling with fear, and their eyes kept sneaking glances at the wine table over there. They knew that the president had strong connections, but it was too strong. Marshal of Marine, Chief of Staff, Chief Instructor, all of them were the most powerful people in Marine, but now they were chatting and laughing with the president. Lancelot suddenly shouted, "Hey, Luo! Come and pour us some wine." Luo, feeling the strange looks from the people around him, he walked over with trepidation. "Why are you standing behind me?" Lancelot pointed at Sengoku. "This is the Marine Marshal. If you serve him well, he might take you in as his grandson. If you get bullied in the future, just say my grandfather is Sengoku and see who dares to do it." Advertisement. Sengoku looked upset. "Can you be more careful with your words?" Lancelot said disdainfully, "What's the matter? Garp is a marine hero, and his two grandsons are pirates. You can't do the same. By the way, Garp's son is the leader of the Song army. What are you afraid of as a marine marshal who is about to leave? Besides," Lancelot patted Luo beside him. "Op fruit, Grandmaster medicine, with such a grandson, you will be worry-free when you are old." He winked at Sengoku again. "Think about it, Garp always shows off his grandson in front of you, now you just need to throw one. Hee, can't you slap him hard in the face?" Sengoku was a little moved by these words, and glared at Lancelot fiercely. He stood up and said to Luo, "Follow me." Luo hesitated, but still followed to the back of the boat. Lancelot sighed and shook his head. Young people are so thin-skinned that they don't know how to cherish the opportunity in front of them. Suru Vice Admiral laughed and said, "I still need a grandson, how about you just make do with it?" Lancelot immediately turned around and shouted, "Golden Week, Grandma Suru said she still needs a granddaughter, come quickly." Golden Week really ran over and called crisply, "Grandma." Suru Vice Admiral said helplessly, "Your president is teasing you, it's not true. Of course, she can't just take in a granddaughter. Sengoku and Luo at least have Rocinante as a bridge, and she and Golden Week have only met once. Besides, she already has a granddaughter." Lancelot sighed helplessly to Golden Week. The cooked duck flew away, "Be sweeter next time." Shout it a few more times in crowded places, and it will come true after a long time. Golden Week nodded and smiled sweetly at Vice Admiral Crane. "Grandma, I'm going to play with clay, call me if you need anything." After she left, Vice Admiral Crane laughed and scolded, "You be asterisk 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 D, is that how you teach them?" Lancelot said as a matter of course, "Thick skin makes life comfortable, and deep background makes life cool. Look at the pirate group of Garp's grandson, which one doesn't have a background? If there is no background, the ashes would have been scattered long ago." Suru Vice Admiral was surprised. "What background?" "Zoro, ancestors Wanokuni family. Sanji, Vinsmoke. Usopp, father Yasop. Frankie, Fishman Tom's apprentice, Icebergs Jr., rumor has it that he may be Quinn's son. As for the others, they all have some connections behind them, even that Karina is Nami's sister in distress." Zephyr, who was listening silently, was a little absent-minded. Could the Straw Hat Pirates have such a big background? Suru Vice Admiral came back to his senses and said faintly, "Your hunter guild is not bad." Lancelot said modestly, "It's far behind, and we still have to work hard. While drinking and chatting here, the fight is still going on there. Day and night rotate, and everyone gradually becomes bored from the initial tension and expectation. Supplies have been sent from Nine Snake Island several times. On this day, several people were drinking wine as usual. Nami came over with clay and stretched out her hand. "Give it to me quickly." "What?" Lancelot was puzzled. "That devil fruit." Several old men and women looked over, their curiosity was aroused. "What devil fruit?" Lancelot raised his eyebrows and stared at clay. "Can you guarantee that it won't run away?" Nami looked at him with disdain. "Clay is so obedient, she won't be like some people, half-hearted. Hey, talk nicely, others are attacking you. HMPH, bring it here quickly." Nami had a deep resentment towards her captain in some aspects. It was obviously her who came first, and it was her turn in the queue. Advertisement. But now, the latecomers have taken over one after another. Not to mention Yuta. Robin himself can't beat him, too black-bellied, too shameless, and now Hancock has also taken the lead. Men, none of them are good, they are greedy while eating from the bowl. Lancelot took out the devil fruit that he had treasured for a long time, and suddenly showed an evil smile. Come, let me chew it. He grabbed Clay with a wicked smile on his face. Clee's small body trembled, and she struggled hard. After failing, she looked at Nami pitifully. Let me do it, Clay has left you with a psychological shadow. This is a blessing from the captain, what kind of shadow will it have? Lancelot refused. He picked up the devil fruit and was about to put it into Clee's mouth. Stop. The two people and the beast looked at Sengoku. Lancelot and Nami had question marks on their faces, but they seemed to have seen a savior. Sengoku coughed lightly, but his eyes did not leave the devil fruit. Boy, are you going to feed it this devil fruit? Is there a problem? It's a big problem. Sengoku stared, pointed at the devil fruit and said, if I remember correctly, this is zone bird fruit ancient species thunderbird form. Yeah, so what, stupid, this is an ancient species that can create a strong man. Isn't it a waste to feed it? Lancelot thought. Waste. I don't lack devil fruits, and I can't find a suitable candidate for a Mara fruit. Seeing that he was indifferent, Sengoku was furious. If you don't need it, you can sell it to Marine. You're dreaming. Lancelot ignored the old man's distressed look, cut the devil fruit into strips, picked up one and stuffed it into Clee's mouth. Clay had never eaten something so disgusting, and just as she was about to spit it out, her mouth was pinched. Lancelot laughed and said, this is a good thing. If you spit it out, all the elf fruits this year will be confiscated. Looking at Clay who was rolling her eyes, Lancelot gave up the idea of continuing to feed her. Just after being released, it stood up in the sky. It escaped from the clutches of the devil and was furious. Looking down at the hateful human below, how dare he feed it such a disgusting thing? Crackle. Lightning swirled around Clay, and the little guy was stunned. How could he discharge electricity? After a long while, Clay accepted the fact that she could release lightning. Looking at the B***** D below, she grinned and a playful light appeared in her eyes. Die, damn guy. The whole dragon swooped down with lightning, and after a few breaths. The panicked scream of the little guy sounded on the Sakura flower unicorn. He is really good at cooking and loves to play. 78. Love, hate and vengeance of ice and fire, the worst fight in marine history comes to an end. The three old men and old women teased Clay, and their affection was beyond words. The little girl was so smart that she could even understand simple human words. Waste of nature. Sengoku still had some resentment towards Lancelot's behavior. Zephyr also nodded in agreement. I want to beat you up. Devil fruits are rare, and powerful devil fruits are even rarer. Today, he watched an ancient species being fed to a pet. Lancelot was about to refute, but suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the island. Sengoku and the others froze, and they all stood up and stared over there. Boom. Magma and ice bloomed, and the two colors of white and red fought fiercely. What followed was a continuous shock wave, sweeping countless debris in, and also brought two air currents, one hot and one cold. Many people had a hunch that this duel would have a result. The battle on the island became more and more intense, and the momentum became louder and louder. The entire island was shaking, and the sea surface became turbulent. Sengoku looked worried, resisting the urge to rush in and stop them, and looked at Lancelot. Boy, you are fast. If something unexpected happens, you will stop them. Okay. Lancelot did not refuse. This is a real world, and the doctor will not follow the original plot. If there is a slight mistake, it may not be the leg that is broken, but the head. While waiting, the sun gradually set, and the afterglow of the sunset sprinkled on the sea and reflected on the clouds in the sky. The scenery was very beautiful. The accident that everyone was worried about did not happen. When the sunset completely disappeared on the coastline, Akainu slowly walked out of the island. As the winner of this fight, he did not show any joy, and his face was terribly gloomy. Sengoku frowned and asked, Sakazuki, what happened? Aokiji's breath did not disappear, indicating that there was no danger to his life, but why did Akainu look like this? Akainu said coldly, that cowardly guy is not worthy of being a marine. He left this sentence and ignored the inquiring eyes of the crowd and returned to his warship. Lancelot thought of something and couldn't help but buy it. Aokiji, that guy, is he going to quit the marine at this time? I'll go in and take a look. He grabbed Khalifa and jumped into the air and flew towards the center of the island. In the air, as far as the eye could see, the entire island had turned into an island of ice and fire, and steam filled the intersection of magma and ice. On an ice ground, he looked at the night sky with lifeless eyes. He fell over there with Khalifa. After landing, looking at Aokiji who still had a broken leg, Lancelot couldn't help but Ichiraku. Oh, Kuzan, so miserable. Advertisement. Aokiji said helplessly. Don't tease me, if I don't get treatment, my leg will be useless. He knew Khalifa's ability. When Tesoro almost died, he relied on the power of the recovery fruit to recover. Lancelot winked. Don't you think that losing half of your leg will have a kind of imperfect beauty? I don't need it. Aokiji looked at Khalifa. Thank you. Khalifa nodded and started the treatment. After a period of development, she was very proficient in the use of the power of the recovery fruit, and the treatment was handy. Not long after, Sengoku and others also came. Looking at Aokiji's broken leg gradually recovering, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he listened to Lancelot's words, otherwise the leg might not be saved. But when he thought of Akainu's expression, he became uneasy again. Kuzan, you and Sakazuki. He didn't know how to ask, so he could only look at Aokiji and wait for his answer. After a long silence, Shin spoke. I'm leaving Marine. What? Everyone was shocked. This news was undoubtedly a huge blow to Marine. Sengoku said anxiously. Why, if it's just because you failed to compete for the position of marshal, it's completely unnecessary. Sakazuki won't tolerate you. Suru Vice Admiral also advised. Kuzan, Marine needs you, and they also need your leadership. They are referring to the Doves. Their older generation has retreated to the second line, and only Aokiji can be the backbone of the Doves. Aokiji let out a long breath and said apologetically, sorry, Mr. Sengoku, Granny Suru, Teacher Zephyr, and everyone else. I've made up my mind. Sengoku and the others remembered what Lancelot said before the battle. Akainu was determined, and Aokiji was confused. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Do you know how much impact this will have on Marine? Aokiji felt that the treatment of the broken leg was completed, stood up from the ground, and thanked the pale Khalifa. Thank you. Khalifa waved his hands repeatedly. No, after all, you have saved our lives. Aokiji smiled and answered Sengoku's words. Marine will not decline because of someone's departure. It was so difficult at the beginning, but didn't you come through? He paused and bowed slightly. Thank you for taking care of me for many years. I won't go back to Marine. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the island. He walked a few steps and stopped again. Sengoku thought that things would turn around. Aokiji looked back at Lancelot. I thought you would recruit me. Lancelot pouted. Will you agree? No. Aokiji shook his head. But if you don't recruit me, I will feel worthless. Get lost. Advertisement. Love and hate between ice and fire. Who will be the marshal of Marine? At the headquarters of the Hunter Guild, Lancelot looked at the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Morgans, you finally took action against Marine. I hope Kuzan and Sakazuki won't cause trouble for you after reading this. Robin, dressed in an OL professional suit, crawled out from under the desk and wiped the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. President, I have to get to work. She leaned over to look for documents in the drawer, and Lancelot's eyes lit up. Ms. Nicole, don't move. There's a bug crawling on you. I'll help you get rid of it. Robin groaned, turned back and rolled his eyes at his president. This bug is quite big. Lancelot laughed. It's still a long worm. Robin. Look, I'll crush it to death. Doff. There was a sound of water splashing in the office cubicle, and soon, Robin, who had been refreshed, returned to his desk. President, the reconstruction of Elegia has been completed, and the concert is scheduled for the end of the month. Ms. Yuta's press conference will be held in 2 days. When will she go to New World? By the way, she hopes Hancock can attend her concert. When saying this, Robin's eyes showed a playful light. Lancelot touched his nose. Before the concert starts, no one is free now. As for Hancock, it depends on her wishes. Nami has returned to East Blue, Khalifa has also gone to South Blue, Hancock has to inspect the first half, Yin is busy training guild members. Robin smiled and said, then I will inform Hancock when the time comes. This black-bellied woman, does she really want to see her Shira field? As long as you are happy. Not seeing what she wanted, Robin was a little disappointed. Opening a document. Whitebeard pirates declared war on Blackbeard pirates, Blackbeard responded, and the two sides agreed to settle the matter next month. Lancelot thought to himself, the final battle. Blackbeard, who did not obtain the shock fruit, actually had the confidence to face the Whitebeard pirates on 830. What's the latest news about the Blackbeard pirates? Robin shook his head. Their actions are very secretive, but there are rumors that they are hunting people with special abilities. Lancelot urged. Pay close attention to the movements of Blackbeard's gang. He wanted to see what Blackbeard's second fruit ability was. I know, and Marine has sent an invitation, hoping that you will attend the inauguration ceremony of the new Marine Marshal. This is what it should be. Now that Marine Marshal has been replaced, many people outside are paying attention to whether the relationship between Marine and the Hunter Guild will change. Not only the outside world, but also Marine and the Hunter Guild are also very concerned about this matter. Therefore, this inauguration ceremony still needs to be attended, and both sides need to stabilize people's hearts. Tell the Marines that I will be there. Robin wrote it down and continued to open a new file. Because the Whitebeard pirates are unable to govern the Fishmen Island, and more pirates are going out to sea, the Fishmen Island has been greatly impacted. The king of the Fishmen Island, Neptune, hopes that the Hunter Guild can establish a branch on the Fishmen Island. You need to make a decision on this matter. Lancelot refused without thinking. Reject him and say that the Hunter Guild currently has no extra manpower. This is a fact. For this reason, he will also transfer 50 people with abilities from Tesoro to Rouge. It is easy to get into trouble if the stall is too big. The Fishmen Island is the only way between the first half and the second half. There are too many troubles. How can he spare the energy to take care of it? As for Shirahoshi, the ancient weapon. After thinking carefully, he couldn't just leave it alone. After thinking for a while, he said, let's do this, lend them the name of the Hunter Guild. Allow the Fishmen Island to build a Hunter Guild branch on its own. If it encounters any problem that is difficult to solve, send someone to solve it. Robin blinked. Isn't this too dark? 79. The candidate for Mera Mera fruit, the sinister Enel. The Ark Proverbs landed outside the Hunter Guild headquarters. The guild members were not surprised by this, as they all knew that this was the vehicle of the Guardian Thor. Only those who saw it for the first time exclaimed in surprise, because the Ark Proverbs exuded a sense of nouveau riche, and the gold on the ship almost blinded their eyes. After a while, about 30 guys with miserable looks, bandages, and wings on their backs got off the ship. Only one cute girl was completely fine, looking around curiously. Is this Qinghai? Wow, big trees, Qinghai soil, and bubbles. Looking at Aisha who was running around like a rabbit, Enel's face darkened. Be quiet. After all, she is a follower of this god, can't she have some ambition? How can he raise his head when he sees the president like a bumpkin? Aisha smiled and said, don't be so serious, Lord God. During this period of time, everyone knows that Enel has changed. Although he still calls himself a god, he is less cruel and cold than before, more patient, and more humane. It seems that the man with a knife has disciplined Lord God. Enel's face darkened. If you smile to this god again, I will send you back to Sky Island. He loves and hates Aisha. Others still have awe of him, but this little girl is not afraid. If it weren't for her natural sense of observation, he would not bring her to Qinghai. Aisha shrank her head. Sky Island was great, but it was a rare trip to Qinghai, and she didn't want to go back just like that. Under the gaze of the people of Qinghai, she followed Enel to the Hunters Guild. When passing the square, the active Aisha suddenly pointed at the golden statue in the center of the square. Oh, it's the swordsman who beat up the Lord God. Lord God, why is there no statue of you there? And, this building is more majestic and bigger than your temple. War Ghost Weber and the others were also very curious. They didn't care about gold. Apayado had plenty of it, and he brought a lot of it this time. But after listening to Aisha's words, it seemed that Enel's status in Qinghai was not very good. Every word of the girl poked at Enel's heart. He felt that the majesty of God was challenged, and he was a little angry. Wulusai, if you keep talking, I'll sew your mouth shut. After a pause, he pretended to be disdainful and said, that's because I don't want to compete with them. Qinghai will be left to them. My goal has always been the infinite land. Aisha suddenly realized, and her big eyes were full of admiration. You are worthy of being God. Only the infinite land can be worthy of you. Enel nodded, as if that was the case. When he turned his head, he saw Lancelot and Robin wearing a fox mask standing at the gate of the headquarters. The shame of being caught on the spot surged in his heart. Aisha saw that God looked abnormal and followed his gaze. Huh? He turned his head quickly to look at the four statues, then looked back at the man under the gate and pulled Enel's trouser legs. Advertisement, sir, he is the golden statue. Enel glared at the girl. How can you say that? Do you know that your future depends on that guy? President. Aisha and others were a little surprised. That man was the president that Enel mentioned? Lancelot saw everything and found it interesting. He hadn't noticed that Xiao Ai had changed so much before. I didn't expect you to return to Sky Island. Bring them in first. More than 30 Sky Island people entered the Hunter Guild, just like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, curious about everything. When they were in Sky Island, where had they seen so many new things? Aisha pulled Enel again and whispered, Sir, who is the woman wearing a fox mask? General Manager. What is a General Manager? The one who manages the guild. Is she very powerful? I see that everyone around is afraid of her. T18. Enel stopped talking because Robin in front of him turned around with a faint smile. Thinking of this woman's dark side and her ability to manipulate people's hearts, he decided not to provoke her. Entering the guild, the Lancelot stunt team carefully examined these Sky Islanders. The forgotten memories returned, and some people's faces gradually overlapped with the memories. I forgot that there is a mechanical core on the moon. Although the combat power is not very strong, it is also a good manpower. When Munch Munch Fruit finds the right person in the future, the memory metal production can also be strengthened. It seems that Enel will have to make a trip in a while. How do you plan to arrange them? Enel said without thinking. Let them train with Yamato first. This seems to have become the rules of the guild. All newcomers to the guild are stuffed to Yamato. Lancelot thinks that this will not work. He must find a way to find an instructor to free Yamato. Okay, since you brought it, it belongs to you. Any other requests? At this moment, he gave Enel enough face so that he would not lose his dignity in front of his subordinates. Enel hesitated when he heard this, and Lancelot did not urge him. That, President, Enel pulled Aisha over and pushed the girl forward. Her name is Aisha, and she is the owner of the natural observation Hawkeye. Is there any devil fruit suitable for her? Robin looked at Aisha in surprise. She was surrounded by powerful people who were famous in the sea, and her knowledge was also rising. Naturally, she knew how rare it was to have the natural observation Hawkeye. This is even rarer than Conquerors. It is hard to find in millions, not to mention tens of millions. Advertisement in terms of observation Hawkeye, it can be said that Aisha's starting point is the endpoint that 99% of people can't reach. Aisha? Lancelot looked at the girl, and the girl also bravely looked at him and couldn't help laughing. Others aside, at least she is very good in terms of character. If she is well trained, her future achievements will not be low. Thinking of the Golden Week, Bonnie, if Aisha is counted, the next generation of the Hunter Guild will not be in a state of shortage. Taking out a devil fruit, looking at Enel with some amusement. What are you talking about suitable? You want this, right? Enel was a little embarrassed. He did have this idea. He had this idea after learning that Aisha was a natural observation Hawkeye. BB. Casually throwing the Mara fruit to Enel, Lancelot said with a smile. Ace, Aisha, that's interesting. The previous owner of the Mara fruit was Ace. It was not inherited by Sabo, but fell to Aisha instead. Aisha was a little confused. Seeing Enel put the strange fruit in her hand. God, what is this? Is it for me to eat? Eat it. You will gain powerful abilities after eating it, almost the same as this god. Thinking of something else, Enel added, eat it all. Lancelot raised his eyebrows. Oh, Shao Ai has also learned to be treacherous. Aisha didn't know that people's hearts were sinister. When she heard that she could become like God, her eyes lit up. Other Sky Islanders couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they heard this, and they were envious of Aisha's treatment. Aisha, who bit off most of the Mara fruit in one bite, opened her eyes wide, and her little face turned liver-colored. Seeing that everyone was staring at her, she resisted the urge to vomit. Gulp. Swallowing the fruit pulp in his mouth with difficulty, Zhao Hao looked at the remaining fruit pulp in his hand with a trembling heart. Isn't it too unpalatable? Just when he was about to speak, Enel glared at him. Eat. Deck. Aisha was aggrieved, closed her eyes, and stuffed all the remaining Mara fruit into her mouth. Looking at the girl digging her throat and retching, Enel was secretly proud. HMPH, you little brat have challenged the majesty of this god again and again. Aisha suddenly rose with flames, wrapping her in it. The sudden change scared the people of Sky Island. Aisha shouted in panic. God, I'm on fire, save me. Idiot, that's the power of Mara fruit. Enel was angry. Don't you know how to feel it? You have to learn to control your own power. Under the guidance, Aisha gradually adapted to the power she had acquired. When she was having fun, Enel slapped her back to her original form. Why don't you thank the president? Lancelot waved his hand. Just work hard in the future, don't waste your talent. Aisha stood at attention like a little adult. Yes, President. 80. Poseidon, from Shirahoshi's quest, Ming D. After a short period of charging, the lightning-wrapped mace swept forward with all its might. The sword-like attack went straight to Lancelot's face. As if sensing that his attack was not enough to take him down, Yamato, who had just released Ming D, stomped on the ground, followed closely by others. Gods, White Dragon roar. Lancelot's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he disappeared in a shadow, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Yamato. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yamato, who had been prepared, smashed down with all her might with her mace, but the expected collision did not come, and she secretly thought it was not good. The next moment, a breeze blew on her face, bringing up a few strands of broken hair. Lancelot appeared behind Yamato, and Hong Ji made a knife flower and slowly put it back into the sheath. Turning to Yamato, he chuckled and said, You are too obsessed with Kaido and have not yet found your own way. His words were not aimless. Yamato was full of Kaido's shadow. Even if she made a name for herself, people would always think of Kaido when they saw her. The Hunter Guild has found its own way now, including Mihawk, himself, and Enel. Even Hancock has found his way and tried to step into that door. Bang! Yamato slammed a Jian to the ground and said dejectedly, It has almost become my instinct to imitate my father's fighting style. Whenever I want to make a change, I will eventually return to my original minister. Lancelot thought for a while, it seems that I still have to go to Wano Kuni. Yamato was immediately delighted. Captain, have you decided to seize Wano Kuni? Great, I can't wait. Lancelot supported his forehead. Wano Kuni is in a steep terrain, and it is very troublesome to enter and exit 827, which is not conducive to development. And the people there are extremely xenophobic. Taking over there won't help me much, but will consume my energy. If we talk about the only value of Wano Kuni, it's the ancient weapon Pluton. Well, there are also those people with special abilities. Is that so? Yamato was a little disappointed. At this time, Robin came over. We may have to change our schedule. Lancelot asked in confusion. What's wrong? Didn't the Fishmen Island plan to build a branch of the Hunters Guild? Now there is a problem, and the headquarters needs to send people to solve it. Speaking of this, Robin was a little helpless. Now except for you and Yamato, where can the headquarters have extra manpower? Lancelot expressed his understanding. What exactly happened? The Fishmen in the Fishmen Street made trouble. Some of the Fishmen supported the Fishmen Island to establish a branch of the Hunters Guild, but some Fishmen opposed it and smashed the branch. The Fishmen Island was unable to solve it, so it asked us for support. Lancelot was speechless. How could such a huge Ryugu Island not even solve such a small matter? Who is leading the charge? The new Fishmen Pirates and the Flying Pirates. Ding, the mission Poseidon is released. Vanderdecken IX has coveted Shirahoshi for many years. He was confused by the Ryugu Island's plan to build a Hunter Guild branch, so he instigated the human-hating Hody Jones to destroy the construction of the branch. Everything originated from Shirahoshi, please help her solve the problem. Advertisement, mission reward. Diamond Rod X1, additional reward. If you completely control the ancient weapon Poseidon, you will be rewarded with a colorful Rod X1. The mission was triggered. Lancelot was surprised. He didn't expect that the mission came before he arrived at the Fishmen Island. It's just that the two bosses of the Fishmen Island are a bit worthless, only one diamond rod. As for the requirements for additional rewards, it seems simple, but it's not easy at all. The key lies in the word, thorough. Either make Shirahoshi sincerely become his crew member, or use means to make him surrender and not dare to have the idea of rebellion. As for how far to go to be considered thorough, Lancelot is not sure. With the mission, the Fishmen Island must be visited in person. It happened that he was going to the new naval headquarters to attend the ceremony, so he would take it as a side trip. Let someone coat the Sakura Flower Unicorn. The next day, Lancelot led Robin and Yamato to the Fishmen Island, accompanied by Aisha and Golden Week. As for Law, he led the team to assist the Nine Snakes pirates in patrolling the first half of the branch. Passing through the dim seabed, giant sea kings can be seen everywhere around. After sailing for a long time, light gradually appeared in the distance. Robin, who was the navigator, looked at the pointer on his wrist. Remind. Pay attention, the Fishmen Island is ahead. Oh, are we finally there? Everyone cheered up. Although I have seen fishmen and mermaids in Sabaody Archipelago, I have never seen the Fishmen Island. Soon, the light in front of me got closer and closer, and the eyes of several people gradually widened. Wow! When the full picture of the Fishmen Island was presented to everyone, they were amazed. Lancelot was also shocked. This reality is completely different from what we see in the animation. Miracle. The scene in front of me can only be described as a miracle. Just as there is Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the Fishmen Island under 10,000 meters is equally amazing. Is this the Fishmen Island? What a beautiful place. Bah, Aisha, who was born in Sky Island, had bright eyes. It's amazing. Without encountering any obstacles, the Sakura Flower Unicorn entered the Fishmen Island from the entrance. What is that? At the port, many people noticed the Sakura Flower Unicorn, but few people knew it. Pirates again. Many fishmen were on alert. Many pirates who came to the Fishmen Island were secretly catching fishmen and mermaids. During this period, because the Whitebeard pirates fell from the altar, the Fishmen Island lost its shelter, and pirates and human traffickers became more rampant. Maybe not, I didn't see the pirate flag. People with good eyesight didn't see the pirate flag on the ship, but when they saw the flag on the ship, their hearts twitched fiercely. Advertisement, huh? Isn't it the ship of the Hunter Guild? As the ship got closer, more and more people saw the logo on the flag clearly. But doubts followed. People from the Hunter Guild rarely take the route of the Fishmen Island. At least at present, only bounty hunters who joined the Hunter Guild traveled back and forth. Why did the Hunter Guild come to the Fishmen Island? It can't be because of that incident, right? Who is coming? That is, Golden Shira, and the Red Devil, my god. When seeing several figures on the ship appear beside the ship and curiously looking down, many people broke out in cold sweats. The other party defeated the red-hair pirates and took the title of the world's strongest from Whitebeard. Why would he come to the Fishmen Island? Could it be that Hawkeye, Thor and Queen are here too? The speculation was not confirmed, and many pirates no longer dared to stay in the port and found places to hide. Hello. At the entrance, the fishman guards were nervous and full of admiration. Lancelot said jokingly, "Don't be nervous, I'm just here for a trip." Okay. Seeing that he was still reserved, Barlot shook his head helplessly. Including me, there are 5 people in total. Do I need to pay any fees? Like Sky Island, the Fishmen Island usually has to go through entry inspection for outsiders, otherwise they will be arrested by the Poseidon army of the Ryugu Kingdom. However, with the strength of Ryugu City, it can only inspect ordinary merchant ships. No need, you are the benefactor of the Fishmen Island, it is our honor to come to the Fishmen Island. The guard's nervousness gradually faded, and he spoke more fluently. Please wait a moment, I have informed King Neptune, he will be here soon, I hope you don't mind. Lancelot nodded. Then let's wait, Master, are we going to Ryugu City? Aisha and Golden Week on the dragon head at the entrance became excited. It would be a pity not to go to Ryugu City when you come to the Fishmen Island. I heard that it is beautiful and like a fairyland. Ryugu City, I also read it in the storybook when I was a child. Robin recalled the past. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. Lancelot smiled. In the legend of the Dragon Palace where I live, the Dragon King is a legendary immortal. Yamato shook his head. There are no such people there, they are all monsters and ghosts, but there are many powerful water monsters. The guard was sweating as he listened to the discussion of several people. What are these powerful men talking about? What Dragon King, what demons and monsters? Just when he was feeling uneasy, Neptune came riding on his beloved whale, Hawkeye. Behind him were his 3 sons and the ministers on both sides. 81. Spinning and jumping, I closed my eyes. Why did I disappear? I'm sorry for not welcoming you, my dear guest. Neptune's voice of apology came before he even approached. Wow, so many beards. What a big mermaid. Aisha's face was full of amazement. I love you, little girl. Neptune was cheerful, and there was no sign of the king's majesty in him. President Lancelot, welcome to the Fishmen Island. You're welcome. Lancelot didn't put on airs. Neptune made an invitation. I didn't expect you to come in person. I've asked someone to prepare a banquet. Would you honor me and come to Ryugu Castle? Lancelot had no objection to this. With Robin and the others, they got on Shirahoshi's pet Mikaro and headed towards Ryugu Castle. President Lancelot, I haven't had time to thank you yet. Because of you, the residents of the Fishmen Island can travel and even do business in Sabaody Archipelago without worry. For us who have always longed for the sunshine on land, it is a great favor. Lancelot shook his head gently, it just happened to be a coincidence. No matter who you are or what race you are, you have the right to live freely under the blue sky. Neptune heard this and immediately felt respect. If everyone thinks like you, it would be great. Just when everyone was talking and laughing on their way to Ryugu City. Swish. A sharp sound of breaking through the air came from a distance. Neptune's face suddenly changed and looked ugly. A double-edged giant axe flew over everyone's head at a very fast speed and was about to fly towards Ryugu City. It's that damn guy again, I'm going to kill him. Sharkstar was furious and turned around to rush in the direction of the giant axe. Lancelot raised his eyes and stared at the giant axe that was about to go away. With a light snap of his fingers, the galloping axe seemed to crash into a space and Uzumaki disappeared. Everyone in Ryugu Castle was a little dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone who could stop Vanderdecken IX's weapon. Uzumaki reappeared, but this time it was in front of Lancelot. The axe flew out of Uzumaki and fell into his hands. After weighing it, it was quite heavy. Looking at Neptune. It seems that you are in a lot of trouble. Do you need help? Yes, can you? A ray of hope appeared in Sharkstar's eyes. If Lancelot could help, his sister Shirahoshi would be free in the future. Please help. Compared to Sharkstar, his two younger brothers were much more direct and bowed deeply to Lancelot. Lancelot smiled and nodded. It's a small matter. He looked in the direction where the axe flew and rubbed Aisha's little head. Use your observation color to sense it. Okay, Aisha began to sense it. Neptune's face became serious. Innate observation hockey? He didn't think Lancelot would do useless work to let a little girl sense the location of Vanderdecken IX. The only explanation is that the girl has innate observation hockey, just like his Princess Odahime. Aisha quickly sensed the existence of Vanderdecken IX. Not only him, there are several people over there. The red pupils showed strange patterns. Mangekyō appeared, Susanoo. The golden Susanoo shocked Neptune and others. Even if they had seen it in newspapers or live broadcasts, it was far from being as shocking as seeing it with their own eyes. Susanoo condensed a large bow in her hand, and as the bowstring was pulled, an arrow condensed. A large amount of pupil power was injected, and the arrow became more and more solid. Crackle. A steady stream of conquerors poured out, and tangled in the arrow. The terrifying power emanated, causing Neptune and others to retreat a distance. In their horrified eyes, Lancelot released the bowstring. Boom. The air exploded, and the huge arrow turned into a stream of light across the sky above the Fishman Island, attracting the crowd below to watch. What's going on? What was that just now? The arrow was so fast that they could only see the stream of light shooting into the darkness in the distance. On the Ark Noah, Vanderdecken IX was dancing happily. Hee, Princess Shirahoshi must have received my love. Do you think she will be moved enough to agree to marry me? Advertisement. Hody Jones' eyes flashed with disdain. How could Princess Shirahoshi marry a pirate? The other people in the new Fishmen Pirates also shook their heads. There is no news about Boss Jinbei yet, and I don't know how he is now. Hody glanced coldly at the person who spoke. He is no longer our boss. That traitor who mixed with humans is not worthy of being our boss. Several men fell silent immediately. Vanderdecken IX smiled and said, don't be so serious. I can already feel that Princess Shirahoshi is getting closer and closer. His words got stuck in his throat, because he saw a ray of light appear in the darkness in the distance. The light became brighter and brighter, illuminating his face and penetrating his world. The people of the new Fishman Pirates turned their heads stiffly. Vanderdecken IX, who was still alive and kicking just now, had been cut off by a huge arrow and nailed to the deck. The next moment, a sizzling sound echoed in the Ark Noah. Not good. Everyone's heart jumped suddenly, and before they could react, the dazzling light illuminated the dim area like daylight. Pa. Lancelot looked at the dazzling white light exploding in the darkness in the distance and clapped his hands gently. Okay, you can send someone to collect the bodies. He seemed to have done something insignificant. Collect the bodies? Neptune and others were horrified. How could he hit the target accurately at such a long distance? They looked at Lancelot with awe. Neptune said to his eldest son, Sharkstar, take people to see it. Okay. Sharkstar left in a hurry with expectation. And Lancelot and his friends continued to move towards Dragon Palace. Sri Lanka. Yamato and his friends saw the Dragon Palace city that looked like a fairy tale world and couldn't take their eyes off it. Woo, I really want to live here, then you can stay here. Ah. Yamato's eyes kept shifting between Dragon Palace City and Lancelot. Finally, he said dejectedly, no, let's wait until we have time to come and play again. Neptune opened his mouth, but still didn't say anything. He really wanted the other party to stay here just now. Such a strong person stayed here, and the safety of the Fishman Island was guaranteed. At the same time, in the Mermaid Cafe, Kami temporarily returned to the Fishman Island because of the Summit War. She looked at the two people arguing not far away with some uneasiness. Arlong, since you finally escaped, don't mess around with those people anymore. Shirley had a gloomy face. If it weren't for the blood relationship, she wouldn't want to care about her half-brother. Arlong said angrily. Now that the Fishman Island has lost its shelter, those hateful humans have started to think about it again. Dragon Palace City is useless. It's better to rely on ourselves. He almost died at the hands of Nami in Sabaody Archipelago. If the other party didn't want him to live a miserable life in Impel Down, if the red hair pirates didn't break Impel Down, he would be just as Nay expected. Shirley frowned. It's not as serious as you said. Advertisement, we can walk freely on the Sabaody Archipelago. The Hunter Guild has established a branch on the Fishmen Island. The future of the Fishmen Island will also be better. I advise you not to anger humans, so as not to bring disaster to everyone. Bang. Arlong slammed his fist on the counter, suppressing his anger. So what is the matter that you called me here this time? If nothing, I will go back. Shirley slowly exhaled a cigarette. It's okay, you can go. You, Arlong was furious. C came here just to say this? He walked to the door of the cafe with anger, but he never took a step forward and his body was shaking. Kami was a little confused. Arlong turned around suddenly, with horror in his bloodshot eyes. He stared at Shirley and trembled. Do you know something? Shirley shook her head gently. I don't know. Kami saw the scene outside through Arlong and covered her mouth in shock. Holdy Jones and the others were captured. Shirley was shocked and stood up and floated to the door. On the street outside the door, Sharkstar and the Poseidon army walked through the street. Oh, each person's mount carried a fishman. Vanderdecken IX was miserable, with only half of his body left. If it weren't for his features, he would not be recognized. The people of the new Fishman pirates were not much better. Except for Holdy Jones, who was still alive, the rest were silent. Arlong shouted in horror, you really don't know? Shirley shook her head again. I'm just uneasy and think something might happen. She called Sharkstar. Prince, what's going on? Sharkstar, who was moving slowly forward, stopped when he heard the words. It's Shirley. He glanced at Arlong in the cafe and explained. It's the hand that Lancelot grew. He came to the Fishman Island as a guest. When we were heading to Dragon Palace City, it happened that Vanderdecken IX was making trouble again. President Lancelot helped and killed these guys drunk. Cammy's eyes were shining. President Lancelot came to the Fishman Island? Where is he? Sharkstar looked at Cammy, who was like a little fangirl, and immediately smiled. He is a guest in Dragon Palace City. Shirley was a little surprised. Didn't he help you deal with these people? Shouldn't he be with you? Of course not. Sharkstar's face was full of awe. He was out of Dragon Palace City at the time. Only one arrow was shot, and then these people are like this. These people were on the Ark Noah at the time. Douf. Not only Shirley and the others were frightened, but also the crowd watching. They knew how far away Ryugu City was from Noah. How powerful must one be to be able to launch an attack at such a long distance and still hit the enemy? Plop. Arlong's body stiffened and fell to the ground. Kami hurried forward and found that Arlong was mumbling something, laughing and crying. When touched by Kami, his body seemed to be electrocuted, and he rolled and crawled into the corner. Don't kill me, don't kill me, he. After a while, everyone looked at each other. Arlong was actually stunned by the shock. Shirley glanced at him, turned back and said to Sharkstar. I'm going to Ryugu City too, is that okay? Sharkstar agreed without thinking. Of course, no problem. Shirley has always had a good relationship with Ryugujo, and Neptune often asks her for divination. Kami pulled Shirley's hand. She whispered. Can I go with you? 82. Shirley's divination. Big changes in the Hunter Guild? The banquet in Ryugu Castle was in full swing. Because of Lancelot, Neptune was relieved to call out Shirahoshi. When everyone saw the shy Shirahoshi, they couldn't help but admire her. As Lancelot said to them, she was still very young, but her beauty was fully revealed. Although she was less stunning, she was innocent and made people want to protect her. Father, I'm back. Sharkstar came in with a group of people. Everyone looked over and saw the miserable Vanderdecken Ix and the new Fishman pirates at a glance. The people in Ryugu Castle stood up in a hurry. Shirahoshi was frightened again, hiding behind everyone with a pale face, looking pitiful. Aisha, who claimed to be a brave Shandia warrior, couldn't stand Shirahoshi's behavior. Aren't you too timid? Yes, I'm sorry. After confirming, Neptune came to Lancelot. President Lancelot, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Shirahoshi would have to hide in the house and not dare to come out. Shirahoshi, woo-woo, is here to thank President Lancelot. Shirahoshi came over timidly. Thank you. While thanking him, he was also full of curiosity about this young human. What kind of person is this person who solved his years of troubles? President Lancelot, this is Mrs. Shirley. She is a fortune teller, and her predictions are very accurate. Oh, Lancelot looked at Shirley in surprise, and his eyes lit up immediately. What a cold and beautiful mermaid. Hello, Lord Lancelot. Shirley bowed slightly, and the first line never left Lancelot. She predicted the occurrence of the Summit War, the death of Whitebeard, and the arrival of a new era. But in all the divinations, the person in front of her was the only one missing. She had divined on a whim before. The information obtained from the divination was very vague, and she only knew that something big would happen. That's why she called Arlong to the cafe. Then Holdy Jones and the others got into trouble. Although Arlong escaped, he was stunned. Hello, Madam Shaw. Lancelot wanted to try Shirley's divination. Madam Shirley, can you help me with divination? Shirley hesitated, but still agreed. Take out the food and move your hands back and forth on the crystal ball. The eyes of the whole audience fell on her and the crystal ball. Everyone was curious about what the result of Shirley's divination would be. After a long time, Shirley stopped divination. Advertisement. She looked at Lancelot and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Lancelot asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is it a bad result?" Shirley shook his head. "No, I only predicted that the Hunter Guild will have a major change in the future. I didn't predict whether it will be good or bad. This is the result again. It seems that as long as it is related to this man, the divination is disturbed." Lancelot frowned slightly. Major change? The only thing he could think of was the red hair pirates, but he did not rule out other reasons. The atmosphere on the field was a little quiet because of Shirley's divination. Although the Fishmen Island is on the bottom of the sea, if the Hunter Guild has a major change, it will also have a great impact on them. Especially now that they still rely on each other to protect the Fishmen Island. "Father, I want to go to the Sea Force to see," Shirahoshi's weak voice sounded, bringing everyone back to their senses. Neptune knew that Shirahoshi had always wanted to see Princess Odahime. Now that the matter of Vanderdecken X has been resolved, there is no need to worry. "Go. Let Sharkstar take you. Let me and Yamato accompany you. Princess Shirahoshi, go." Everyone looked at Robin, and she smiled. "I also want to see the sea forest. I heard there are many beautiful corals there. With us here, Princess Shirahoshi won't get into trouble." Aisha immediately raised her hand. I'll go too. Golden Week, who had always been quiet, also stood up. With Yamato and the others here, Neptune is of course safe and secure. But he still suggested, "Do you want me to have someone guide you?" Robin was about to refuse, but Kimmy, who had always been a little transparent, suddenly volunteered. "I can be a guide. Wait for the girls to leave." Neptune restrained his smile and looked serious. "President Lancelot, to be honest, now that the Fishmen Island has lost the protection of Newgate, we are beginning to be a little overwhelmed. The Sabaody archipelago direction is fine, but there are still many pirates and human traffickers coming to the Fishmen Island to make trouble on the New World side. This time I invited you to Ryubu City as a guest, first to fulfill the hospitality of the host. The second is to seek your protection." Lancelot was surprised. "King Neptune, the Fishmen Island has solved the trouble of building a branch of the Hunters Guild. Why do you still want my protection?" Duh. Neptune didn't need this, but wanted Lancelot to send a strong man to the Fishmen Island. This is the only way to deter those who have bad intentions. As if she saw what he was thinking, Lancelot smiled and said, "This time I went to New World. In addition to attending the inauguration ceremony of Marine Marshal, it was also to build another branch near the entrance of New World. In the future, I may also include the islands near the entrance. Then it will not be so easy for those pirates, traffickers, etc. to enter and exit Fisherman Island." Neptune was overjoyed when he heard this, and the safety of the Fishmen Island would be improved. But he soon reacted. He asked carefully, "Is the Hunter Guild planning to enter the New World?" Advertisement. Lancelot smiled and shook his head and did not answer the question. When Robin and his party were heading to the Sea Forest, Kami explained to everyone from time to time, and also asked about Lancelot's affairs in a roundabout way. Of course, several women saw her little thoughts and they could only smile helplessly. Who would have thought that Lancelot also had a little fangirl on the Fishmen Island? Arrived at the Sea Forest. When Shirahoshi was paying tribute to Princess Odahime, Robin and the others also finished copying the historical text. Seeing Shirahoshi crying like a child, they all felt emotional. His mother's grave is on the Fishmen Island, but Shirahoshi has never had a chance to come and see it. If it weren't for Lancelot, Shirahoshi probably wouldn't know how long he would have to wait. After the memorial service, Shirahoshi was not in high spirits, and Robin gave Aisha a look. "Hey, crybaby, let me tell you, the world outside is wonderful." Shirahoshi looked at her confusedly. Aisha continued, "Do you know that there are many magical races outside, the Fur Tribe, the Long-Handed Tribe, the Little People Tribe, the Giant Tribe? All kinds of delicious food and magical islands. Do you know that there is a sky island 10,000 meters above the sky?" Listening to Aisha's description, Shirahoshi was fascinated. Even Kami, who had been to Sabaody, wanted to see those places. "That's great. I want to see the outside world, too." Shirahoshi was a little envious, but then his expression dimmed again. "But I may not have the chance to leave the Fishmen Island. My father said that the outside world is too dangerous. Many people go out and never come back." No, Aisha shook her index finger, looking like she was not very young. "Is there no danger in the Fishmen Island? Haven't you been hiding in your room all these years?" "I've been staying in the Fishmen Island, but I'm just staying in a bigger room." Aisha became more and more excited. "So, go out of the Fishmen Island and see the wonders of the sea." 13.8. "You will find that in front of the colorful world, no danger is to be feared. Crybaby, don't let yourself become a frog in the well. Go out and see the world, make yourself stronger." Shirahoshi was so excited that he raised his fist. He vowed, "You are right, I want to go out of the Fishmen Island. I want to see what the world my mother longs for is like." Kami was stunned. What happened? Why did Princess Shirahoshi suddenly look like, "The world is so big, I want to see it"? But Shirahoshi's passion cooled down in a short while. He said weakly, "It's still not possible. The outside world is too dangerous. I don't know anything and I don't have the ability to protect myself." Aisha was a bit disappointed and scolded, "Crybaby. Do you only want to be a crybaby forever?" Shirahoshi looked pitiful. "Of course I don't want to. but I really can't do it. 83. Sengoku. I will definitely be the grandpa, and even God can't stop me. I say it, please give me some flowers and votes. The banquet in Ryugu Castle came to an end, and Robin and the others returned. Under Neptune's astonished gaze, Shirahoshi came to Lancelot with an excited expression and bowed deeply. Lord Lancelot, please let me join the Hunters Guild. The entire banquet hall was silent, and everyone stared at Shirahoshi blankly. Is this still their timid and crying princess? Lancelot was also surprised. Why did she join the Hunters Guild just after going out? He glanced at Robin, who was smiling like a fox, and suddenly understood. It is estimated that Shirahoshi was given some kind of magic potion and made the decision in a moment of excitement. Neptune hurried forward. Shirahoshi, don't cause trouble for President Lancelot. He apologized to Lancelot again. Sorry, Shirahoshi is ignorant, I will explain it to her. Shirahoshi said aggrievedly, Father, I also want to see the outside world. I can learn a lot from President Lancelot. Please agree. No, you are still young. Even if you want to go, you have to wait a few years. Lancelot stopped Neptune and looked at Shirahoshi. Your Highness, I understand your feelings, but King Neptune is right. You are too weak now. You have no power to protect yourself when you go out. Seeing that Shirahoshi was a little disappointed, he continued. How about this? I agree to join the Hunter Guild, but you can't go out to sea now. Wait until the guild headquarters moves to New World, and you go to the headquarters to study for a period of time. The disappointment on Shirahoshi's face disappeared instantly, and he said in surprise, Really? Thank you, President. Neptune opened his mouth, but seeing Shirahoshi's joy, he finally sighed helplessly. Shirahoshi has been through too much hardship these years, and has developed a timid character. Now that she has finally developed a positive trend, her dream has been broken. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to her. Fortunately, the Hunter Guild is strong enough and friendly to the Fishmen Island, so it is not a problem to shelter Shirahoshi. The only worry is whether Shirahoshi's secret will be discovered, which will cause a lot of trouble. It seems that we have to find a way to prevent Shirahoshi from exposing the secret. Is it really not that simple? Lancelot did not receive the cheat prompt, which means that the Poseidon mission has not been completed. I was relieved after thinking about it. After all, it was a mission to reward the 7-color rod. He defeated the Red Hair Pirates and fought to the death in the Summit War to get it. Even if it is Uda's mission was also completed by chance. If Shirahoshi was so simple, it would not be worthy of the reward of the 7-color rod. Too thorough. How thorough does it have to be? Such a feeling came out again in his heart. With Lancelot's previous deterrence, the construction of the Hunter Guild branch of the Fishmen Island was no longer disturbed. Those guys who wanted to catch fishermen and mermaids, after seeing the Hunter Guild flags hanging high on the Fishmen Island, all stopped. No one would risk offending the Hunter Guild at this time, especially when the Golden Shira and the Red Demon were there. It would be no different from seeking death. After staying in the Fishmen Island for 2 days, Lancelot set off again. Akaino's inauguration ceremony was about to begin, and if he didn't go, he would miss it. Advertisement: New Marineford. Compared with the original Marineford, the new naval headquarters is less majestic and more solemn. After all, this is New World, and it was rebuilt by the G1 branch. However, today's new naval headquarters is more festive, and the people coming and going Marines were all smiling, and there were many invited guests among them. The appearance of Sakura Flower Unicorn undoubtedly became the focus. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Lancelot and others got off the boat. Robin, wearing a fox mask, was a little helpless. Mr. President, I'd better not attend this kind of occasion, right? She is a son of a demon, a thorn in the eyes of the world government. Is it really okay for her to attend the inauguration ceremony of the new Marine Marshal? Lancelot was searching in the crowd, and he couldn't help laughing when he heard it. What's the matter? If there is a chance, I will take you to Mangekyō, just under their noses. Robin rolled his eyes at him, thinking it was just a joke. Following the lead of Marine into the headquarters building, they happened to meet a few old guys who had nothing to do. Hey, my great inspector. Why are you pale? Looking at the B***************, D who was walking towards him in a startled manner, Sengoku's face twitched. It's because of you, no way. I love you so much, I've been worried about you these days, and I haven't been able to eat or sleep well because of this. Lancelot smiled and looked at Sengoku's hair, which was mostly white, and reached out to touch it. I said, you didn't dye your hair before, did you? Sengoku's heart was a little blocked. Can't this be D talk properly? He ignored Lancelot and looked at the people he brought with him, Nico wearing a fox mask, and Yamato holding a mace. Golden Week eating donuts, and Aisha who had never seen him before. His eyes fell on Aisha. Those who could be brought around by Lancelot, even children, were not simple. Won't you introduce this child to me? Lancelot smiled and pushed Aisha forward. Aisha, this is your grandpa Sengoku, call me grandpa. Grandma, I'm here to see. Aisha hadn't spoken yet and saw that Golden Week, Vice Admiral of Crane, had already started shouting. Seeing many people around her looking at her curiously, Vice Admiral he nodded helplessly. With her status, it was difficult for her to attack Golden Week. She glared at Lancelot obscurely. It really came true. If she shouted a few more times in crowded places, it would come true. Aisha blinked and looked at Sengoku, who looked a little confused. Grandpa Sengoku? Sengoku also glared at Lancelot, and did not respond to Aisha's greeting, but asked, your name is Aisha? Yes, Grandpa Sengoku. Sengoku choked and continued to ask. It must be amazing to have your president take you with you, right? Lancelot was speechless. If he really wanted to ask, why didn't he just ask him directly? He had to take a detour. Advertisement Aisha was still naive. When she heard the words, a proud look appeared on her face and she raised her index finger. Huh. A ball of flame appeared out of thin air and turned into various small animals under Aisha's control. Sengoku, Vice Admiral and others were stunned. Why did this ability look so familiar? Mera Mera Fruit. Aisha smiled and said, that's right, I am Mera Mera Fruit ability user. Fire Fist Aisha. 320 people blurted out, attracting everyone's attention. The man scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I spoke too quickly. Aisha said dissatisfiedly. What Fire Fist? I am much stronger than that ace. It is the owner of natural observation Hawkeye that the president said is rarer than any dominant Hawkeye. Also, Aisha is the messenger of God. Please call me Fire God Aisha. What? Aisha is a Mera Mera Fruit ability user, which is enough to surprise them. Unexpectedly, she is also a natural observation Hawkeye owner. What is the difference between natural and acquired? Let's put it this way, the latter is an active skill, and it needs to be practiced to improve. The spirit must be concentrated enough in the battle, otherwise it will be sometimes effective and sometimes not. The former is passive and active. From the beginning, the level is very high. As long as you are willing to automatically sense at any time, the effect will be stronger when it is released actively. Sengoku suddenly turned his head and stared at Lancelot, his eyes were red. Boy, I'm determined to be the grandpa, no god can stop me, I said. From today on, Aisha will follow me, and she will definitely become the pillar of Marine in the future. Lancelot. Enel can't stop you, but have you asked for my opinion? Take Aisha's little hand and glance at the excited Sengoku. You think too much, we are just here to show off, the pillar of Marine is not as good as the Hunter Guild? Sengoku was really Versailles, and the envy and jealousy in his eyes were not concealed at all. What kind of shit luck did you have? You can meet such a good seedling, why don't I have this good luck? 84. Robin, give it to me. Yamato. I want some too. Give me some flowers and votes. Akainu came with a group of Marine generals while they were talking. Unlike the dark red suit, he had changed into a white uniform, but he still wore a rose on his chest. Stopping in front of them, Akainu looked at Lancelot calmly, his voice was not much ripples. Are you here? Lancelot also knew Akainu's character, it would be strange if he could be enthusiastic. Yes, much more powerful than Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku's face was a little dark, why did he bring himself up? Akainu also knew Lancelot's character, and changed the subject. I heard you want Punk Hazard? Is it so direct? Lancelot did not hide it. The Hunter Guild still has to move closer to New World. It is not appropriate to build the headquarters on someone else's territory or just find a small island. Akainu also knew this. The Hunter Guild is not as famous as before. More and more people have joined. It needs 10 territories that belong to it completely. As for the Sobel Kingdom in South Blue, it is too remote. Everyone knows that the great secret treasure of One Piece is likely to be in the New World, and all the forces and strong men will gather in the New World in the future. Punk Hazard can be given to you. Conditions. Assist Marine to clear out the pirates in the first half of the New World, and suppress them in the second half. Time. Within 3 years. Okay. Lancelot stretched out his hand and shook Akainu gently, and they saw the light in each other's eyes. Marine's apparent purpose is to suppress the pirates and force them to retreat to the back of the New World. It is difficult to do this, and the current Marine does not have this ability. Not to mention Marine, even if the Hunter Guild is added, it will not work. Excessive pressure may trigger a crazy counterattack by the pirates. Therefore, the real purpose of Marine is to let the Hunter Guild stand in the front and give itself time to recover. The sea area at the entrance of the New World will gradually be controlled by Marine. Starting from Dressrosa, it is the Kingdom of Pirates. And the sea area of Punk Hazard is the buffer zone between Marine and pirates. Lancelot let go of his hand, then I'll wait for your good news. It's useless for Akainu to make a unilateral decision. The world government needs to agree. He flipped his hand and a beautiful box appeared. He handed it to Akainu. Congratulations on your promotion and salary increase. This is a small gift. Akainu took it and made a rare joke. Is this a bribe? When he opened the box and saw that it contained a stack of cards and coupons with Gulen Tesoros pattern printed on them, his mouth twitched slightly. Lancelot raised his eyebrows at him. Is this not a bribe? It's true, but I can't use it myself. Forget it, I'll give it to the people below in the future as a welfare. Thinking of this, Akainu put away the box and saw Lancelot took out another stack of cards and coupons. After a closer look, they were concert tickets. Advertisement, come on, everyone has one. Lancelot gave a few tickets to each of the Marine executives. Uda's concert is at the end of the month, if you have time, go and support her. Oh, this is the best audience seat, I'm planning to line up to buy it. The voice was full of surprise and excitement, and it was obvious that this person was a fan of Uda. Looking at the sound, it was a guy who was not much worse than Kizaru. Kaji grabbed Lancelot's hand. Brother, I like your gift so much, I will definitely support you when the time comes. To be honest, since I saw Miss Uda's performance at Gulen Tesoro, I have no interest in other singers anymore, look. As he said this, he unbuttoned his suit, revealing a t-shirt with Uda's portrait printed on it, and there was a signature on it. This is a real fan. Lancelot didn't think it was a big deal. Fans are all like this, and they're even more fanatical than Kaji. Watching the two of them discussing the world diva, Ren was speechless. Vice Admiral, he looked at the ticket in her hand, then at Lancelot. She had been studying him for some time, and she always felt that there was something fishy going on. Is it really just as simple as inviting them to the concert? The ceremony was held as scheduled, and Akainu delivered his inauguration speech. Compared with Sengoku's steadiness, his words were full of radicalism and strength. Lancelot listened with great interest. Being strong is good. A strong marine marshal is destined to be at odds with the world government, and the contradiction between the two sides will become greater and greater until one side gives in, or... You kid is smiling so sinisterly. What bad idea are you planning? As a special guest and a powerful man who is famous in the sea, Lancelot's seat is in the front row, next to Sengoku, and the old guy is on guard at this time. Lancelot restrained his expression, coughed lightly, and whispered. I was thinking that when we eat later, I should sit at the table with the children. Sengoku, what the hell? You have to sit at the table with the children? After all, you are the leader of the Hunter Guild and the holder of the title of the strongest in the world. You should have some dignity. In the end, Lancelot still couldn't sit at the table with the children, and could only compete with a group of marine executives at the main table for food. After leaving the new Marineford, headed towards Gulen Tesoro. Splash. A big fish was thrown onto the deck. Sinslot opened the panel. Fishing success, points plus 100, another 100, are all the sea kings in the new world lying down? The special bait didn't work much, it could only increase the success rate of fishing a little. In the end it was still because of lack of luck. But the points at least broke through the 60,000 mark. Ultimate Fisherman. Host. Guild Lancelot. Talents. Visitor from another world. Taijutsu Grandmaster, Chi and Blood like a pillar. Swordsmanship Grandmaster, Musician. Top Conquerors, Observation Hockey Advanced, Armament Hockey Advanced, Eternal Mangekyō. Advertisement, points. 60,050, items. Purple Gold Rod X5, Diamond Rod X2, Primary Synthesis Card X2, Intermediate Synthesis Card X2, Advanced Synthesis Card X2, Pluton Blueprint, Artificial Devil Fruit, Dragon, Shock Fruit, Lion Fruit, Yellow Spring Fruit, Munch Fruit, Fawn. Without hesitation, he exchanged for 100 bronze rods and 100 silver rods. He took out the Den Mushi and dialed Tesoro's number directly. My stupid Oni-san, how have you been recently? Tesoro sneered. I don't come to you for no reason, what do you want me to do? Look at what you said, can't I care about you if there is nothing? Hurry up and tell me, I have something to deal with, and I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. This B*** D cousin, he throws everything to others, he is relaxed, unlike me, who has to take care of everything and is tired like a dog. Okay, there is something, remember what I told you last time? Tesoro raised his eyebrows slightly. Bakara? Yes, I'm going to try now. Wait. After waiting for 10 minutes, Tesoro's voice came. Okay, how long will it take? 1 or 2 hours, by the way. Let Bakara wear more clothes and wear more of her own things on her body. Contact me immediately if it succeeds. After hanging up the phone, Lancelot rubbed his hands. If it didn't succeed, he could only accumulate points again. Fishing success, points plus 10, fishing failure, points plus 0. Fishing success, points plus 50, as Lancelot swung the rod again and again, a lot of items piled up on the board. There were long knives, muskets, smelly socks, small animals, and some special items, such as navigation knowledge, trace hockey, physical skills, Li Jiaohao, and swordsmanship. Of course, there were also air forces, but not many times. Unfortunately, after more than 100 rods, there was still no good news from Tesoro. If you draw cards, you will get addicted, and so will the Fate fishing rod. He cast dozens of rods in a row, until there were only a dozen rods left. Lancelot looked at the sky with lifeless eyes, because he lost his ability to think. After a long while, he suddenly turned his head, his expression crazy. Miss Nicole, lend your luck to the bar. Robin, who was reading a book, raised her eyes slightly. She also read it for a while before, but then she lost interest. Seeing her own president lose control like this, she couldn't help but chuckle and got up from the beach chair. Her cool outfit was full of charm as she walked. She came to Lancelot and pecked him on the face. My dear president, I hope you have good luck next time. I want it too, I want it too. Yamato shouted and rushed over, slapping him hard. Captain, I will give you all my luck. She seemed to have done something great, and her expression was excited and happy. Lancelot and Robin looked at each other, because teaching in this regard was on the agenda. 85. Lancelot. Boss, it's your turn to show your prowess. With the buff added by the two women, Lancelot was full of fighting spirit. Fishing success, points plus 400, wow, a big fish. Lancelot was overjoyed. This was the highest number of points he had ever received. Even if he caught Mangekyō Sharingan, it was not as high as this. He immediately looked at the ring in his hand. The style was nothing special, it was just an ordinary ring with a pattern printed on it. But when he picked it up and looked at it carefully, a golden light emanated from the inside of the ring. The golden light was soft, mysterious, and dreamy, deeply attracting those who saw it. Lancelot thought of something and his eyes gradually widened. Pure gold? Isn't this the ring on Orochi's hand? Robin heard the word pure gold and came over to observe the ring. When he saw the pattern on it, he was slightly surprised. Is it the text of alchemy? Yamato tilted his head. What rice? Aisha and Golden Week also came over, and when they saw the light of pure gold, they could not take their eyes away. Such pure golden light, Robin explained. In alchemy, a man named Messina Ozzy once studied the technology of cold refining metals there. He refined a metal called pure gold, which is a legendary metal that can shine even in the dark. It is said that it has a huge value that can buy the world. Since ancient times, people have been looking for this pure gold, but it is said that those who get it will bring disaster to themselves. Several people listened with relish, and Lancelot smiled and shook his head. Pure gold is a very magical metal. The reason why it is said to bring disaster to those who get it is nothing more than everyone wants to get it. Once others know about it, countless people will flock to it, because the secret treasure is inferior to it. What? Several people stared with eyes wide open, with an expression of disbelief. Yamato swallowed his saliva. Captain, is this really more valuable than the great secret treasure? Lancelot smiled mysteriously. You will know later. Put away the ring and warned. Don't make this public. If others know about it, we will become the target of all doctors. Oh. Lancelot continued his unfinished business until he used up all the bronze and silver rods, and even exchanged all the newly obtained points, but he still didn't catch the items on Bakara. In addition to being disappointed, he became more determined to get the lucky fruit. Looking at the endless sea, he thought about it and took out the ring again. Since we have time, why not fish for Lantern Lord? Although it's like looking for a needle in a haystack, what if you get hooked? If you want to do it, do it. Tie the ring to a special fishing line and throw it forward. The pure gold ring draws a parabola and falls into the sea. Somewhat worried, the armed color is wrapped around the fishing rod, and it also brings the fishing line also turned black. Advertisement. Is it okay now? I don't know if it was a blessing in disguise. In the next few days, many creatures were interested in the golden ring. Lancelot caught various fish one after another. However, the Lantern Master was still nowhere to be seen. Seeing that it was less than half a day's sail away from Gulen Tesoro, he retracted the fishing line disappointedly. It's really hard to meet Lantern Master without the halo. As soon as he sighed, his expression suddenly froze. A huge black shadow appeared under the sea, and light could be vaguely seen flashing through the seawater. Lancelot stood up straight and opened his observation color while reeling in the line quickly. Splash! The sea surged, and the black shadow chasing the pure gold ring jumped out of the water, opened its mouth wide and sucked in the nearby seawater. Wow, what a big fish! Aisha exclaimed and trotted over. This was the first time she had seen such a big fish, even and I haven't encountered it before when I was on the Fishman Island. Yamato picked up the mace and stared at the fish that was as big as an island. Do you want to get rid of it? Lancelot waved his hands hurriedly, staring at the front with shining eyes. No, that's my beloved friend. Robin immediately understood after hearing this, and those who can be called beloved friends by the president must have treasures. What should we do next? Should we avoid it first? Lancelot pointed to the big mouth in front. Go in. Aisha and Golden Week's expressions froze and swallowed their saliva. What a joke, even if the president is very powerful, are they sure they won't be digested in the fish's stomach? President, do you want to think about it again? Consider. What a joke, if you miss this time, I don't know if you can catch Lantern next time. Amid the screams of the two girls, Sakura Flower Unicorn rushed into Lantern's mouth with an unstoppable momentum. Boom. A few minutes later, the darkness faded and the light re-entered the field of vision. Sakura Flower Unicorn hit the water heavily, splashing huge water. After standing firm again, he shook his head and saw the scenery outside, and Lancelot's mouth curled up. Oda, the old thief, is not deceiving me. Let's go. Today is our super lucky day. Not far away was the land. Lancelot picked up Robin, and Yamato picked up the two little guys and jumped directly over there. After landing, Robin observed the surrounding environment and exclaimed, I didn't expect there is such a large space inside, and the ecological environment has not been affected. Aisha suddenly looked in one direction and pulled the corner of Lancelot's clothes. Several people looked at it together. After a while, there was a rustling sound from the distant jungle, and then a sneaky little head secretly poked out. The eyeballs rolled around, revealing cleverness. It seemed to be surprised that someone was there, and it shrank back with a scream, and waited for a while before poking its head out again. Seeing that Lancelot and the others didn't seem to pose any threat, she walked out of the bushes. Advertisement. It was a little blonde girl. As she walked towards the few people, she looked up and down, her eyes full of surprise, excitement, and of course vigilance. Hey, were you swallowed by Lantern Master? Robin looked at the president strangely. Is there someone in the belly of this fish? Lancelot certainly knew the other party, Miskina. Oroja, the daughter of the guy who invented pure gold. What's so strange about this? Didn't we come in too? How can this be the same? Robin looked at Oroja. Hey, little guy, how long have you been in here? How did you survive? Oroja was furious. She pointed at Robin and cursed. Who are you calling a little guy? You are the little guy, and your whole family is a little guy. She has lived for more than 200 years, and it's enough for her to be the other party's great-grandmother. Huh? Robin narrowed her eyes slightly, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Obviously not scary, but Oroja suddenly trembled, and always felt that the other party was very scary. He quickly calmed down, crossed his arms, and looked proud. Humph, you have more people, so what? You are still in the stomach of Lantern Master. Don't think about getting out once you get in here. X. 199. I know you better than you. If you want to survive, follow me in the future. I will protect you. He said that he compared himself with his thumb to show that he was very powerful. Seeing that several people had strange expressions, as if they didn't believe it, Oroja took out a knife from behind, and his little face changed to a fierce look. Hey, see, I have a weapon. If you don't listen, I will kill you. Do you believe it? Hey, this little guy is really fearless. Lancelot nodded. Well, what you said makes sense, boss, then we will follow you in the future. Robin and the others' expressions suddenly became weird. What is the president going to do? Oroja showed a satisfied smile. After nearly 200 years, he finally met his kind and got a few younger brothers. It was a good day worth celebrating. I decided to take out my treasured dried fish today to reward myself. Lancelot crossed his arms and pointed at Olga's back. So, boss, now that trouble has come, shouldn't you show your heroic spirit and solve the trouble? Da. As if to cooperate with Lancelot's words, a beast roared behind Oroja, followed by the ground shaking. Oroja's body trembled, the smug look on his face disappeared, and only fear remained in his eyes. Looking back, he saw 3 carnivorous dinosaurs rushing towards him, with sharp fangs visible in their open and ferocious mouths. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. 86. Pure gold is in hand, and munch fruit is found. Run, these 3 big guys are hard to deal with, they will be eaten. Then the short legs ran madly, complaining as they ran. What bad luck, these 3 guys must have been attracted by the noise just now, sooner or later, they will be eaten. Damn it, Elizabeth is not here today, I can't escape from the stomach acid. Hey, they don't seem to catch up. Oroja noticed that there was no footsteps behind him, and was immediately startled and turned back quickly. Hey, hurry up. The last word, run, could not be said, and his eyes were about to bulge out. The blonde man who had always seemed very gentle patted the girl's head calmly. The latter raised the corner of her mouth, stretched out her index and middle fingers, and a ball of fire appeared out of thin air. Fire gun, swish, swish, swish. 3 flames shot out from the girl's fingertips one after another. Then, Oroja was horrified to find that the 3 nightmare-like existences for him had a ball of blood on their heads, and their bodies rushed forward a few steps and fell to the ground. Under the action of inertia, they slid all the way to the feet of the blonde man, stopped less than half a meter away, and stood still. The other party did not even move his feet, and was a little scary calm. Lancelot turned his head and looked at Oroja, showing a gentle smile. Boss, are you satisfied with the performance of the brothers? Oroja's mouth twitched and her eyelids twitched wildly. This gentle smile was like a devil's smile. Are they so powerful? I won't be killed by him, will I? I didn't do anything excessive to them just now, right? Thinking of this, she showed a far-fetched smile. It's okay? Lancelot didn't tease her anymore. After all, it's not easy for a person to live alone here for 200 years. We are going to get something and leave after getting it. Are you going with us or waiting for us here? Oroja barely regained his composure. Leave? You're kidding, right? How can you get out after entering here? Seeing that the other party ignored him, he walked towards the next stomach of Lantern Master, and his eyes rolled. I don't know what he thought of. He touched his chin like a little adult, showing a bad smile. Hey, wait for me, I'm familiar with this place, I'll take you to whatever you want to find. There was no trouble along the way, even if there was trouble, it was not a big deal for Lancelot. Arrived at the 3rd stomach, where the pure gold was hidden, on the isolated island in the gastric acid lake. Are you really here to find pure gold? Oroja felt very strange, the other party's purpose was too clear, the more so, the more it explained the problem. It has been 200 years, who would know that there was pure gold in Lantern Master's stomach? Let's go, in as Oroja screamed, Lancelot lifted her up, jumped into the air, and returned to the island. Huh? Advertisement. Oroja was surprised. It actually flew up? How did you do it? Can you teach me? Lancelot took a deep breath. If you talk too much, I'll throw you down. His hands trembled as he spoke, and Olga was scared to shut up. But he quickly calculated in his mind, and the possibility of leaving here increased a few points. After landing, following Oroja's guidance, several people arrived at the bottom of the deep pit, which was the final place where pure gold was stored. Oroja quickly observed the surrounding situation, her brain worked quickly, and then she began her performance. See, that is the secret room where pure gold is hidden, and the key is used to open the door of the secret room. There are all mechanisms around the key. What do you think? I am not very powerful. Oroja looked proud, with her nose tilted high. Lancelot looked at Oroja meaningfully. You are such a clever little ghost. Bang. Yamato stepped down heavily. Whatever the mechanism, I'll go get the key. Lancelot grabbed her, fumbled on the wall of the passage for a moment, and then tapped it lightly. A mechanism turned over. Lancelot opened the mechanism, and the floor in front opened up, revealing an entrance. Seeing this scene, Oroja's eyes almost popped out. The index finger trembled and pointed at Lancelot. What do you mean, you, right? He picked up Oroja's collar and jumped into the entrance. Robin and Yamato looked at each other and thought, this president is too good, right? After walking for a distance in the darkness, they finally stopped in front of a room. The moment they opened the door, a soft light shone from inside. BB. When Orogia saw the golden object on the table, she was stunned. Yes, that is pure gold. The goal was achieved, and they returned with the pure gold. On the way back, they did not forget Orogia's father. The father and daughter recognized each other and the misunderstanding was resolved. Thank you very much, Mr. Lancelot. Ozzy bowed to Lancelot and thanked him. Both he and Orogia thought that the other was gone, but they did not expect to see each other again one day. No need to thank me, it's just a matter of convenience. Lancelot smiled and said, get ready, we're leaving. Athie hurriedly asked, do you have a way to get out? It's just a small matter, but Mr. Ozzy, have you thought about your plans after you get out? Lancelot had long wanted to find a suitable person for Munch Fruit, and Ozzy was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Even if he didn't refine pure gold, he was an expert in metallurgy, a top-notch one. Athie replied casually, it should be to find a way to cure Orogia's disease, and then find a deserted place to spend the rest of my life, that's about it. Have you ever thought about working for me? Athie was stunned, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, Mr. Lancelot. If you need me to refine pure gold for you, I'm sorry, I swear I will never refine pure gold again. And I don't recommend Mr. Lancelot to do this, the pure gold in your hand is enough for you to use. Lancelot couldn't help shaking his head and laughing, you misunderstood, I don't need pure gold much. Advertisement, I don't need you to refine pure gold for me, I just like your professional skills in metallurgy. The pure gold in his hand is enough to make dozens of rings. The reason why he came into the body of the Lantern Master is mostly for Athie. Otherwise, he would just take it directly from the lantern on the head of the Lantern Master. Athie was relieved. That's not a problem. After all, you reunited us, and we have to repay you for your kindness. Of course, the premise is that we can get out of here. Back on the Sakura Flower Unicorn, Oro looked around curiously. Over the years, there are wreckages of ships that have been swallowed, but this is the first time she has seen such a complete and cool one. After her curiosity, she ran to Lancelot again. You said you would take me away from this damn place, how do we leave? Athie was also very excited. Yes, Mr. Lancelot, do you really have a way to get out of this place? Oh, Lancelot waved his hand, signaling them not to worry. It's easy to get out, just get out the same way you got in. The two were stunned and looked at each other. Athie hesitated and said, you mean, we have to go out through the esophagus of Lantern Master in its mouth? This seems a bit unreliable. Lancelot knew they were thinking the wrong thing, and explained. Although the process is the same, the method is not what you think. We just need to let Lord Lantern spit us out. The two were even more confused, because they thought there was no problem. Lancelot was too lazy to explain, and told Yamato. Get ready, we are going to set sail. Looking at the glowing stomach wall above his head, he bent his legs slightly and suddenly ejected, and the whole person was like a cannonball flying through the air. The right fist covered with armament hockey hit the stomach wall heavily. Boom! Like a cannonball exploding, the stomach wall sank deeply, and then a shrill howl came. This space began to vibrate. The gastric juice below boiled and showed a trend of backflow. Oh! Oroja exclaimed repeatedly. It's amazing, Lantern Master is vomiting. It turns out that it's so easy to get out of here, why didn't I think of it at the beginning? Lancelot was speechless about this. Little girl, you are right to have that intention, but you don't have that strength. After just half a day of contact, he knew that Oroja was a jumpy person. Most of the time, he is as unreliable as the Straw Hat Boy, but when it comes to an emergency, he comes up with clever ideas one after another. Soon, Sakura Flower Unicorn spewed out through the esophagus, throat, and big mouth as Lantern Sama vomited. Ah! Oroja and Ashi looked at the surrounding scene, their eyes shining. It's out! It's really out! It's great! The father and daughter jumped, and finally cried with joy. It's been nearly 200 years, finally, the mountain has seen the light of day again. 87. Bold Uda. Lancelot, love me, Lancelot. Uda threw herself into Lancelot's arms, sniffing his breath, and a long-lost sense of security surged in her heart. Since the establishment of the Hunters Guild, they have been separated and have not reunited until now. Lancelot, you must take me with you from now on, okay? Okay. Lancelot gently rubbed the girl's hair. He knew that Uda was very confused during this period and needed company, but he had things one after another. If it weren't for the world concert that made her too busy to think too much, I'm afraid she would become the same as before. Robin winked at the others and left the space for the two. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Uda raised her little face. Lancelot, love me. This is probably the boldest thing the girl has ever done, which shows how much she misses Lancelot and how uneasy she is in her heart. Okay. Lancelot is very gentle, gently caring for the girl, filling the void she has been in these days. But the girl changed her shy attitude and turned the passive, 263, into active, opening and closing, passionate, bold and crazy. When the girl was deeply in love, she cried and complained, and her heavenly voice hummed a tune that outsiders could not hear. Lancelot felt a little distressed and worried. Uda, slow down. The girl showed an innocent smile, but what she said made his scalp tingle. Lancelot, how do I compare with Sister Robin and Sister Hancock? Lancelot said embarrassedly. This cannot be compared, you are you, just like my angel. Uda seemed to be satisfied and sped up a bit. Hiss. I am your angel, and the two sisters are your wings? Looking at the girl's innocent face, what she did at this time brought her a great contrast. Gululu. Lancelot turned over and sang to the serfs. Hey, little girl, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you don't know why the flowers are so red. Uda giggled. Let the storm come harder. The next day. Yesterday's Uda was gone forever, and she returned to her old appearance. But every time she looked at Lancelot, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Uda, how could you do that? You are so shameless. You will definitely be laughed at by Lancelot in the future. Seeing the girl's expression changing, Lancelot tried to hold back his smile. What's wrong? Is our singer not feeling well? He emphasized the word, not feeling well, and Uda, who heard the hidden meaning, blushed. Advertisement. I'm full, I'm going to practice first. Looking at the girls fleeing back, Robin's mouth curled up slightly. Tezulo put down the cutlery and stared at Lancelot. Have you made up your mind? If we fail, the consequences will be serious. Not only will the reputation of the Hunter Guild plummet, but Uda will also lose confidence. Lancelot smiled helplessly. We can't let Uda take risks by herself, right? That girl thought she could suppress and tame Tanjika, Demon Lord, by herself. She thought too simply. Gordon couldn't hide the matter of Tot's music. After finding out that it was Uda who took it, he contacted Lancelot. Last time in the battle with Golden Lion, Lancelot noticed Uda's abnormality. Fortunately, she didn't act rashly, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Tezulo frowned and said, We don't know enough about Tanjika. Are you sure that the unknown creature can really be tamed? Lancelot shook his head. How could he be sure? Although it was successfully contained in the original plot, it was not tamed after all, and Uda also died. Since it is a living creature, or a created creature, we can always find a way to tame it. If it doesn't work once, try twice, and if it doesn't work twice, try 3 times. I believe Uda, Totunjika is tailor-made for her, she will definitely find a solution. Before that, we just need to block Totunjika's backlash for her. Tezzuro shrugged. As long as you think it's okay, you have the final say anyway. After Lancelot defeated Red Hair, Golden Lion, Whitebeard and other strong men one after another, Lancelot has always been the dominant position of the 2 brothers. Tezzuro didn't think it was a big deal. This sea believes in the strong being respected, and Lancelot is much more far-sighted than himself. He looked at Robin. From now on, you will be in charge of Gulen Tezzuro's industry. Lancelot was surprised and said, So soon, I will inherit the family business? Tezzuro's mouth twitched. The Hunter Guild and Gulen Tezzuro are already one. What's the difference between being in my hands and being in your hands? I don't have time to manage it. You have a terminal illness? Get lost. After a pause, Tezzuro said with some resentment. It's because you guys are too desperate and your strength is improving too fast. If Uda has taken control of Totunjika, I may not be able to beat her. Lancelot complained. It's not possible, but I can only be beaten. Tezzuro looked melancholy. I have to work hard to practice, the head of Gulen Tezzuro, the vice president of the Hunters Guild. If I can't even beat the people below, I will be too ashamed to go out and see people. Lancelot nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are too weak. In the Hunters Guild, many people don't realize that they have 2 vice presidents. Advertisement. Tezzuro's expression froze, and he glared at this real brother. If you can't talk, just say less. Looking at Robin again. Is there any problem on your side? Robin was helpless. He really became a cow. The Hunters Guild was busy enough, and Gulen Tezzuro's industry had to be added. Is there any way to live? Looking at his own president. I need help. Let Khalifa should come back from the kingdom of Sobel, she has experience. No problem. Lancelot had no objection. After all, there were too few management talents under his command, so he had to work like a general manager. Feeling guilty, he walked to Robin and took her hand. There was an exquisite ring in his hand, which he put on the black-bellied lady. Robin's eyes were full of light. Is the president proposing to me? If Miss Uda knows about this, I will be in trouble. You are unlucky. It's a blessing not to bully the simple Uda. Lancelot said seriously. No, I just want you to work for me for the rest of your life. Robin smiled as beautifully as a flower when she heard this. She couldn't let go of the ring. Okay, who made you so powerful? I can only give in. This ring is very special, with pure gold embedded inside. From now on, she can also live forever. But compared to immortality, she cares more about the meaning of this ring. Tisk tisk. Tezzuro looked at the 2 with disdain. Did they show off their love to him? Lancelot threw out another ring, but the style was much rougher. Tezzuro's face was a little dark. What do you mean? You gave your woman a 5.6 ring, but you also prepared one for me? I am the Golden Emperor, how can I lack? He couldn't say anything more, because he saw the ring glowing, and it was different from the light emitted by ordinary gold. Thinking of something, his face suddenly became wonderful, and he suddenly looked up at his stinky brother. Lancelot smiled and said, Since you are old, I will keep it fresh for you, so that you won't become old meat in a few years. Where did you get it? Tezzuro's breathing was a little hurried, and he shook the ring in his hand. Do you know that the world government has been looking for this thing for a long time, and even commissioned it from me? I caught it while fishing. If you don't want it, give it back to me. You wish. Tezzulo hurriedly put the ring into his pocket. This is a priceless treasure that can make people immortal. It's enough to exchange it for his Gulen Tezzulo. As for the commission from the world government, what a joke. How could I, the great Golden Emperor, lack such a little benefit? 88. The king of Gold City, Buggy Startup. After several days of sailing, Golden Emporer finally arrived at Elygia. The island, which had been in ruins, finally restored its former prosperity with a large amount of resources invested. In particular, the concert will be held here, attracting a large number of tourists, famous musicians, including marine and pirates. Elygia is now a neutral force, welcoming everyone and prohibiting private fights. With the name of the Hunter Guild, no one will make trouble here. The arrival of Golden Emporer undoubtedly made the atmosphere in Elygia more lively. They finally had the honor of seeing the Golden City, which ordinary people rarely see. Wow, is this the island of music? There are so many people. Oroja, who had been having fun these days, looked around and turned back to shout. Hurry up, you two. Aisha trotted over. Big sister, don't make trouble anymore, otherwise the president will scold us. Golden Week took a bite of the donut and looked calm. It's you two, it has nothing to do with me. Oroja pulled her cheek. I am the boss here, and he should also know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Golden Week slapped her hand away. 17. The president also told us to keep an eye on you and not to let your own affairs slip. Aisha nodded her head in agreement. Yes, if people know about it, it will be very troublesome. Tisk. Oroja said disdainfully. I am very tight-lipped, and that guy doesn't trust me at all. Soon she put the matter behind her and rushed to the island with her two little followers. Lancelot and his group, who came out later, felt helpless as they watched the three little guys disappear in the crowd. Oroja was obviously the weakest, but she became the leader of the trio. She had made a lot of noise on the ship during this period and could be said to be the tyrant of Golden Emporer. Gordon. As soon as he got off the ship, Uda beside him waved in surprise. Not far away, Gordon, who had not been seen for a long time, also responded. Compared with the past, Gordon was now dressed like a celebrity, and the whole person seemed to be a dozen years younger. There were many people accompanying him. Judging from their temperament, they were either musicians or nobles. Gordon rubbed Uda's head and said happily, You haven't come back to see me for so long. Are you having fun outside? Advertisement, how could it be? I've been preparing for the concert. Uda took Gordon's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Haha. Gordon laughed happily. Uda had never acted like a spoiled child with him before, which made him enjoy the feeling of being a father for a rare time. Mr. Gordon. Lancelot greeted him. Gordon looked at the young man in front of him with a complicated expression. Recalling the initial encounter, he was shocked by the other's music, annoyed by the cabbage, kidnapped Uda, and was promised to rebuild Elygia. As this young man made a name for himself on the sea, as Uda's singing gradually became known to people, as Elygia was rebuilt, Uda's world-class concert was about to be held, everything seemed like a dream. You have done what you promised. I am very glad that you came to Elygia at that time and brought new life to me and Uda and Elygia. Lancelot was a little embarrassed. At first, he came with a purpose, but after spending some time with Uda, he didn't want to hurt this innocent girl. When he was about to give up, the development of things exceeded his expectations. Is this the so-called starting point is not good, but the result is satisfactory to everyone? After introducing each other, under the leadership of Gordon, everyone visited the rebuilt Elygia. I have to say that this island is really charming, full of laughter, and people are playing, singing, and dancing everywhere. There are also many places to visit such as food streets, opera houses, and circuses. Lancelot even heard the piano music he played for Uda, to Alice, and other piano music. Gordon smiled and explained, The piano music you played has now become one of the mainstream music in Elygia, and many musicians come here to admire it. Thanks to this, Elygia's reputation as the island of music has returned again. By the way, everyone hopes to see you perform at Uda's concert. Would you like to consider it? Uda's eyes lit up. Yes, let everyone listen to your performance too. Lancelot naturally had no objection to this. Such a grand concert, participating in it is also a wonderful memory. Looking at Tesoro on the side, it is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone, eh? Tesoro's mouth curled up slightly, and he said complacently, I'm afraid I will steal your limelight. Time passed day by day, and as the day of the concert got closer, more and more people came to Elygia. Advertisement Marine's Cake, Gion, and several vice admirals also came. I didn't see Sengoku, I think they were busy with the handover, but many young generation Marines came. Suru Vice Admiral's granddaughter Peacock, suspected Akainu's daughter Skylark, Prince Groose, Smoker who has been promoted to Rear Admiral, and Glasses Girl Tashigi, etc. The situation with pirates is much more complicated. Last year's Supernova Cavendish. Katakuri of the BIGMOM Pirates and Brûlé, the user of the Mirror Fruit. Quinn of the Beasts Pirates, the recently famous Buggy Pirates. Queen of the Pleasure District Stussy and Morgans, who Lancelot has long wanted to beat up. That's all on the surface, and there are many more in secret. In the original King's Castle of Elygia, Lancelot was meeting some of them. Looking at the flattering red nose in front of him, Lancelot was speechless. Buggy, I can understand others coming to me, but I have a grudge with the red hair pirates. As a friend of the red hair, is it really appropriate for you to come to me? Buggy touched his red nose awkwardly. Well, President Lancelot, actually I don't know Shanks well, and we have a big grudge. Speaking of this, he was angry. If it weren't for that B*****************, D, how could I become a landlubber? My dream almost ended because of him. If Captain Roger hadn't stopped me, I would have killed him at that time. Lancelot's mouth twitched. It's you, Buggy. You just talk big, and only those under you will believe it. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Buggy rubbed his hands, and flattered a little more. Well, I just set up a pirate dispatch company, Buggy Express, recently, and I can definitely make a lot of money. However, due to insufficient startup capital, the company is difficult to operate. This time I came to borrow some money from you. Lancelot was stunned. Borrowing money from him? If he remembered correctly, Buggy originally borrowed money from Lao Sha, and later Lao Sha became Buggy's royal father. Could it be that he would become a pirate dispatch company in the future? Buggy's royal father? It's no wonder Lancelot thought so. Buggy is a bit weird. Many netizens in his previous life said that he has the lucky color hockey. How much do you want to borrow? Buggy showed a look of surprise and opened his two palms. Not much, 5 billion berry. Don't worry, when I make money, I will definitely pay you back with interest. 5 billion, not much. Lancelot stared at Buggy for a long time until the other party put down his two palms embarrassedly and then nodded. Okay. Buggy was happy again and raised his thumbs. You still have vision. I'm not bragging. My company definitely has a future. What shipping king? Sooner or later it will become a thing of the past. The future will be the world of Buggy Express. Just after sending Buggy away, a new customer came. 89. Aunties don't give birth to babies. Aokiji is so sexy. President Lancelot. Katakuri bowed slightly, showing respect to the much younger strong man in front of him. My mother asked me to say hello to you. Lancelot pointed to the sofa. Sit down. After Katakuri sat down, he asked. I don't have much intersection with Big Mom. What is worth your personal trip? As the second combat force of the Bigmom pirates, Katakuri usually stays in Wano country to prevent Big Mom from destroying Cake Island when she has bulimia. My mother's tea party is about to be held, and I want to invite you to attend. It just so happens that Brule and the others want to watch Miss Uda's concert, so I will accompany them here. Katakuri took out an invitation and handed it to Lancelot with both hands. Is that so? Lancelot looked at the invitation, put it on the table, and looked at Katakuri in front of him. This is one of the people he admires more. He is powerful, responsible, and cares about his younger brothers and sisters. In the Bigmom pirates, Katakuri is not the eldest son, but he plays more like a father. For Big Mom's children, Katakuri is the pillar in their hearts. Unfortunately, this foundation cannot be dug. I can't give you a definite answer. The Hunter Guild has a lot of things to do now. Of course, I will try my best to make time. Katakuri hesitated. President Lancelot, I heard that your guild has the intention to develop to the New World? Lancelot smiled and said, yes, the focus of the guild will soon move to the New World. Why? Big Mom has an idea about this. There is nothing to hide about this. As long as the Hunter Guild is not content with the status quo, the New World is inevitable. Everyone can see this. Katakuri frowned slightly and then instantly regained his calm. Mom wants to know if the Hunter Guild has any ideas about the Whitebeard Pirates' territory? Lancelot raised his eyebrows. What if they have ideas, what if they don't? If he remembered correctly, Big Mom would stay in Wano country to have children in the next 2 years, and had no intention of expanding outward. Could it be that this butterfly of mine made the other party have other ideas and wanted to cooperate with me? Does this mean that they don't want to have children? Katakuri pulled his scarf and said in a deep voice, the Hunter Guild has a grudge against the Red Hair Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Bailu Kaido. If you want to develop in the New World, you will inevitably be sniped by them. Mom means that the Bigmom Pirates and the Hunter Guild will form an alliance and advance and retreat together. Advertisement. Lancelot looked at him with a half smile. Alliance? Advance and retreat together? The Hunters Guild has cooperated with Marine, and it is also mainly engaged in hunting pirates. Can you rest assured to cooperate with me? Katakuri's expression remained the same. There are no eternal enemies and friends in the world. It depends on whether the benefits are enough. If our two families form an alliance and control New World together, compared to this, what does the cooperation with Marine mean? Why don't you cooperate with Kaido? Isn't the relationship between Big Mom and Kaido more reliable than yours and the Hunters Guild? I just conveyed my mother's words. As for why, you can ask my mother in person. Or do I have to go to Wangguo by myself? Lancelot's mouth curled up a little arc. It's interesting. Big Mom abandoned Kaido and cooperated with the Hunters Guild. She wouldn't be unhappy if she knew more, right? Big Mom's purpose must be more than this, but these are not important. I will seriously consider the alliance. Let's make a gentleman's agreement first. Katakuri was a little surprised. A gentleman's agreement is a verbal agreement. For pirates, alliances are not reliable, let alone verbal agreements. However, he still said, you say, the Hunter Guild and the Bigmom pirates will not invade or interfere with each other. Lancelot's meaning is very clear. There is no need for an alliance. We just need to not hinder each other. He will not give up the Hunter Guild's position because of the Bigmom pirates. This is the foundation for the guild's current survival in the sea. Katakuri frowned. In the final analysis, the two sides do not trust each other enough. If they want to deepen their relationship, they can either get married or have the same goals and common interests. I will tell my mother, and you are also welcome to visit Wangguo at any time. Lancelot nodded. I will. The conversation ended here, and Katakuri said goodbye and left. Looking at the other party's back as he left, Lancelot shook his head. Katakuri was not a qualified messenger. He spoke directly and did not know how to hide his purpose. If you want to come, you have to take 10 or 8 detours and trick you. Robin walked in, his eyes were cunning under the fox mask. Hancock is here. Uda is accompanying her to visit Elygia. Do you want to go and see? Lancelot's expression froze. I'm afraid he will only be a punching bag if he goes there now? I have made some progress in swordsmanship recently. I will go to Mahawk to exchange ideas. Walking on the busy street, looking at the prosperous scene, Lancelot's heart calmed down. In Elygia, there are no heavy taxes, no oppression, no invasion of pirates. People live freely and gradually feel a sense of belonging here. Even though Lancelot was already a famous strong man in the sea and had a lot of money, he still felt a sense of accomplishment, satisfaction, and a little bit of vanity. After coming to this world, he changed the fate of many people and more people gathered around him. I don't know what the sea will become in the future, but I think it should be better than not having my own time and space. As he was walking, the scene in front of him attracted his attention. Several uncles and aunts were playing, and a tall figure wearing black trousers, long boots, a dark green coat, a brown backpack, and round-framed sunglasses was twisting to the music. It looked a bit coquettish. There were also several young men and women dancing around them. The atmosphere was very cheerful, and the people who stopped to watch beat the rhythm for them. Lancelot walked over with a strange look on his face and just looked at that guy. Advertisement Aokiji, who was twisting happily, turned around and faced Lancelot, who was trying to hold back a smile, and his whole body froze. Hey, uncle, keep dancing. Why do you stop? A girl pulled Aokiji and continued to dance, but his movements were much stiffer than before. At the end of the song, Aokiji declined the girl's invitation. Not bad, over 50 years old, but still as sharp as ever. Listening to the teasing words in his ears, Aokiji exhaled lightly. Thank you. Lancelot was surprised. You have really changed a lot. It seems that you have gained a lot during this time away from Marine? Not bad. All the way to the best viewing platform of Elygia, took out 2 bottles of wine from the inventory and handed over 1 bottle. 82-year-old rum, this is what the old lion drank before he died, and he died peacefully. Aokiji. Damn, he died peacefully, are you trying to send me away too? Took the so-called 82-year-old rum, opened the cork and drank a few sips. Don't say it, it really tastes like it did back then. Lancelot nodded his chin towards the warships anchored at the port. Cake and Guillaume, and your old subordinate Smoker are here. Molly's. Aokiji was silent for a moment. First have left Marine, whether they come or not has nothing to do with me. Let's talk about Elygia, what are you planning? Lancelot scratched his head. Did you figure it out? You, Yamato, Tesoro, Hawkeye, Empress, Enel gathered in Elygia and invited Marine. So many people just for a concert? Tisk. Lancelot said helplessly. Even you can see it. Grandma Suru should be able to see it too, didn't she tell you? No. Aokiji turned his head slightly. Lancelot shrugged. No, then no, I'm not trying to hide anything anyway. It's a good thing you're here, I'll help you then. Aokiji's face fell. I'm just here for a trip, first-class seats at the concert. You can enjoy Gulen Tesoro as much as you want. Not enough. The next time you break a leg or an arm, you'll get a free treatment. Aokiji's face changed drastically, looking at Lancelot in shock. Do I have to break a leg or an arm again? Last time he didn't cross his legs and was interrupted by Sakazuki. What's the reason this time? 90. Let's fight. Sing the Song of Destruction. See Circle Calendar 1520 September last day, the day before Uda's birthday. Elygia concert scene. The dome slowly closed, the lights went out, and the light sticks became the only light source at this time. The whole audience was silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on the stage in front, their eyes were full of expectations, and their bodies were trembling with excitement. The blue lights lit up on the stage, and the singing sounded like the sound of nature, which made the souls of the audience tremble. The new era is the future, if I can change everything in this world. If I can change it. When the drums sounded, when the girl appeared on the stage, the audience stood up and raised their light sticks excitedly. The girl moved with the melody, and the wide top did not look bloated on her, but exuded vitality, and her every move was full of energy. Her fingers swept across the audience, making the audience even more excited, and the atmosphere instantly exploded. Eliminate all the things that hinder and disgust you. Change the world. Music, it's the magic you bring. Close your eyes and the future will unfold, and the ending will never come again. Sing this song. The gorgeous lights can't take away the girl's charm, and the projected images can't attract the audience's attention. At this moment, people only have Uda in their eyes, and all they can hear is the heavenly sound that can cleanse the soul. Not only the audience at the scene, but also those who watch the concert through live broadcast or listen to it all over the world are immersed in this beautiful song. With the song, they seem to have come to the new era 333 and started a new adventure of freedom. Let me be in a dream, longing for freedom. I can see that the new era is on the other side of the world. Let's go to the new world together. 14. The audience cheered as if they really saw the door to the new world opening. The new era is the future, if I can change everything in this world. If I can change it, I hope this endless music can reach further. I will not indulge in dreams, because you said. Please believe me, at this moment, the dome opened, light descended, and the phantom of the birdcage appeared in the center of the venue. When the birdcage opened, countless winged light balls flew to the audience. Inside the light ball was Uda's graceful figure. Lancelot was excited. It was a very rare thing for him now, but Uda's singing did it. Looking at the girl singing on the stage, she smiled brightly. World Song Princess. Advertisement, My Song Princess. OSOSOS. The untimely sobbing interrupted his fantasy. Turning his head, he saw Gordon waving a fluorescent stick and wiping tears. Finally, Uda's voice has finally reached the world. Uda, you did it. Lancelot shook his head and looked around at the people who were unaware of the situation. They had no idea that when they were immersed in Uda's voice, their souls were already in Uda's world. Hello everyone, we finally meet. I am Uda, 14. Loud cheers rang out, as if only this could express their love for Uda. Hancock looked at the grand occasion in front of him, and a glimmer of light appeared in his beautiful eyes. The world's singing diva, she's very popular. Lancelot laughed. You're not bad either, the most beautiful in the world. How many people can't help themselves because of your beauty? Hancock's mouth curled up slightly. Is it the same for the president? Of course, I can't help myself even more. The concert continued. This time there were no blind guys making trouble on the scene, and anyone in the special seats could make them pay for it. Lancelot went on stage to play a few piano pieces, which caused quite a stir. The appearance of the showy Tesoro was also shocking, making people feel like they were in a world of gold, satisfying everyone's fantasy of wealth. Outside world. Mihawk, Enel, Aokiji, Yamato and Uda started to move away from the concert site to the deserted beach. Are you ready? Uda nodded heavily. Thank you for your help. Yamato warned. Remember, don't force yourself. If you can't do it this time, there will be next time. Don't joke with your life. Yes, I will. In Uda's world, as the final song of this concert came to an end, Uda looked at the people who were still excited and bowed deeply. Everyone, thank you for coming to my concert. I can't bring you true freedom. In this new era, I hope my singing can bring you hope and strength, so that everyone can muster up the courage to face difficulties and move forward firmly. I believe that the new world we are looking forward to will definitely come. Some people began to cry. Reality is always cruel. People have a hard time on this sea. Uda, we will definitely be able to hold on until the future you said comes. Yes, BHDJ, as long as I have your singing, I have the courage to face everything. Uda, thank you for your singing. Uda listened to the voices of the people and wiped away her tears. She understood what Lancelot had said to her. She waved to everyone. Everyone, let's cheer together. Finally, there are 10 more songs to be presented to everyone. It may bring a big shock to everyone, but please believe that there will be no danger. Advertisement, I want to show you my courage. I hope to bring you more strength, and I also hope that you can bring me strength. Under the gaze of the people, Uda floated to the back and opened up a sufficient distance from them. Not only that, the world in front of them became vast, and Uda was on the Mirror Lake. Lancelot, Hancock, and Tesoro landed not far from her, and soon several figures flew over. Kaji, Gion, several vice admirals, Katakuri. Gion looked at the 3 yellowed music chapters in front of Uda, and said with a headache. Why do we have to face this kind of thing? Kaji spread his hands. There is no way, Marine has to protect the people, and besides, we Marines still owe them a favor. Then he shouted to Lancelot. Brother, is that Totemjika in danger? If something unexpected happens, remember to help me. Lancelot made an okay gesture. You guys provide support, just don't let Futumfuju's attack affect the audience. Gion was puzzled. Why do you have to summon Totemjika at this time? Lancelot tilted his head. We should use the power of love to influence it, right? Hearing his unreliable tone, Gion's eyes twitched. Here it comes. A loud and high tune sang out from Uda's mouth, and notes fell above her one by one, and the sun appeared out of thin air with a breath of destruction. The black smoke enveloped Uda, and it seemed that something terrible had come out. A heart eroded by the rainstorm, wandering and lost, where to go? The wishes and tears that never dry up and surge again. Release the spell that weaves the curse. As if responding to her singing, black fog surged, lightning swirled, and the gushing black garden turned into black creatures. The audience in the distance was shocked when they saw this scene, and the fear in their hearts made them want to escape from here. Just thinking of Uda's words just now, most people resisted the urge to run away, raised their fluorescent sticks in their hands, and shouted Uda's name loudly. Uda, if doing this can give you strength, then take it. A redemption hymn that subverts even death. The savior that everyone in the world is looking forward to coming. Offering prayers, but wavering, praying for a future where the storms stop. Forget the arrogant and rude crying and the unexpected sorrow. Come and put an end to this chaotic era. At this moment, I am free and unhindered. Boom. Tomjika appeared in the song, like a demon king from hell, wanting to destroy everything in the world. Uda stood on Tomjika's head, unaware that she was influenced by Tomjika, and continued to sing the Toth movement. The wings behind her have turned black, representing depravity. No matter how much infamy I have to endure, I will sing this song. All things in the universe are ushering in a grand destruction, accompanied by deep love. Gather the anger and sing this song of destruction. 91. Demon Evolution, Chapter 4 Pure White Chapter. Outside, Totmujika appeared on the beach, and Mihawk and others looked solemn. Their mission was to restrain the guy in front of them and ensure Uda's safety. Swish. Swish. Yamato and Mihawk rushed forward, surrounding Totmujika on the left and right. Shenzu White Snake Drive. The white snake rushed to Totmujika, and the wolf tooth stick that had already been completed was swung from bottom to top. Ming D. The stick energy, like sword energy, penetrated the head and repaired at a very fast speed. Buzz. The blue slash swept across, cutting off Totmujika's 2 arms and breaking most of his body. Ice Castle. Aokiji, who followed closely, pressed the ground, and an iceberg fortress rose from the ground, trapping the demon lord inside. Thunder Prison God's Punishment. Enel threw the condensed thunderbolt to the sky above Totmujika, and a huge thunder column enveloped it. It was visible to the naked eye that Totmujika's body was shattering. At the same time, in the Uda world, a big battle was also taking place. Hancock charged towards Totmujika, and when he got close, he jumped high, narrowly avoiding the opponent's attack, and ran wildly along the tall body. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Uda. Bian. The girl had been influenced by the demon lord and attacked Hancock without caring about her own safety. Tesoro transformed into a golden giant, and his golden arms wrapped around Totmujika's body like tentacles. Seeing that the opponent had a tendency to break free, he could only stick the golden giant to him. Then came a lingering and eye-catching scene. Lancelot's mouth twitched, and this fight was like a street fight. But Totmujika is indeed very strong. It is only in the first stage now, and the light emitted from its body is no weaker than the laser of the pacifist. Katakuri, Cake and others have to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers and block these emitted light. We can't delay too long, otherwise Uda will be greatly affected, and the chance of conquering Totmujika will be even lower. Susanoo. The tall golden Shira appeared, and with just one step, he came to Totmujika. Looking down at the demon lord who was faintly changing to the second stage below, Lancelot's eyes flashed red. The long sword was unsheathed and stabbed down. Advertisement. Shish. Tesoro looked at the huge blade less than half a meter away from him, and cold sweat broke out. He raised his head and roared. Damn it, do you want to kill me too, so as to inherit my legacy? If it was an ordinary long sword, half a meter would be nothing, but this thing is too big, and if it deviates a little, it can cut off his head. Lancelot smiled awkwardly. You can't blame me, who told you to be so close to its vitals? While speaking, he condensed a long knife in his hand again and stabbed it into Totmujika's shoulder. Since the other party can be reborn, the only way is to restrict its movement. Soon, Totmujika was nailed to the lake, and Tesoro turned into a tentacle monster, tightly wrapped with golden tentacles. Susanoo sat on them regardless of her image, holding Totmujika's head with a pair of big hands and looking into his eyes. Moses, can you hear me? Totmujika, do you want to go out often? If you want to, how about hanging out with my Uda and protecting her in the future? Don't talk. I tell you, only Uda can let you out. If you miss it, the next time may be hundreds or thousands of years. Hancock, who was tied up by Uda on Totmujika's head, looked at his man speechlessly. Can you stop talking nonsense? If this ghost thing can understand human language, there is no need for such trouble. Lancelot was a little helpless when he saw Totmujika, who was still struggling and had entered the second stage. Try it. It won't hurt anyway. What if it succeeds? Uda, wake up. Uda's eyes were full of madness. Lancelot, this world should be destroyed. Snap. As if a switch was clicked, the girl's body trembled, the madness in her eyes faded, and she regained clarity. Hancock looked at Lancelot's hand with a strange look, and then looked at Uda's back. Is this okay? Uda came back to her senses, felt the burning sensation behind her, and saw Hancock's strange eyes, and her little face flushed. Uda. The audience was shouting, and even now, they are still humiliating Uda. Uda looked at the people shouting in the distance, and felt a lump in his throat. They hadn't given up yet, so he couldn't give up either. He looked at Lancelot with a determined look. I want to have a deeper connection with Totmujika. No, Lancelot refused outright. It was not that he did not believe Uda, but he did not want her to take the risk. Totmujika's sense of destruction was too strong, and it was easy to pollute Uda's spirit. With cheat, he could always find items to make Uda stronger. Uda took Lancelot's hand. Everyone is trying to become stronger, I can't do nothing. You have tried very hard, but I want to fight with you and face it together. I don't want to watch you alone from behind anymore. Believe me. Uda turned his head and looked at Totmujika's scarlet eyes. I can feel that it is also lonely, just like me at the beginning. Lancelot was stunned and silent for a long time. Okay, but you must remember not to let yourself get lost. There are still many people who like you waiting for you. Yeah. Uda nodded heavily, leaned over and gently stroked Totmujika's face, staring into the scarlet eyes. Let me enter your world. A flash of red light flashed in Totmujika's eyes, and a majestic breath of destruction burst out. It seemed to be angered by the tiny human in front of it. As Uda sang the Tot movement again, Totmujika finally entered the third stage. At this time, its breath was even more violent, making people feel like they were in hell. The black fog rose and slowly swallowed Uda. Advertisement. In Totmujika's world, darkness began to erode Uda's consciousness, and the will of destruction enveloped her, wanting to assimilate and destroy this shameless girl. Uda returned to the moment when Eligia was left behind by the red hair pirates. Pain, depression, loneliness, suffocation, everything made her have the urge to destroy the world. Just when she was about to give up, Lancelot's figure appeared in her mind. On that beach, under the afterglow of the sunset, the 10. To Liz. Drew a perfect sentence for the encounter at that time. What was I thinking at that time? It seemed like she was melancholy about why, to Alice, could not be, to Uda. Then she met Nami and gradually understood the outside world. On the night of the farewell dinner, she and Lancelot were confused and that was it. After following Lancelot to the sea, her world changed. She met many people and untired her not. Elygia also restored its former prosperity. Gordon was as happy as a child. In this dark world, Uda recalled the good things over and over again. Even if Totemjika kept interfering and asked her to recall the not-so-good past, she could face it calmly. This world is too dark and lonely. Is Totemjika living in such a world? Zero, what should I do? Or, sing. Lancelot said that music has no borders, and love has no borders. Is Uda okay? Hancock looked at Totemjika, who was no longer struggling and resisting, with some concern. Lancelot shook his head. Wait, time passed by, and everyone felt that the days were long. The new era is the future. If I could change everything in this world. If I could change it. Someone began to hum softly, and gradually, more and more people joined in, and the whole Uda world echoed with Uda's songs. Eliminate all the things that hinder and hate. Change this world completely. Music. It is the magic you trigger. Close your eyes and the future will unfold, and the ending will never come again. Sing this song. One by one, over and over again, people sang with expectation, hoping that the song can reach Uda and bring her strength. Boom, boom, suddenly, a sound like the sound of war drums came from nowhere. Before everyone could look carefully, a beautiful song sounded, and everyone present was unfamiliar with this heavenly sound. It's Uda. It's the Toth movement. No, it's a little different from the previous Toth movement. Everyone's eyes fell on Totmujika. As the new Toth movement was sung by Uda, Totmujijo's body actually changed. As countless colorful notes appeared, the black wings on Totmujika's body turned to pure white, and so did the hat. The right eye that was originally a black hole turned into a purple eye, and the destructive aura on the body became soft. The changes continued, and Totmujika actually grew a lower body. More colorful notes gushed out, and the long-lost Totmujika Uda appeared in the musical notes. In front of her, 3 yellowed chapters and 1 pure white chapter of Thoth music floated. Lancelot was surprised. 4 chapters? Looking at everyone's surprised expressions, Ueda smiled sweetly. Everyone, I succeeded. 92. The Legend of the World, Teach Wano-kuni. Uda's concert was supposed to end in 1 day, but the girl extended it for 2 more days to thank everyone. The atmosphere in Elygia was very warm, and more people flocked here to join in the music carnival. On the day when the celebration ended, her throat was about to smoke and people's throats were almost hoarse. But everyone's enthusiasm has not dissipated. Someone proposed to name these 3 days, Uda Singing Day. In the future, at this time every year, people can sing to their heart's content without any restrictions. This proposal was agreed by many people. Without mentioning other places, they hoped that Elygia would determine this festival and hoped that Uda would hold a concert at this time every year. Gordon would certainly not refuse and announce this to the public. There were countless responses at once. Uda's singing was so beautiful that it really brought courage to people and became a source of strength for countless people. The name of the world's diva spread across the sea. Lolo LG. Gordon looked at the content in the newspaper and his smile never stopped. He was confident that Uda could become the world's diva, and there were only a few people who could make this, 910, see a festival for her. It could be said that Uda had become a legend. As long as the world was not destroyed and human civilization was still there, Uda's name would continue to be passed down. Uda Singing Day. Boom, on a beach, the Golden Giant and Totmujika were fighting fiercely. Totmujika was only in the 3rd stage now, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Every attack could cause the Golden Giant to suffer considerable damage. Similarly, the Golden Giant could also cause damage to Totmujika, but its recovery speed was too fast and it was not affected at all. There were only 2 ways to defeat Totmujika. One was to defeat Uda, which seemed simple, but Uda was in Totmujika's body. Unless Totmujika was defeated, I could not reach Uda's location. The second was to defeat Totmujika in both the real world and the Uda world at the same time, but I could not enter the Uda world, which was also impossible. In this case, we can only fight a war of attrition and exhaust Uda's physical strength. Tot's Movement Chapter 4 Pure White Chapter. As Uda sang, Tomjika entered the 4th stage. It was only the lower body that grew, and even the breath became softer, but the Golden Giant who could still hold on just now was just slapped, and half of his body exploded into golden water. Lancelot and others who were watching from a distance looked sideways. Advertisement, Hancock said in a concentrated voice, so strong. Yamato echoed, and it is very durable, very powerful, can be used in long range and close combat, and recovers quickly. Mahawk stared at Tomjika sharply. Very good, but Uda needs to strengthen his resistance to conquerors. Everyone nodded in unison. Conqueror's entanglement can attack Uda through Tomjika. Even after being weakened, it is not something Uda can withstand now. Several people looked at Enel again, and the latter's face suddenly became a little dark. Lancelot smiled and said, Quinn just came to tell me that Kaido wants me to take Yamato to Wano-kuni. How about you take the lead? Kaido's teaching level is unmatched. 1 stick is emission, 2 sticks are domination, and 3 sticks are awakening. Maybe Enel can enjoy this teaching package when he goes to Wano-kuni? Enel can't stand being provoked. Who is he afraid of, the great thunder god? Let's go. New World, Beehive Island. After Crocodile and Ochaku formed an alliance, their power expanded rapidly, but conflicts also followed. Ochaku is a remnant of the Rocks era. Now he is over 70 years old and his strength has long entered a period of decline. And Crocodile is at its peak. After entering the New World, his strength has been rising, and there is a trend of suppressing Ochaku. It is because the Whitebeard pirates have not yet taken over their territory, and they have not yet become the real 4 emperors. Otherwise, they would have fought 10 battles for the position of the leader of the alliance. At this time, Lafayette from the Blackbeard pirates came to the door. Why did Blackbeard send you to Beehive Island when he was not preparing for the war with the Whitebeard pirates? The speaker was Ochaku, who had great hostility towards the Blackbeard pirates, which was in the limelight recently. Everyone could see that Blackbeard was determined to get the position of the 4 emperors. In this way, there will inevitably be a battle between the two sides, and the winner will ascend to the throne of the new 4 emperors. Crocodile smokes a cigar, and a small salon roll appears in his hand, and he is about to kill Lafayette if there is a disagreement. He. Lafayette took off his hat and saluted. You too, I am here to seek cooperation on behalf of the captain this time. Cooperation? Crocodile's eyes turned cold. We didn't have common interests before. Lafayette chuckled. Don't be so absolute, Captain and Whitebeard pirates have irreconcilable conflicts, and you also need the Whitebeard pirates' territory to establish the 4 emperors. Ochaku sneered. Why, Blackbeard is willing to give up the Whitebeard pirates' territory? They are all pirates, and they are all eyeing the 4 emperors. He would not believe that Blackbeard is such a great craftsman. Lafayette's mouth corners raised. Why not? Captain promises that as long as you are willing to make a move, the Whitebeard pirates' territory can be given to you. At the same time, Wano Kuni welcomed a guest, Blenheim, the captain of the 9th division of the Whitebeard pirates. Kaido smiled playfully. Interesting, I didn't expect you would come to me. Blenheim said respectfully. You and my father were on the same ship back then, and you are also 4 emperors these years. I often praise you. Kaido's eyes flashed. So, they have a friendship, but they have also fought a lot over the years, and the two sides have fought many wars. Advertisement until Whitebeard died in battle, he was unable to take the title of the world's strongest from him, but instead it was given to the kid Golden Shira. Blenheim's expression froze, and he swallowed his saliva. The Blackbeard pirates have decided to join forces with Beehive Island to attack us together, so I'm here to seek external help. Oh, Kaido was a little surprised. Are Crocodile and Ochaku also going to take action? Yes. Blenheim said seriously. Once they join forces, we may not be their opponents, and the territory left by my father will eventually fall into their hands. So you want me to help deal with them? Please help. Looking at Blenheim's respectful attitude and sincere tone, Kaido sneered. Why should I help you? With Whitebeard gone, are you useless? Seeing that the other party's face was a little ugly, Kaido changed the subject. It's not impossible to help. How about your Whitebeard pirates merge into my beast's pirates? Blenheim said with embarrassment. Lord Kaido, the Whitebeard pirates are the legacy that Dad left us. We cannot let them disappear on the sea no matter what. Of course, we will not let you work in vain. As for the Whitebeard pirates' territory, we will only keep Dad's hometown and a few nearby islands. The rest are all yours. Okay. Kaido agreed. As long as he took over the Whitebeard pirates' territory, he would have plenty of time to slowly deal with Marco and the others in the future. Then I will go back and tell everyone the good news. Please leave as soon as possible. Blenheim took his leave respectfully and left Wano Kuni soon. The next day, the 0.6th Beast Pirates group left Wano Kuni. Not long after they left, a unique pirate ship appeared in the nearby waters. Ha 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 ha, everyone says Kaido is smart, but he is just like this. He was fooled by me. Blackbeard looked at Wano Kuni in front of him and laughed wantonly. Katrina, you did a good job. Even Kaido couldn't find your disguise. Then he said with some regret, it's a pity that the Hunter Guild is too strong, and there is no chance to attack, otherwise Thunderfruit would be good. Katrina asked in confusion. What about the ability of the Ice Queen? Shiryu sneered. Don't joke, we don't have the strength to face the anger of the Hunter Guild now. Blackbeard's eyes flashed with a fierce light. That's right, we are not qualified to show our teeth to the Hunter Guild now, let's keep those abilities with them first. Wait until we become stronger, and then go to take back our things. This world will be ours sooner or later. Thief ha 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 ha. 93. Sandline snacks are online, new Shichibukai candidates. Crocodile is defeated, and the beasts lose their integrity. The most evil fruit in history, Blackbeard may become 4 emperors. Little Shark stopped thinking, Lancelot is like this now. The world is changing too fast, and he feels that he can't keep up with the rhythm of the sea. While everyone is waiting for the final battle between the Blackbeard pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, the situation in the new world is full of twists and turns. Blackbeard did not play by the rules, and lured the alliance of Crocodile and Ochaku to attack the Whitebeard pirates. That's not all, he lured the Beast's pirates to leave Wano Kuni and fight with Crocodile and others in the sea area of the Whitebeard pirates. As the parties involved, the Whitebeard pirates can't understand what these two groups are going to do. Just when the Beast's pirates and Crocodile were fighting fiercely, the Blackbeard pirates stole Kaido's home. Wano Kuni was in chaos. Blackbeard killed Kurozumi Orochi and seized his fruit ability. In this change, Ochaku died at the hands of the furious Kaido, Crocodile retreated, and the alliance declared bankruptcy. 17 read the contents of the newspaper carefully again, and Lancelot breathed a sigh of relief. Teach, you are really amazing. I didn't expect that you actually targeted Kurozumi Orochi's fruit ability. Let alone myself, no one would have expected that Blackbeard would be so bold as to attack Wano Kuni, causing Kaido to suffer a great loss and disintegrating the alliance of Beehive Island. Snake fruit mythical beast Yamata no Orochi form? Lancelot muttered to himself, it is said that cats have 9 lives, but now Blackbeard has 8. And this devil fruit is definitely not weak, there is no weak mythical beast, but it is too useless in the hands of Black Storm Orochi. Miss Nicole, how is our old friend Crocodile now? Robin took out his phone and dialed it. After a while, he hung up and laughed. He retreated to Dressrosa. Doflamingo invited him, and both sides have the intention of forming an alliance. Lancelot blinked. Did he hear it right? Didn't old Sand look down on Doflamingo? Why did he just suffer a loss at the hands of Kaido, and then turn around and met Doflamingo's eyes? Also, Doflamingo, you are quite courageous. If you form an alliance with old Sand at this time, aren't you afraid that the sponsor will fly over and beat you up? Advertisement shaking his head, forget it. Anyway, he has no time to take care of other things during this period. Everything will be settled after the headquarters is moved here. This Sandline snack can do whatever it wants. A few days later, Sakura Flower Unicorn arrived at Punk Hazard. After obtaining the authorization of the world government, Punk Hazard officially belongs to the Hunter Guild, and Gaisaw has begun to purify the poisonous gas on the island. As long as the building materials are delivered, they can start construction. As for the laboratories, they will be restricted areas and no outsiders are allowed to enter. Swoosh! My dear President, you are finally here. Gaisaw floated over from a distance and was about to give Lancelot a big hug. Stop! Lancelot raised his hand to stop him. This guy smelled of gas and he didn't want to be contaminated. Gaisaw smiled shyly and greeted others enthusiastically. Hello, Miss Uda, I am also your fan. I am so lucky to work with you. And Nicole, Lord Yamato, Lord Hancock, Lord Enel, I have admired you for a long time, and today I can finally see your style. It has to be you, Gaisa, who bullies the weak and fears the strong, flatters the superiors and bullies the subordinates, and is afraid of death. With you, the level of the entire Hunter Guild has been lowered. This is Dr. Athey, an expert in metal smelting. From today on, he will be in charge of this matter. Gaisa's face froze, looking at Athey who was pushed out by Lancelot. Is he here to compete with him for power? He rolled his eyes, showing a kind and amiable smile, and shook Athey's hand enthusiastically. Dr. Athey, right? Welcome to join us. If you don't understand anything in the future, just come to me. I will help you without hesitation. Haha, good. Athey had already learned about Gaisa's character from Lancelot, and knew that this guy smiled on the surface, but he was probably MMR in his heart. I don't know what bad water he is holding back. Lancelot sneered. Gaisa, am I generous and tolerant enough to you? Huh? Gaisa trembled all over and smiled. Of course, there is no boss more generous and tolerant than you. Then be honest and put the interests of the guild first. If you cause any trouble to me again, Keishin will be in trouble. Advertisement, yes. Gaisa nodded repeatedly and found that he was indeed a little carried away. The person in front of him is not someone he can fool. Didn't he see that the production line of artificial devil fruit was cut off, and Doflamingo and Kaido didn't say anything? Robin, start arranging the construction of the headquarters. Enel, always monitor the situation of Punk Hazard and don't let outsiders break into the experimental base. Time flies. In the year 1521 of Sea Circle calendar, the headquarters of the Hunter Guild New World was built. During this period, the situation in New World did not change much. Kaido made trouble for the Blackbeard pirates several times, but unfortunately the other party was too good at hiding, and finally nothing happened. The Battle of the End finally broke out not long ago. The Whitebeard pirates were defeated, but they did not disband, but retreated to Whitebeard's hometown Sphinx. The Blackbeard pirates hunted people with special abilities on a large scale, and no longer hid like before. In the marine side, the world recruitment ended last month after layers of selection. As before, the new marine admiral is still Fujitora Yishao, Green Bull Aramaki. The Heart Pirates set out, and Law planned the position of the 7 warlords of the sea, but unfortunately failed. There are already 2 people from the Shichibukai who have joined the 767 Hunter Guild, and the world government does not want another one. So Buggy, who has the lucky color hockey, took the position in advance and became the new Shichibukai, and Edward Weeble was with him. Miss Nicole. After learning that Weeble became a Shichibukai, Lancelot could not sit still. Quick, let someone keep an eye on Marine to see if our chief instructor has quit Marine? Robin was speechless. President, if Mr. Zephyr really quits Marine because Weeble became a Shichibukai, he may not agree to join the Hunter Guild. Don't forget, there are many pirates in our Hunter Guild, and I am the son of the devil that the world government pays attention to. Lancelot waved his hand nonchalantly. Everything depends on human effort. Now you have followed this president to become a good person, and we have the righteous forces supported by Marshal Sengoku. Besides, this sea is like this, as long as it does not involve the people around you, no one will care about the life and death of others. It applies to you, me, and Zephyr. No one in our guild has ever hurt anyone around Zephyr, so there's still a chance. Robin shrugged. As long as you're happy. She wasn't optimistic about this, but there was no harm in trying. If it succeeded, the Hunter Guild would make a lot of money. Also, find out where Weeble is. If you want to invite Mr. Zephyr, you need a gift. 94. Devil's Descendant Bullet, Raftel. Bang. The door of the marshal's office was knocked open, and Zephyr walked in with an angry face. Pa. He slapped the newspaper on the table and said angrily, Sakazuki, don't tell me you don't know what Weeble did to me and my students. Akainu glanced at the newspaper on the table, raised his eyes and stared at teacher Zephyr, who was like a volcano about to erupt, and said coldly, "Of course I know." Zephyr became even more angry and asked, "Then why let this be ********** D become Shichibukai? There are so many pirates on this sea, why choose him?" Akainu's eyelids twitched slightly, and he took a deep breath. "Zephyr, don't forget your current identity. You are just an instructor. You have no right to ask about these things. Also, things are a foregone conclusion. No matter how dissatisfied you are, you have to accept the fact that Weeble became Shichibukai." Sakazuki. Zephyr's roar was heard throughout the building, making many people uneasy. After a while, Zephyr walked out of the office with a gloomy face. Many people wanted to greet him, but Zephyr ignored them and left the headquarters building on his own. In the office, Akainu looked grim. He picked up the newspaper on the table and stared at the photo of Weeble on it. Lava flowed. Edward Weeble. Huh. The newspaper burned, and the photo of Weeble was engulfed. Don't let me catch you wrong. The next day, after sitting in the office all night, Akainu waited for the answer and withdrew from Marine with the pirate guerrillas. Convey the order and let Garp replace Zephyr as the chief instructor of Marine. If he doesn't want to do it, go back to Windmill Village to retire. The Kingdom of Egg, this is the sphere of influence of the former Whitebeard pirates. Now the Whitebeard pirates have suffered a series of defeats and have no spare energy to maintain order here. However, the pirate groups under the Whitebeard pirates still come here frequently for supplies, so it is not too chaotic. However, today is destined to be a restless day. The Great Vortex Spider Schoolyard was taking his men to drink. They had been wandering around for a long time and had not had a good drink for a long time. When he stepped into the most famous tavern in the town, he froze on the spot and cold sweat broke out. The crew behind him was confused. "Captain, why did you stop?" "Yeah, we're going to get drunk today." "Shut up," Squar said in a low voice, and said solemnly, "What are you doing here?" It's not hard to hear that his voice was a little trembling, and he saw something terrifying in the tavern. The crew looked inside, their faces changed instantly, and they were sweating. Gold, Golden Shira. Advertisement in the tavern. Lancelot was drinking leisurely. This time he didn't bring anyone with him, and he drove the same speedboat as Mahawk. Seeing the person coming, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he gathered the wine glass in his hand. "Have a drink?" Squar hesitated, but still walked to the table and sat down. Lancelot poured him a glass of wine. "I have to say, the wine in this tavern is really good. Whitebeard must have drunk a lot, right?" Squirt's face darkened. "What are you doing here?" "Waiting for someone." "Waiting for whom?" Lancelot looked at Squar meaningfully. "I'm waiting for the first person from the Whitebeard pirates to appear here." "Congratulations, you're the lucky one." Squirt's face changed drastically, and he was about to draw his weapon and retreat. Lancelot smiled and waved his hand. "I'm just teasing you, not waiting for you, but I have a question for you." "You tell me." Squirt's face was a little dark, being teased like this, but he had no qualifications to resist. "I'm curious, why didn't you take action in that war? You should know what I'm talking about, right?" Hearing this, Squirt's face changed again. "How do you know?" Lancelot chuckled and shook his head. "Don't worry about how I know, tell me, why didn't you take action?" Squar wanted to turn around and leave, but he knew he couldn't leave, and neither could the crew members outside. The only thing to be thankful for was that the Golden Shira had no intention of attacking them. After struggling for a long time, he let out a long breath and looked at Lancelot with a complicated expression. "I was originally ready to attack, but you happened to intervene at that time, and fought with Dad. Then you regretted it, or did you wake up?" Squar smiled bitterly. "Almost. To be honest, every time I think about it, I feel scared and fortunate that you attacked at that time." Lancelot raised his glass. "Cheers to Whitebeard." He drank it in one gulp, stood up and walked out of the tavern. When he reached the door, he turned back to look at Squar, who was still stunned. "Stay here for a few days, and wait for the person I'm waiting for to come. You can go wherever you want." Looking at the figure disappearing at the door, Squar thought of something and his eyes gradually widened. In the next 2 days, Lancelot did not wait for Weeble, but waited for an unexpected person. A submarine with a whale-like appearance docked at the dock, and 2 figures, 10 tall and 10 short, came out of it. The tall man was very strong, wearing a military uniform, earmuffs, and had a ghost-like look. When ordinary people looked at him, they felt like they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. The short man had an afro and wore a pirate-style coat, looking a little embarrassed. Bullet just got on the dock, and when he felt something, he suddenly looked up at the town's clock tower. There was a blond young man leaning against the edge of the clock tower, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, and staring at him. Advertisement Festa followed his gaze and was shocked. Golden Shira? How could he be here? In today's sea, no one doesn't know how terrifying Golden Shira is. He is the man who has defeated several strong men in a row and won the title of the world's strongest from Whitebeard. Bullet's eyes shone, and his fists clenched. He is the Golden Shira? Although there was doubt in his words, his tone was affirmative. Of course, he had seen Lancelot's photo and was very interested in this man who had only debuted for half a year and was already famous in the sea. As long as he was defeated, he could win the title of the world's strongest from him. Feeling the strong fighting spirit rising from Bullet, Festa was very nervous. Let's not conflict with him, right? He knew Bullet was very strong, but that was Golden Shira. No matter how Bullet was, he could not be better than him. Whitebeard is stronger, right? What we say doesn't count. Bullet's mouth curled up, because he saw the guy on the opposite side inviting him to fight. Lancelot did send an invitation, because the cheat mission is here. Ding, the mission, Devil's Descendant, is released. The devil from hell is eager to challenge the strong and become the strongest in the world. You have taken the title of the strongest in the world from Whitebeard, so it must be his goal. Go, conquer the devil in front of you, have a flesh-and-flesh collision, and then defeat him. Mission reward. Colorful Rod X1. Conquer. Lancelot smiled and turned to a deserted place. Seeing this, Bullet jumped into the air and chased the figure in front of him to an empty wilderness. Li Hao. The two sides looked at each other for a moment and grinned at the same time. Boom. Boom. Two powerful conquerors burst out at the same time, and instantly collided with each other, forming two conquerors' field, fierce confrontation. The red one is as vast as the sea. The blue one is domineering and unparalleled attack. Waves of air spread outward one after another, and the sky seemed to be thunderous. In the small town before, everyone ran out of the house and looked in the direction of the momentum. Although they could not see anything, the suffocating might showed that there were top strong men fighting. Squird's face was solemn. He thought that the Golden Shira was waiting for Wabel, but it turned out to be the Devil's Descendant Bullet. Or was it just a coincidence? Just as he was about to go to watch the battle, a big-headed man was knocked down and an object fell out of his arms. The man was anxious to reach out to grab it, but the pedestrian's foot just kicked the object away. After a few back and forth, the object happened to roll under his feet. Squire frowned and looked at the permanent pointer at his feet, and subconsciously bent down to pick it up. Just as he was about to throw it back to the man, he saw the words on the permanent pointer out of the corner of his eye, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Raftel, 95. Dark Gold Hockey, alternative use of Susano. Boom. The two conquerors' fields exploded, scattering countless points of light. Before the storm passed, the two rushed to each other, and the two fists, one big and one small, hit each other firmly. As soon as they touched, the huge force was transmitted to the body through the arms of the two people, pouring down to the ground under their feet. The ground cracked and the earth and gravel flew, and as the force spread outward, it cracked like a spider web. The four eyes met, and the two people's sight seemed to be intertwined with lightning, and the fighting spirit in their eyes surged again. Bang bang bang. The dense fist collision sound became the main theme at this moment. Neither of them avoided the attack of the other party, and resisted with a strong physique, and there was a momentum to use the body to counter shock and smash the other's fist. At a certain moment, the fists of both sides covered armament hockey at the same time, and a new round of bombardment began. As expected of the Golden Shira, the Devil's Descendant lives up to his reputation. Both were shocked by the other's strong physique, and then came the passionate fighting spirit. Such an opponent is worth fighting. At some point, there were more figures on the edge of the battlefield. They watched the battle on the field with their mouths wide open. What a violent fighting style. The power of every punch and kick was enough to split mountains and rocks. Both sides resisted with their physique. If they were to fight against one of them, they would probably spit blood after a punch, but those two guys were like nothing happened. Many people have seen the battle scene between Lancelot 870 and Whitebeard, which was equally violent and even more magnificent. But the duel in front of them made them more excited. They felt that a man's battle was to be tough and defeat the enemy with strong physical fitness and fighting skills. After an unknown amount of time, with a bang, the two people on the field temporarily separated. Who? The chests of the two men rose and fell violently, and they gasped for breath. Bullet stared at the young man opposite him who was much shorter than him, as if he saw himself in the past. No, he was much stronger than he was then. It was completely impossible to tell why there was such a strong power in that small body. You are very strong, but the battle has just begun. I hope you won't let me down. Lancelot grinned. You are not bad either. You have stayed in a place like Impel Down for more than 20 years, and your strength has not declined, but has improved. The two people's eyes intertwined, and their momentum suddenly surged, and the thick armament hockey covered their whole bodies. Advertisement, what a powerful armament hockey. The spectators were all shocked, and they were all shocked by the power displayed by the two. It's okay for Golden Shira, everyone knows him well enough. But the strength of armament hockey displayed by Bullet is far inferior to theirs, and they don't know how the other party practiced it. But this is not over yet. Bullet is known as the Devil's Descendant, BHFA. As the saying goes, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. A purple-blue flame rose from his body, and with the appearance of the flame, a strong pressure spread. How is it possible? Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Under their gaze, the purple-blue flame shrank and merged with Bullet's thick-armed color. The whole person's momentum became completely different. Since then, the Devil's Descendant Bullet appeared. Feeling the powerful body, Bullet grinned and hooked his palm at Lancelot. Come on, let's start the next round. Ha ha ha. Lancelot laughed. Interesting, really interesting. You are the Devil's Descendant, I am the Golden Shira. Since you have shown the power of the Devil's Descendant, I can't let you down. Under Bullet's gaze, Lancelot's eyes changed, and 3 Magatama appeared, spinning rapidly, forming a pattern similar to petals. Susano. The expected huge Golden Shira did not appear, but Lancelot's body was covered with a layer of golden armor, like a miniature Golden Shira. The changes continued. Susanoo turned into a golden light spot and merged into Lancelot's body, blending with armament hockey, and the originally dark armed color gradually turned into dark gold. Bang! The two dark golden fists touched each other, and Lancelot looked at the devil's descendant on the opposite side and licked his mouth. I haven't used this trick on others yet, so today is a good time to try it out. Hey ha ha ha. Bullet laughed wantonly, such an opponent is more worthy of defeat. Then come on, advertisement after the words fell, the ground under his feet collapsed into a round pit, and he was instantly thrown out. Lancelot did the same. Bang! The dark blue and dark gold fists collided with each other, and the terrifying power made the earth wail, and a violent shockwave rolled south. Ding ding ding. Bullet took a few steps back and looked at Lancelot on the opposite side in surprise. So strong. The two had fought evenly before, but when both sides showed their hockey power, was he inferior? The thought flashed by, and he rushed forward again. At the edge of the battlefield, everyone gasped as they watched Bullet rushing towards Golden Shira again and being repelled again and again. Is this Golden Shira, the strongest man in the world? Before this, they acknowledged the strength of Golden Shira, but even if he won the title of the strongest man in the world from Whitebeard, people still had doubts, thinking that if he hadn't defeated Kaido and Big Mom, he was not worthy of the title. Now, the power displayed by Bullet, the descendant of the devil, feels no worse than that of the four emperors. But even such Bullet couldn't get any advantage in the hands of Golden Shira, and he hadn't even shown his real ability. You know, Golden Shira's best skill is not physical skills, but swordsmanship that is not inferior to the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye. The battle between Lancelot and Bullet continued, from day to night and from night to day. 1 day, 2 days. More and more people came to watch the battle, and everyone who saw the battle on the field was shocked by the strength of the two. On the 5th day, the new arrival caused quite a stir. It's him, 7 warlords of the sea, Edward Weeble. Looking at the tall figure, the crescent-shaped beard, and the weapon similar to Kusagawa Kiri, everyone was shocked and scared, and moved away. Weeble has been very famous recently. First he became a Shichibukai, and then he hunted the pirate captains under the Whitebeard pirates, and he was the most famous. The other party even called himself Whitebeard too. Whether it was true or not, the power he showed was quite like the style of Whitebeard back then. Mom, aren't we going to take back Dad's inheritance? What are we doing here? Miss Bacon, that is, Bacon Gom Stussy, was watching the battle in the distance. Hearing this, he poked Weeble's leg with his cane in annoyance. Idiot, the legacy is there, when can't we take it back? She pointed at the battle on the opposite side. But that's Golden Shira and Devil's Descendant. Golden Shira's bounty on the black market is as high as 4.7 billion berry, and Devil's Descendant Bullet's bounty is 2.5 billion berry. If we get their heads, we will make a fortune. Because the news that Impel Down was breached was not covered up by the world government, the bounties of the escaped prisoners were increased more or less. Bullet, as the strongest and most dangerous among them, had his bounty soared from less than 1 billion to 2.5 billion, which was considered to be a good name for him. He fought against Buster Call alone, and even Garp and Sengoku were dispatched. He deserved this bounty, and it was not low. When Weeble heard Miss Bacon's words, he looked at the battle in the distance, scratched his head, and whispered, "They are so strong, I may not be able to beat them." Miss Bacon was so angry that she jumped up and hit him twice. "Idiot, I didn't tell you to rush up now, wait until they are both defeated, and then we will go up and take advantage. If we take them down, our reputation will surpass the 4 emperors, and those rebellious Whitebeard pirates will be nothing but a traitor." It must be said that Miss Bacon is an arrogant, ambitious, and extremely greedy person. Neither Lancelot nor Bullet is something she can covet, but she thought about it and was ready to put it into practice. 96. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you come by yourself. Crackle. Red and black lightning rage, and the two conquerors vended wantonly. This wilderness had already been changed in the battle. The cracked earth, countless deep pits, huge gullies, and surging underground water veins. Boom. The dark golden fist wrapped around the conqueror's hit Bullet, and the opponent's dark blue fist also landed on Lancelot's chest. The two flew backwards like cannonballs and hit the ground heavily. The smoke and dust dissipated, revealing the two people in a mess. Bullet looked at Lancelot on the opposite side, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. This was the opponent he longed for. Young, powerful, and far from reaching the peak. Compared to Roger, who was seriously ill back then, he was more worthy of being defeated by himself. Bullet. Without extra words, he wanted to use his last strength to give the opponent a full-strength blow. He pressed his hands suddenly on the ground. As the ability of the fusion fruit was activated, the inorganic matter around him was changed, recombined, and merged with himself. The dark purple wave spread rapidly around, transforming all inorganic matter it touched. Gradually, a huge monster took shape. As more and more inorganic matter was fused, its size was comparable to Susanoo. Lancelot looked at the super-large monster in front of him and couldn't help but admire. "You are really amazing, Bullet. You can develop the fusion fruit to this extent." "Is the fusion fruit strong?" "Not strong at all, not much better than Doflamingo's string fruit, but in Bullet's hands, it directly became an anti-military treasure. However, this devil fruit is a bit too useless for Bullet. It can only increase his means and is not much help in the battle with the top strong. The most suitable one for Bullet is actually Zone Devil Fruit. If he is given a mythical beast species, he will at least be like Kaido. Of course, Bullet in the super large bullet state is equally terrifying. Even if Hawkeye's power will be dispersed, his full strength attack is also a strategic level force that can destroy cities and destroy the world. He looked at the dark golden fist that had dimmed a lot and sighed softly. I don't have enough pupil power. After several days of fierce fighting, his pupil power had been almost consumed, and it was not enough to use the full form of Susanoo. The combination of Hawkeye and Susanoo was studied after the Summit War, and it was not completed until recently. With the least pupil power consumption, Hawkeye's defense and attack are enhanced, greatly extending the endurance time. Today, I experimented with Bullet and the effect was indeed outstanding. Clang! Hongji slowly unsheathed, with a deep cold light on the blade, and the blade was dark red. If someone who knows the goods sees it, they will know that Hongji is not only a supreme big knife with terrifyingly high quality, but also a black knife. Advertisement a month ago, Lancelot did an experiment with a primary synthesis card. He wanted to fuse the supreme big knife, Kurogiri, to improve Hongji's quality. It's the same knife, but the style is different. He is not sure whether Hongji will change after the fusion. So with a fine long sword as the main body, a naginata similar to Kusukon Kiri was fused with it. The result was good. The appearance of the long sword did not change, only the quality was improved. After fusion with Kusukon Kiri, the quality of Hongji reached an extremely high level, stronger than Lihawk's black sword, Dao Yi. It is not an exaggeration to say that Hongji is the leader of the supreme fast swords, Susanoo. It is not in the complete state, but only in the third stage. The size is about the same as that of a giant and looks a bit crude. On the opposite side, Bullet looked down at the golden Shira below, with a red glow in his eyes. Is this all your strength left? In this case, the title of the best will be taken away by me, Ultimate Cannon. Bullet tried his best to squeeze out the last of his physical strength, releasing all the arm color and conquerors, and entangled with Bullet's huge arm. The originally dark purple arm became dark blue and deep, and blasted towards Lancelot with a whistle that tore through the air. Is this your last strength? Looking at the mountain-like giant fist that was attacking, Lancelot sighed. Hongji raised her hand, and Susanoo was synchronized with the condensed long sword. A large amount of armament Hawkeye and conquerors were entangled, and red and black lightning swirled around the blade. The giant fist was getting closer and closer, and the power it carried arrived first, pressing everything around it to vibrate. Lancelot's eyes flashed, and Hongji slashed forward. Elbaf's spear. Spear of the king. Boom. A powerful shock wave that could tear the sea apart and penetrate the mountains hit the giant fist, and an invisible wave of air exploded. After fighting for more than 10 breaths, in Bullet's shocked eyes, the shock wave shattered the giant fist, and countless fragments flew out and scattered around. Boom boom boom. The shock wave destroyed the huge arm inch by inch with a devastating force, and hit the monster's chest. The powerful force was destroying the monster's body, and Bullet could no longer hold on, watching his masterpiece shatter and collapse. The earth shook, and smoke and dust filled the air. Miss. Ba Jin was shocked and terrified when she saw the scene in front of her. It was too powerful. This level of attack was not something she could resist at all, and it could take her life at any time. But seeing the monster fall, Bullet fell from the air, and seeing the golden Shira, that was only the size of a giant dissipate, her eyes were full of heat. Bullet no longer had the strength to fight, and Lancelot could not use the huge, golden Shira, like in the Summit War, which meant that his physical strength was greatly consumed and he was at his weakest. No, what if he was too disdainful to use it and still had some strength left? No, it's impossible to hold back after fighting with Bullet to this extent. Even if he can continue to fight, he can't hold back much longer. Miss. Ba Jin struggled inwardly until Bullet fell heavily to the ground. Lancelot panted with his sword, and his ambition overwhelmed his reason. Weeble. Now, she whipped Weeble with her cane and hurriedly urged. Hurry up, now is their weakest time, go and get rid of them. Ah, yes, Mom. Weeble was stunned for a moment, holding the naginata and ran towards the center of the battlefield. Seeing someone rushing into the battlefield, the onlookers were stunned at first. Who was so brave that he dared to stroke the tiger whiskers of those two? Advertisement, but when they saw the person clearly, they were shocked again. It was Weevil who had defeated many captains of the Whitebeard pirates in succession. Although everyone disdained his claim to be Whitebeard too, they still recognized his strength. For a while, there were discussions everywhere, but no one stopped them. Everyone wanted to see if Weevil could take down the golden Shira. As for Weevil going to help, don't be funny, let alone Weevil, they all wanted to step on the golden Shira to get to the top. Song didn't have the strength and the courage to do so. Lancelot, who had just taken a step, paused, looking at Weevil who was rushing like a little giant, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Want to reap the benefits of being a fisherman? Who gave you the courage, Miss Liang? His eyes passed Weevil and fell on Miss Bacon behind him, and the murderous intent in his eyes surged. He took a step back with his right foot, lowered his upper body, and stared suspiciously at Weevil who was about to rush in front of him. If you don't take the road to heaven, you will come to hell without a door. Swish. The ground under his feet suddenly collapsed, and Lancelot turned into a stream of light and shot out, leaving a residual image of the picture. Gods, White Dragon Song. Weevil, who was rushing, saw the enemy making an attack and didn't take it seriously, but when the opponent came to kill, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. His body reacted instinctively, waving the naginata and slashing forward. The next moment, the stream of light hit the Naginata, but there was no collision as everyone expected. The stream of light was obviously terribly fast, but the moment it was swept by the Naginata, it seemed to be floating in the wind like a piece of cotton, and it gently shook to avoid the blade and continued to kill Weibo. How is it possible? Wei Bublé's eyes widened. This must-win attack didn't even touch the opponent's clothes. In his shocked expression, the stream of light was getting closer and brighter. Huh! It was like a breeze blowing on his face, blowing up his braids and lifting his long hair. Without any pain, Wei Bublé turned his head in confusion and saw that the stream of light was still going towards his mother. He saw the fear on his mother's face, saw her retreating in panic and turning to escape. Then, he saw his mother's head flying, with the expression of fear and astonishment still on her face. The eyes under the broken sunglasses were staring at him, as if asking, "Why didn't you stop the enemy?" Shish. Until this moment, the severe pain came. Wei Bublé lowered his head blankly, and his body was already bleeding. 97. Bullet. At that moment I saw God and was reborn. The whole place was silent. The crowd was nervous and anxious as they watched Lancelot bend down slowly to lift Miss Bacon's head. A sound of swallowing saliva was heard, and everyone retreated a distance. He looked at Weevil lying in a pool of blood in the distance, and his eyes were filled with shock. That was Weevil, the Shichibukai, the enemy of the Whitebeard pirates, but now facing the Golden Shira who had fought for several days, he couldn't even hold on for a single move. The 4 Emperor's-level strongmen were so terrifying. When they saw Lancelot walking back slowly, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They saw the good show and were shocked, but it was a pity that the Golden Shira was not killed by Weevil as they expected. The onlookers didn't dare to stay any longer and left this dangerous place one after another. Lancelot came to the weak Weevil and looked down at this guy with strong limbs and a simple mind. There is no doubt about the strength of Weevil, otherwise the Whitebeard pirates would not have been robbed repeatedly. But he chose the wrong opponent. Lancelot is not only a strong physical athlete, his best swordsmanship is swordsmanship. What is the best thing about a swordsman? It is the instantaneous explosive power of 433 that can kill with one blow. You can kill monsters above your level, but if you can't kill your opponent with your strongest move, it can only mean that you are a shame for the swordsman. Don't say you are a swordsman in the future. Slowly raised Hongji. Even if I only have 10% or 20% of my physical strength left, I am not a target you can covet. Just as the knife was about to fall, a man ran over in a panic from a distance. Wait a minute, Lancelot paused and turned to look at the person coming. The man was startled by this look, and nervously picked up a Den Mushi. "Sir, this is Marshal Kasky's call." "Sakazuki?" Lancelot raised his eyebrows slightly, threw Miss Bacon's head next to Weevil, and took the Den Mushi. "Something? You want to kill Weevil?" Sakazuki's voice was calm, and it was impossible to tell what the other party was feeling now. Lancelot's eyelids drooped slightly. "So? The world government asked me to inform you that Weevil is now a Shichibukai, you need to keep him." "Oh, this is interesting. Sakazuki is not talking about Marine, or him, but the world government. What if I say no? You should know what it means to kill Weevil. The world government will not let you do whatever you want." Lancelot certainly knew what it meant that he slapped the world government in the face. "That's none of my business. They can think whatever they want. Let's not talk about Weevil daring to attack me. Even if that didn't happen, he dared to make my chief instructor unhappy, so he has already met his death." God damn, already met his death. Sakazuki thought of what Sengoku had said to him. When dealing with Lancelot, you must be calm and don't get angry no matter what the other party says. The chief instructor of the Hunters Guild seems to be that red devil, right? Advertisement. When did Weevil offend Yamato? Lancelot was surprised. When did Weevil offend Yamato? Sakazuki. Here it comes. Is this what Sengoku said about being calm? Isn't your chief instructor Yamato? No, Lancelot smiled and explained. Yamato was just dismissed by me, and the current chief instructor is Mr. Zephyr. Sakazuki glared. Didn't Zephyr just leave Marine? When did he join the Hunters Guild? This B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** but it's only been a few days. He suddenly remembered what Vice Admiral he had told him to keep an eye on Zephyr, and it really happened. Damn, this guy didn't plan it long ago. Lancelot didn't know that Sakazuki on the other side had started a brainstorming session, and said with a smile, "It's almost done. When I bring the gift to the door, Mr. Zephyr will definitely be moved and agree to become the chief instructor of the Hunter Guild." It turns out that it hasn't happened yet. Sakazuki breathed a sigh of relief for some reason, and then he was stunned. Could the gift that this be asterisk 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 he was talking about be Weeble's head? Are you really going to kill Weeble? Do you think I'm kidding you? I came all the way here. Is it because the wine here is delicious, or because the sea breeze here is more refreshing? I don't care what you want, anyway, I've already passed on the message. The Den Den Mushi was hung up. Lancelot raised his eyebrows and casually threw the Den Den Mushi to the man. Sakazuki is a bit cold, a bit paranoid, a bit strong, and a bit unkind. Well, if you count carefully, there are quite a lot, but at certain times, you can feel the magma-like emotions in his heart, surging but not erupting. Looking at the unconscious Weevil, Hong-ji slowly raised her sword. This time no one stopped her, and she raised her sword and the head fell to the ground. Uzumaki appeared in front of him, through miss. Bacon and Weevil's heads in, and turned to walk towards Bullet. Looking at Bullet, who was lying on the ground with his eyes blank and a little lost, Lancelot sighed twice. Tisk tisk. Who is this? Wasn't it someone else who fought with me before? Bullet tilted his head slightly. Laugh if you want, losers have no right to speak. He lost this battle without complaint. He also saw that the person in front of him did not go all out from the beginning. He fought with his body and physical skills, and even his best swordsmanship was useless. What else can I say when I was defeated in the field I am good at? Lancelot laughed and said, when you say this, how can I say those mocking words? Bullet was surprised. This guy was not really going to laugh at him? Where was the demeanor of a strong man? Closed his eyes. Kill me if you want, you. Lancelot shook his head helplessly. Will you follow me in the future? Want to recruit me? Not interested, don't say that, there is no future for a person to venture out on the sea. I only believe in my own strength, companions are just burdens, and will eventually betray you. What a pessimistic idea, that's because you haven't met a partner worthy of entrusting your back. Advertisement, as long as I am strong enough, I don't have to rely on anyone. Well, you are still a stubborn donkey, Lancelot sighed. If he wanted to recruit Bullet, he had to start with what he wanted most. You want to be the strongest, and now the title of the strongest is on me. Follow me and you can challenge me at any time. Bullet opened his eyes and sneered. Even if I don't follow you, I can challenge you when I am strong enough. Lancelot smiled jokingly. You can challenge me if you want to, have I agreed? As long as I don't want to, you don't have that chance. I even let Mihawk, Yamato and others beat you up together. You? Bullet's eyes widened. He didn't expect the person in front of him to be so shameless. What about the dignity of the strong? Lancelot continued. Look, you are over 40 now, in about 10 years, you will start to go downhill. And I am 19 this year. Even in 20 years, I have not reached the peak. What can you compare with me? You can't beat me now, and it will be even more impossible in the future. Bullet's expression froze. Thinking that it was indeed the case, his face gradually darkened. Perhaps it is true as the other party said, he will never be the strongest in this life. Tai. Bullet frowned. But what? Lancelot smiled cunningly. What if I have a way to make you stronger? What way? Bullet blurted out subconsciously, and felt a little depressed after asking. He seemed to be led by the nose all the time. For example, how about extending your peak period? Bullet's eyes widened. Can you extend the peak period? How to extend it? Just when he was about to ask, Lancelot waved his hand again. No, even if you extend your peak period, you still can't beat me. Then what are you talking about? Are you kidding yourself? Hey, there is another way to try, but it depends on your luck. Then Bullet saw Lancelot take out a colorful fishing rod from somewhere with a painful expression on his face. Let's make a deal first. If you don't follow me, I will kill you. As he said that, he swung the fishing rod, and the colorful hook turned a corner and went straight into Bullet's body. Soon, 10 familiar devil fruits were hooked out of his body. What is this? Bullet looked at the fusion fruit in his hands in disbelief. Huh? Lancelot said in surprise. I just wanted to try it, but I didn't expect you to be caught by me? Seeing Bullet looking shocked for 100 years, he couldn't help but eat Chiraku and took the fusion fruit in his hand. Congratulations, you will be a boss in the future. Similarly, you can think about the new devil fruit ability. Logia, Paramecia, Zone. I suggest you choose the mythical beast species, but this thing is rare and not easy to find. Looking at Lancelot mumbling, Bullet seemed to see God in his own rebirth. Complete the task. Devil's Descendant, and get the reward of 7 color pull X1. Use 1, harvest 1, conquer Bullet. This deal is still profitable. So happy, 98. Zephyr is shrewd and cunning, and the white group is on the rise again. The new Shichibukai fell, the Devil's Descendants surrendered. Is this the decline of morality or the distortion of human nature? Let's go to the Hunters Guild column and see how the Golden Shira became rich and had many wives and concubines. The irrelevant title, Morgans ran wildly on the road of the headline party, and was far ahead of the others. But everyone who saw this newspaper burst out with one word at the first time. FK. After many leaders of forces, F*******, ed, they were speechless at first, and then they were jealous and envious. That's the Devil's Descendant Bullet. Barry, with a bounty of 2.5 billion, was the guy who challenged the Pirate King Roger, Pluton Rayleigh, and it was rumored that Bullet and Rayleigh were on par at that time. After leaving Roger's pirate group, he has been challenging the strong on the sea. Until Roger was executed, Bullet went berserk and turned the entire sea upside down. In the end, Marine launched a buster call on him, and even Garp and Sengoku were dispatched. Even though Bullet was defeated by Golden Shira, no one can deny his strength. Even if he doesn't have the 4 Emperors level of combat power now, he will reach that level sooner or later. If we speculate more boldly, maybe Bullet already has it? Doesn't the Hunter Guild have another 4 Emperors level combat power? If we count Hawkeye, Yamato, Thunder 17 God, Hancock, Ice Queen, and World Songstress, does such a Hunter Guild have any rivals except Marine? In a certain sea area, several warships broke through the waves. But what is puzzling is that the flag hung on the warship is not the seagull logo of Marine, but the seagull logo turned upside down, with a sword professional skull in the middle. Ein, Binz, and Shuzo rushed into the training room with surprise on their faces. Teacher, there is good news. Zephyr, who was practicing, did not stop, but just looked up. What good news? Aang spread out the newspaper in his hand. That Weeble is dead, and the old woman. Binz nodded. Yeah, those two guys were finally killed. In the original attack, only the teacher, Aang himself survived, and all the others who were in the same period were killed in front of them. This is an unforgettable nightmare for them, and they wish they could cut Weeble and Miss Bacon into pieces. Advertisement Zephyr was stunned, and hurriedly got up and picked up the newspaper to read it. When he saw that it was Lancelot who took action, he was stunned. Punk Hazard is not close to the Kingdom of Egg, and there is no Hunter Guild branch there. What is Lancelot doing there, or is he alone? Suddenly thinking of something, he hurried to the captain's office. Aang and the other two did not know why, and hurried to follow. Zephyr searched in the file cabinet for a while, and when he found the Hunter Guild talent introduction, his expression became complicated. In Calm Belt, Lancelot invited him to be the general instructor of the Hunter Guild and secretly gave him this document. He didn't take it seriously at that time and put the document aside after returning. But now looking at this document again, he has the urge to join the Hunter Guild. Lancelot would not run so far for no reason, just to kill a Shichibukai who was just appointed by the world government. This is a provocation to the world government. And it was when he just left Marine. If it wasn't for himself, could it be for Bullet? The newspaper clearly stated that Lancelot and Bullet's meeting was a coincidence. Before the war, he let the great whirlpool spider stay on the island. The purpose is self-evident. Touched. Zephyr was really touched. Since that incident, Weeble and Miss Bacon disappeared, and he didn't want Marine to make a big fuss about it. But this matter has been weighing on his heart, tormenting him day and night. If he hadn't had an accident at that time, if he had held on a little longer and been more decisive, wouldn't his students have died? Until now, his former enemy has become Shichibukai, and he feels betrayed. But there is such a person who took the risk of offending the world government and killed Weeble and Miss Bacon without saying a word. Whether it was to vent his anger or to let himself join the Hunter Guild, he felt Lancelot's sincerity. Aang and the other two looked at the document in Zephyr's hand and were stunned when they saw the title of Recruitment of Hunter Guild Talents. When they saw that Zephyr was hired as the chief instructor of the Hunter Guild, they were shocked. They knew that Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Crane were also invited to serve as the chief inspectors of the Hunter Guild, but it was a pity that they were just decorations with no real power. But the position of chief instructor is definitely a real job, and it can't be used by a little water lamp. When they thought about the content in the newspaper, they finally realized that the golden shiro was for Teacher Zephyr. Teacher, you. Zephyr looked up at the three people. Do you want to ask me if I want to join the Hunter Guild? Ian nodded. Well, that golden shiro seems to think highly of you, and I think it shouldn't be the same as that of Chief Inspector Sengoku. Advertisement, and the Hunter Guild has always had a good reputation, but there are just too many pirates. She hated pirates, but she had to admit that after the Hunter Guild was established, it did a lot of things that benefited civilians, and the pirates who joined the Hunter Guild seemed to have changed. She was not sure if they had reformed, but they did not do any bad things like before. Zephyr glanced at the three students and knew that they were actually struggling. On the one hand, they hoped that the new Marine would not disappear like this, which was their obsession for leaving Marine. On the other hand, they hoped that he could do what he liked and teach students. Of course, the complicated attitude towards the Hunter Guild was also one of the reasons for the struggle. After a long silence, he suddenly smiled and said, let's talk about this later. The Hunter Guild is already very popular now. Aang was stunned, then reacted, you mean the World Federation will be afraid? Zephyr was very satisfied with Aang's quick thinking, and sighed. The Hunter Guild is too strong, not much worse than the Rock's pirate back then. The world government should be very troubled now. If we join, it will probably start to suppress the Hunter Guild. No, they may have been discussing it. Besides, before we talk to Lancelot and find out the purpose of the Hunter Guild, let's do our own thing first. Binz asked curiously. Teacher, is Rock's pirate very powerful? Why haven't we heard of it? When Zephyr was telling his students about the Rock's pirate, Lancelot also received a shocking news. Red Hair Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates have formed an alliance? Den Mushi imitated Robin's solemn expression. Yes, just now, Red Hair personally went to Whitebeard's hometown Sphinx and reached an agreement with Marco. The two sides formed an offensive and defensive alliance. Lancelot narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that Marco and the others have made a choice, because of the relationship between Ace and Luffy? At 067 of the Battle of the Top, he and Whitebeard had another agreement. If the Whitebeard Pirates do not intervene in the disputes in the New World in the future, the Hunter Guild will not take action against the Whitebeard Pirates. Even willing to accept the Whitebeard Pirates joined the Hunter Guild in the form of a franchise, which was also considered to protect the Whitebeard Pirates. Unfortunately, Marco and the others rejected this kindness. Ace was so important to them that they favored Luffy and became closer to the Red Hair Pirates. Moreover, during the Summit War, the two pirate groups had already formed an alliance, so there was a certain foundation. Let's form an alliance. I'm not a flower that everyone loves, so how can I make everyone like me? Turning his head to look at the training master on the side, you said that Festa has Raftel's permanent pointer? Bullet stopped training and looked serious. When I met him before, he was salvaging Raftel's permanent pointer and was attacked by Sea Kings. I rescued him. Lancelot remembered that it was mentioned in the movie version of Operation Frenzy that someone in Roger's pirate group secretly recorded Raftel's location. Later, it was discovered by Roger and thrown into the sea, But Bullet was not on the ship at that time, so he didn't know about it. Is that so? Lancelot's eyes became distant, so that's it. If he guessed correctly, it should be Squire who took away Festa and the Perpetual Pointer, otherwise the other party should have appeared when he killed Weevil. But until they left the Kingdom of Egg, no one was seen. In this way, the abnormal behavior of the Whitebeard pirates can be explained. Haha, interesting, what do Marco and the others want to do? 99. I just want to be a salted fish, but you want me to overthrow the world government? The hot spring island is quite famous in New World, and many people like to come here to soak in the hot springs. When Lancelot and Bullet landed on the island, a young girl came up to greet them. She was wearing a sleeveless t-shirt, a white cape, and super short shorts, revealing her fair and slender legs. While the girl looked at Lancelot curiously, she was also on guard against Bullet, who was giving off a sense of keeping strangers away. Hello, President Lancelot, I'm Ain. Lancelot looked at the girl with long wavy sea blue hair in front of him and felt a little sad. For people with insufficient hockey strength, this ability is as unsolvable as the childlike fruit of sugar. If you are touched multiple times without any warning, you are likely to disappear, whether it is effective for people or things. I don't know if you can make people disappear once after awakening, that would be too scary. Ian turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. Teacher Zephyr is waiting for you, please follow me. Okay. As Ian walked along, he came to a hot spring hotel. The girl pointed to the men's hot spring. President Lancelot, Teacher Zephyr is inside. Thank you. Lancelot nodded slightly and walked into the men's hot spring. Huh, cool. He sat down next to Zephyr, and the comfort brought by the hot spring made Lancelot happy. My chief instructor, you have to wear sunglasses when you take a hot spring bath, are you too embarrassed to see people? Zephyr was stunned for a moment, and took off his sunglasses expressionlessly. I haven't agreed to let you join the Hunter Guild yet, but I'm not your chief instructor. Also, speak seriously, I don't have a good temper like Sengoku. Lancelot didn't care. It's just to adjust the atmosphere. Besides, you can come to see me, isn't it because you have an idea? Zephyr suddenly looked at Lancelot strangely, stretched out his hand to pinch him, and said in doubt, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Why are you like nothing happened, don't you feel uncomfortable? Lancelot was leaning against the hot spring pool, and he tilted his head slightly when he heard it. I feel very weak now, this hot spring is so comfortable. Zephyr's face was dark. Aren't you a superpower user? You will feel uncomfortable in the hot spring, right? This? Lancelot blinked. Who told you that I am a superpower user? You are not a superpower user. Zephyr's eyes gradually widened, with a look of disbelief on his face. Advertisement, your golden Shira is not a power. He used the mechanical arm equipped with sea stone to grab Lancelot, and found that this guy was fine. He is not like those power users who become soft. Lancelot said helplessly. I said I am not a power user, can't you trust me a little? Zephyr's heart was already shocked. The famous golden Shira is not a power user. If this matter is spread, it will probably shock everyone. Then how did you get that power? How did it come? Lancelot rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, then said seriously, my close friend Azang found it for me with great difficulty. That's right, so what, Azang? Zephyr thought hard, but he couldn't find such a person in his memory. Could it be that he is not inferior to Vegapunk? Who is Azang? A man named Danzo, who lives in Konoha village, is determined to become a Hokage. Zephyr was confused and thought he decided not to delve into Sengoku's experience and changed the subject. Thank you for the weeble. Lancelot immediately perked up. I brought the head, do you want to take it back and make it into a chamber pot? Zephyr waved his hands when he thought of that scene. No, keep it for yourself. He felt that if he really did that, how would the students look at him? No, he shouldn't have such an idea. Lancelot seemed a little regretful. Is that so? But your gratitude is not sincere at all. Let's be practical. Only if you join the Hunters Guild and serve as the chief instructor, it will not be in vain for me to run so far to kill Wable and Miss Bacon. Zephyr's eyelids twitched. This B*************** D ruined the good atmosphere in his own feelings. He took a deep breath. Let's talk about this later. I don't know much about your Hunters Guild. Why don't you tell me about it first? Lancelot smacked his lips and felt that Robin should come forward for this matter. You should know enough about the Hunters Guild. If you have any questions, you can just say it directly. I will never hide anything I can answer. You are so direct. Zephyr couldn't help laughing. I thought you would pick up the good things and talk big so that I would accept your invitation. Lancelot shook his head. No need, instead of coaxing you now, it is better to be frank. What if you find that the Hunter Guild and your ideas are different in the future and you want to leave? I will be in trouble? Okay. Zephyr was very satisfied with Lancelot's attitude, at least the other party was really sincere. Then I will ask directly. You tell me, what is the purpose of the Hunter Guild? After leaving Devil Island, you used the resources of the Golden Emperor to establish the Hunter Guild, absorbed many strong people, and are still expanding now. I can imagine that the Hunter Guild will inevitably become a behemoth comparable to Marine in the future. What is your purpose and how ambitious are you? Advertisement, have you ever thought about whether the world government will allow such a Hunter Guild to exist? What will you do then? Zephyr's question went straight to the core and also pointed out the hidden dangers of the Hunter Guild. Lancelot pondered for a long time before slowly saying, first of all, the purpose of the Hunter Guild is very simple, it is to ensure that the members of the guild live better on this sea. This is the purpose I set for the guild, and everyone is working hard for this goal. Zephyr nodded. This does not conflict with his own philosophy. Compared with those ambitious people, this goal is a bit similar to Whitebeard, all for the people around him. What about you? Me. Lancelot smiled. Do you know what kind of knife my Red Princess is? Zephyr frowned. What does it have to do with Red Princess? It has something to do with it. Lancelot took out Red Princess from the inventory, and one hand made Zephyr look sideways. Hongji is a guardian blade. When I left Devil Island, I said that I would use it to protect the people around me and make it the strongest in the world. My goal is to become the strongest in the world. Yulin Tesoro of Tesoro is like a castle in the air. As long as others are willing, they can take away everything from him at any time. Nami had to go out to sea to steal for her hometown. Her dream is to draw the most complete sea map. Uta wants to become the world's diva and bring beauty and hope to everyone. Mahawk wants to pursue the ultimate of kendo. Enel wants to go to the infinite land. Hancock wants to protect the Nine Snakes Island. Vivi wants to protect Alabasta, Yamato. Lancelot looked at Zephyr seriously. We all have our own goals, and we came together by chance. I will protect them with my life, and they support me to keep moving forward. These words made Zephyr was absent-minded for a long time. The Hunter Guild had different goals, but they were pure. They did not have the ambition to dominate the sea as he had expected. That's all. Lancelot thought for a while. That's about right. If I have the ability, I hope this sea can become better. Zephyr's eyes flashed, and this was intriguing. What does it mean to hope that this sea can be better? The corrupt world government, the nobles who oppress and exploit the people, and the pirates who burn, kill and plunder are all the root causes of the sea's troubles. Many people in the Hunter Guild are pirates, but they stand on the opposite side of pirates. They cooperate with Marine and the world government, but the stronger the Hunter Guild is, the sooner or later there will be conflicts, and the relationship will eventually break down. So Lancelot has long been prepared to fall out with the world government. That's why he keeps digging Marine Corner, absorb the strong on the sea, cultivate new people with potential, and spare no effort to expand the power. Thinking of this, he looked at Lancelot in shock. You don't want to overthrow the world government? Huh? 100. A huge war sweeping across the New World? Lancelot was confused. Why did Zephyr say such a shocking thing? Although he had such an idea, how could he deal with such a huge monster as the world government with his weak arms and legs? Not to mention Marine, the hidden power of the world government is enough for him to drink a pot, 5 elders, Knights of God, army, celestial dragons, and the most hidden I am. Unless one day his strength can suppress 3 or 4 emperors, and then get a few Plutons, bring Shirahoshi, and instigate Marine, it is better to develop slowly. Zephyr patted Lancelot's shoulder with a look of, I understand. Boy, I have to say you hit it well enough, he said with a touched expression. You even told me this, so direct and straightforward. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Lancelot wanted to cry but had no tears. Old man, can we talk properly? Also, have you been hit too hard? If I really want to overthrow the world government, shouldn't you stop me? Zephyr sneered. Humph, I have been thinking for a long time during this period. Why are there more and more pirates? Why people are living more and more difficult? Why Marine is always tied up? We got it wrong from the root. The corrupt world government is the biggest pirate, and Marine is just their tool to rule this sea. If there were no world nobles and no celestial dragons oppression, people would not live so hard, and there would not be so many people who want to go out to sea as pirates. Boy, if you really want to overthrow the world government, count me in. Lancelot stared blankly at Sakazuki, who seemed to be possessed by Zephyr. When did the old man become so radical and paranoid? You should join the Songming army. I think the Dragon Society will welcome you very much. 433, please sit down first, I am not used to you now. Lancelot pulled Zephyr back to the hot spring. Zephyr's transformation was so sudden, it was like a different person. After thinking for a while, he hesitated and said, for example. If I don't have this idea, will you still join the Hunter Guild? Zephyr stared and didn't say anything, with a sneer on his lips, as if saying, boy, you are fooling around, I have seen through you a long time ago. Lancelot. The body drooped down and leaned back to the hot spring pool weakly. Well, I didn't expect that I hid so deeply, but you still saw it. That's right, I just want to overthrow the world government and bring new life to this sea. For this reason, I continue to expand the Hunter Guild, recruit strong people, dig into Marine's corners, etc., all for this purpose. Zephyr smiled after hearing this. Yes, it's just as I guessed. God, it's just as you guessed, I'm so dirty. If I didn't want to leave you, the gold medal instructor, I would turn around and leave. Lancelot felt that Zephyr kicked him to another road, and the other party was chasing him with a small whip. So, do you agree to join the Hunters Guild? No. Seeing the dangerous light in Lancelot's eyes, Zephyr hurriedly explained. Not now, if I join, the world government will not be able to sleep well. Lancelot pouted. They are not able to sleep well now. Advertisement: the impact of Bullet joining the Hunters Guild is too great, and the world government is also afraid of raising a tiger to cause trouble, and it is estimated that it will suppress it next. It's good that you know, Zephyr said solemnly, so I will continue to develop the new Marine, cut off ties with the Hunters Guild, and wait until the time is right in the future. Lancelot suddenly laughed and said, I heard that there is a medium-sized island called Weiss near the Kingdom of Proteans, but it has been abandoned because of the war. How about building the base of the new Marine there? Zephyr was startled, and then looked at Lancelot in shock. Have you planned it long ago? You have long guessed that the world government will be afraid of you, so you don't plan to let me and the new Marine join the Hunter Guild directly, but develop outside? Lancelot waved his hand modestly. Basic operation, don't be stupid. The big bear is still wandering outside, and Zephyr and the new Marine can't join the Hunter Guild directly. After some time, I will build a guild branch in the Kingdom of Proteans as a training base. You can go there to give guidance when you are free. The Kingdom of Proteans is the kingdom that can use the King's Fist. It is not far from Dressrosa and forms a horn with Punk Hazard. Zephyr sighed. It seems that you have put a lot of effort in overthrowing the world government. I guess you have made a lot of preparations in secret? No, this topic cannot be turned over. After discussing with the ambitious Zephyr for a while, Lancelot hurriedly left with Bullet. 3 days later, they returned to Punk Hazard. The second internal meeting of the Hunters Guild was held, but only the Guild Bone Farm could participate. President: Lancelot. Vice President: Mahawk, Tesoro. General Manager: Robin. Secretary of the General Manager: Khalifa. Financial Manager: Nami. Guardians: Yamato, Hancock, Vivi, Uda, Bullet. Research Department: Geisa, Ozzy. Team Leaders: Lucci, Mr. 3, Yorogue, Bonnie. After nearly a year, everyone got together again, and the changes in personnel were obvious at a glance. For example, Vice President Tesoro, who always gave them berry flowers and had a low presence, also attended the meeting this time. Khalifa temporarily left Team C and served as the secretary of the general manager. World Diva Uda became the 5th guardian. Enel went to the Beast Academy in Wano-kuni for further studies. I wonder how he is now. Boff. Is there a first sticky mission, a second stick conquerors, and a third stick awakening? Trafalgar Law took his crew to brave the world. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on a tall, cold man. Lancelot smiled and said, I think you have all met him, but I still want to say something. Douglas Bullet, from today on, you will be the garrison commander of the guild. Do you have any objections? Of course, no one would object. No one was dissatisfied with Bullet's strength. Lancelot was probably the only one who dared to say that he was better than him. Then let's start reporting your achievements during this period. Nami spoke first. The situation in East Blue is relatively stable, and there is not much competition. Under the premise of ensuring the normal operation of the guild branches, 8 branches have been added during this period. Advertisement: but Marine seems to have the momentum to hinder our development. Many islands with Marine bases welcome our guild to build branches. Lancelot looked at the others. Is it the same in your place? Vivi, Lucci, and Yorogue nodded in unison. Is that so? Lancelot smiled. It should be the world government that puts pressure on Marine. Don't worry about it. They won't tear their faces apart directly. We should develop. They can control Marine, but they can't control people's choices. Continue. Vivi's face suddenly blushed, and she said awkwardly. West Blue has only added 5 branches. The underground forces are not targeting us openly, but they are obstructing us secretly. The progress of the Babao Navy is not smooth. We have only reached a cooperation. I failed to subdue them. Lancelot was not surprised by this. As the Navy of the Flower Kingdom, how could the Babao Navy surrender to the Hunter Guild? Seeing the girl lowered her head, she couldn't help but comfort her. It's enough to reach a cooperation with them. If they are really conquered, the Kingdom of Flowers should ask World Z to come forward. I heard that you did something big in the Kingdom of Flowers? Vivi was even more embarrassed, and said a little shyly, I just had a fight with Qingjiao. The old guy lost and refused to admit it. I was so angry that I took away his treasures. Lancelot's eyes lit up. It seems that your strength has improved rapidly during this period. You can actually beat Qing. Not bad. After receiving praise, Vivi's mood suddenly improved. I will continue to work hard. Lucci stood up and reported. The Kingdom of Sobel has been completely controlled and developed according to your expectations. The South Blue branch has added 9. The forces that secretly obstruct have been eliminated. This is Lucci. As long as it is a task, he will definitely do his best to complete it, and the results are better than those on the East Blue side. Everyone looked at Yorogue, and now only his North Blue was left. The big guy scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, North Blue has added 4 more. Lancelot waved his hand. Okay, I know everything about your place. Huh? Yorogue was stunned for a moment. Yorogue went to North Blue and did nothing, just took 50 people with abilities to fight everywhere. Mafia forces? Go. Pirates? Go. Don Quixote family? Go. In short, they are either fighting or on the way to fight. Robin stood up and made a summary. Currently, our guild has 14 branches in the first half of the Grand Line, 2 for each route, 15 for East Blue, 15 for South Blue, 13 for West Blue, and 10 for North Blue. In addition to the headquarters, New World has only established 3 branches so far. Lancelot knocked on the table. Next, the guild will temporarily stop expanding. The world government is on guard against us. At the same time, something big may happen in New World. All personnel should not go out for the time being. Seeing everyone's curious eyes, Lancelot glanced at Bullet. This may be a war that sweeps across the entire New World and affects the entire ocean. Raftel's permanent pointer appears. What? 101. Vegapunk. 24k brain is not enough. My stupid Oni-san. Get Bakara ready. Again? Tesoro was speechless. Bakara is already a little bit shadowy. Can you be more reliable? Lancelot laughed. Don't worry, I'm going to do something big this time. What if it still doesn't work? Then let her rest for a year, and I'll try again when I have enough. What else can Tesoro say? Go and inform his subordinates who are about to be hit by bad luck. Lancelot looked at the cheat interface. Ultimate Fisherman. Host. Guild Lancelot. Talents. Visitor from another world. Taijutsu Grandmaster, Chi and Blood like a pillar. Swordsmanship Grandmaster, Music Manipulator. Top Conquerors, Observation Hockey Advanced, Armament Hockey Advanced, Eternal Mangekyō. Points. 100,450. Items. Colorful Rod X1, Diamond Rod X2, Intermediate Synthesis Card X2, Advanced Synthesis Card X2, Pluton Blueprint, Artificial Devil Fruit, Dragon, Shock Fruit, Lion Fruit, Yellow Spring Fruit, Fusion Fruit for sale. Without hesitation, he exchanged for 100 bronze rods and 180 silver rods. He bowed respectfully to all four directions. God tiers who pass by, bless me to successfully catch the items on Bakara this time. It would be even better if I could catch the lucky fruit directly. Bless me, bless me. I still felt that it was not safe, so I went to Uta, Robin, Nami, and Hancock to ask for good luck, which attracted a wave of white eyes. Fishing success, points plus 10, fishing failure, points plus 01. Fishing success, points plus 50, long sword, level. Trace armament hockey, keep it, give it to Nami and the others, at least they can open the door of hockey. Big pants, FK. Which B asterisk 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 D is it? Brick? Throw it away. Black Sword Knight, garbage, throw it away, eh? Lancelot stared at the Black Sword Knight in his hand, and footsteps were heard outside, and then Mihawk appeared outside the door. Why didn't you follow Black Blade Yoruichi? Mihawk said expressionlessly. I'm changing clothes. Aha, you change clothes pretty fast. Looking at Mihawk's back as he left, Lancelot scratched his head and suddenly thought, if he caught Black Blade Yoruichi before going out to sea, would Mihawk go crazy? Doff, shocked, he was afraid he would enjoy the treatment of Creek, right? Let's continue fishing, another long knife, rubbish. Advertisement. Looking at the small transparent cloth in his hand, Lancelot fell into deep thought. Trace observation hockey, keep it, knowledge of physical skills, accompany. Soon the bronze rod reached the bottom, he changed to the silver rod reached the bottom, and exchanged the points he just got for the fishing rod to continue. Looking at the Den Den Mushi that still didn't ring, the little shark lost the ability to think. Lancelot's eyes turned red, gritted his teeth, and took out the 2 diamond rods in stock. With a firm look, he said, I'd trade Mihawk, Bullet, Enel's 10 years of singleness for my one success. Swoosh. The diamond rod swung, and the hook sank into the void. On Eggpoint Island, Atlas wiped off the non-existent sweat and looked at the new food maker in front of him with a happy mood. Finally done, Vegapunk said happily. Yes, finally I can eat food from different seas again. When he talked about this, Atlas got angry and raised his little fist. No, a big fist. Don't let me know who the thief is, beat his dog head. The food maker he had made with great difficulty, and he hadn't used it a few times, and it was gone just like that, and he didn't know who stole it. Vegapunk didn't care about it. Anyway, it's made for people to use, so if it's gone, it's gone. Atlas still felt indignant, and hurriedly found a surveillance Den Den Mushi and installed it next to the food maker. This way it's foolproof. Vegapunk laughed. After the last food-making machine incident, Eggpoint Island was checked and no strangers were found to have entered or left. In order to prevent similar incidents from happening again, protective measures were strengthened. If someone else could break in silently, they would not be able to resist. Asterisk 7. Vegapunk's words were stuck in his throat, and his eyes were wide open. Behind Atlas, the space rippled, and then a fishhook flew out of it and accurately hooked the propeller behind her. The fishing line loosened and tightened, and after it seemed to be sure that the prey was hooked, it suddenly straightened, and the tall Atlas was dragged into the space ripples. Vegapunk stared blankly at his half-extended hand, and then looked at the place where Atlas disappeared. Oh my! This time, they are not stealing the food maker, but stealing people directly. Atlas! Vegapunk panicked and looked around for Atlas's trace, hoping that he was still on Eggpoint Island. On the other side, Lancelot looked at the giant Loli in front of him, and the giant Mungli was also looking at him. The two stared at each other, and they could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Why is it you? Why is it you? The two spoke in unison, and after a moment of silence, they spoke again. Atlas. Golden Shira. Advertisement. After a long silence, Atlas spoke first. Tell me, was it you who stole my food maker last time? After all, it was Vegapunk's clone, and he guessed the truth in a moment. Lancelot was a little entangled. The giant Loli in front of him was a big trouble. What if Vegapunk reported Atlas' disappearance to the world government? Wouldn't he be in trouble? Asterisk asterisk asterisk, Mihawk, Bullet, Enel, you are too pitiful. You have been single for 10 years and got me this. Well, if you think about it carefully, it seems to be worth this price, or even more. Hey, answer my question quickly. Looking at Atlas, who raised his little fist, he is indeed a clone who inherited the explosive personality and has a hot temper. It's me, what do you want, eh? Hearing Lancelot's direct admission, it was Atlas' turn to be silent. The man in front of him was the Golden Shira, and he seemed unable to beat him. He didn't know if his small body could withstand the other party's punches. How about you send me back and forget about it? Huh? Lancelot stared. Just forget about it? What a joke. He raised the only diamond rod left in his hand. Just now, I lost one, because you hit my hook, and it's gone. Do you know how much it's worth? Atlas was stunned and asked. How much? Of course it's worth one of you. How much do you think you're worth? There's nothing wrong with this. A diamond rod that catches an atlas is naturally worth one atlas. Atlas subconsciously Kaido. I am priceless. Lancelot nodded. So you have two choices now, one is to compensate me with something of equal value to you, but you are priceless. The second is that you work for me, and when you create enough value, I will let you go free. Atlas finally reacted at this time and quickly retorted, no, I was fine on Egg Point Island. It was you who brought me here, so this is none of my business. Lancelot narrowed his eyes. So it's my fault? This. Looking at the dangerous aura emanating from him, Atlas whispered. All wrong, right? Clang. Hongji unsheathed, Lancelot's fingers gently stroked the blade. My fault, it's all my fault, Atlas hurriedly said. I'll pay, isn't it okay? In any case, live first, if you are taken for research, the secret of the trapped body will be exposed. Lancelot nodded with satisfaction. Yes, a man of insight is a hero. Took out the Den Mushi and dialed. Bonnie, your friend is here to see you, come and greet him. Atlas was stunned. Bonnie? Jewelry Bonnie? She's here with you? Then the new boss that Big Bear mentioned is you? Lancelot smiled and said, why, are you surprised? A-hole, you're scaring me. Atlas got angry. A friend of a friend is half a friend. How can you scare a friend like this? I'm going to beat your head off. 102. The difference between devil fruit and artificial devil fruit. Woo woo woo. Bonnie saw a giant loli crouching with her head in her hands as she came in. This is. Atlas looked up with tears in his eyes, pointed at Lancelot and cried. Bonnie, he hit me. Bonnie took a while to react and exclaimed. Atlas, why are you here? This is Punk Hazard, not to mention that it is not close to Egg Point Island. No matter how you think about it, Atlas should not be here. Could it be that his father's affairs have been discovered and Vegapunk is going to run away? Cough. Lancelot coughed lightly and whispered in Bonnie's ear. Bonnie, our research department is short of a director, you know, right? Do you want Atlas to join us? Bonnie's eyes lit up. Although Atlas did not have the ability of the brain fruit, he inherited Vegapunk's wisdom and vast knowledge, which was better than that unreliable guy is much stronger. The most important thing is that the reform of Shishi will be settled. The little head nodded wildly. Yeah, don't worry, no matter if it's coercion, inducement or emotional appeal, I will let Atlas stay. Lancelot was slightly startled, and then rubbed the girl's little head with emotion. Bonnie has grown up too. But Vegapunk needs to be informed, this matter is left to you, okay? Okay. Bonnie smiled confidently. If Vegapunk doesn't agree, I will reveal his secret. The two laughed wickedly, making Atlas tremble, as if he fell into a wolf's den. When Bonnie took Atlas away, Lancelot looked at the diamond rod in his hand and was a little nervous. After using up the lucky Bakara, and sacrificing Mahawk, they have not succeeded in being single for 10 years. It is estimated that accumulating 100,000 points may not work. How about another way? After thinking about it, he immediately called Taizaluo. I'm stupid Oni-san, find someone to help Bakara absorb her luck, the more the better. Tesoro suddenly felt a headache. You are thinking one thing after another, will it work? This will cause chaos on Gulen Tesoro's side. Lancelot was also helpless, but he had to try. Here's what I think, since Bakara can't use up all her luck, let her have a burst of luck, and then pray that I will be caught. Will this work? Tezulo was a little skeptical. At least it's more reliable than now. No matter if it's hints, hypnosis, or other means, I just need to make Ikara want the items on her body to be caught by me. Okay, you wait. After half a day, Bakara was ready. Maybe she really didn't want to come every once in a while, or maybe she wanted to change her fruit ability. When Lancelot used up the last diamond rod, the phone rang like a death sentence. Advertisement, woo, President, you finally succeeded. It was Bakara's voice. It was not difficult to hear the complex emotions of excitement, relief, and relief. Lancelot touched his nose. Well, Bakara, I'm sorry for making you wrong. I'll get you a powerful devil fruit in a while. Well, thank you, President. Bakara was a little happy. Although she would lose the lucky fruit, her strength would not be improved much. There are more and more strong people in the Hunter Guild now, and her role is getting smaller and smaller. If she could change to a powerful devil fruit, maybe he can enter the upper echelons of the guild and fight side by side with those ropers. President, I'm ready. Come on. This sounds like I'm going to do something to you, which is very misleading. After hanging up the phone, Lancelot took out the remaining colorful rod directly, feeling very excited, and felt that there was a road to heaven ahead. The fisherman is finally standing up, let's go. The colorful rod was swung, and the colorful hook sank into the void. Not surprisingly, when he took the hook back, a demon came back with it. It looks exactly like the lucky fruit in the devil fruit illustration. Lucky fruit, the most important part of the six-god suit is complete. The Den Mushi rang again. It was Taizaluo. Bakara has lost the power of the lucky fruit. During this period, I will have people keep an eye on her to avoid trouble. Lancelot had no objection. Although Bakara was one of them, there were still some things to be guarded against. Let her come to the headquarters. After ending the call, he looked at the several devil fruits in the inventory, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Next, it's time to collect the last devil fruit. In the experimental base, Atlas was operating the instrument. After a series of complicated operations, the machine hummed and various data rolled wildly. When everything returned to calm, the hatch of the machine opened and an artificial devil fruit appeared. Lancelot stepped forward to pick up the fruit and looked at it carefully. It seems no different. Atlas glared. What do you think artificial devil fruit is? Lancelot really didn't know this. Atlas, I'm curious. It is said that the devil fruit contains demons. Is it the same for artificial devil fruit? It stands to reason that there cannot be two devil fruits with the same ability at the same time, nor can there be two identical demons. Or can demons also be copied? Atlas was a little surprised, as if he did not expect Lancelot to ask such a profound question. After thinking for a while, he said, if you want to know the principle, you must understand the nature of the devil fruit. Advertisement. According to my, discovery of the original body, the devil fruit is actually the possibility of human evolution that people pursue, which is unnatural. The ability users were therefore rejected by the ocean, the mother of nature, and became unable to swim and afraid of sea stone. This is the so-called devil. You can regard it as an illusory existence born out of people's imagination. Atlas subconsciously pointed at his head. I am the ability of the brain fruit, the main body. Forget it, just treat me as the main body. People's imagination created it. There may be wisdom fruits and smart fruits in the world, but there is only one brain fruit. It is unique and cannot be copied. Lancelot's heart beat a little faster, and his throat rolled. In other words, all devil fruits are actually not copyable. Atlas smiled. Can you create an illusory devil? Lancelot shook his head. What about artificial devil fruit? Genes. Lancelot's eyes widened like a thunderbolt, and all doubts disappeared in an instant. Genes, yes, only this can explain why the ability of the ability can be copied. There are no two identical devil fruits in the world, and there can't be two identical demons, but genes can. The genes of organisms are very magical. I found that there is a special substance in all organisms. Well, I call it bloodline factor. Bloodline factors are replicable, and that's how clones are made. After a creature eats a devil fruit, its bloodline factors will change. As long as the secret is cracked, it can be replicated naturally. Lancelot nodded. Both Zone's artificial devil fruit and the future green blood involve bloodline factors. In this way, if Atlas can crack the secret of the bloodline factors of Logia users, he should be able to replicate them. I have to sigh again, Vegapunk is really awesome. Atlas, can I understand it this way? There are no demons in artificial devil fruits. Eating artificial devil fruits is actually the fusion of two bloodline factors? But this is risky. Successful fusion is fine, but failure will cause genetic mutations at best, and death at worst. 3.0 Atlas praised. That's right, biological genes are too complicated. The current artificial devil fruit technology is not perfect. It cannot guarantee that everyone will be fine after eating it. So beasts are those who have become half human and half beast in the pirate's Espercore caused by failed gene fusion or gene mutation. He has an artificial devil fruit with Kaido's fruit ability, which means that he may also cause gene mutation after eating it. However, if there are other devil fruits fused, the chance of failure is not high. Then can you still make an artificial devil fruit with Kaido's fruit ability? He doesn't need it, but others do, especially Bullet. If he is given Kaido's ability, wouldn't he soar to the sky? Atlas shook his head. It was made by accident. Ordinary zone artificial devil fruit, even ancient species can be copied, but the fantasy beast species is more special and difficult to make, even more difficult than Paramecia. Lancelot thought about it. Otherwise the future Seraphim will have a green blood with Kaido's ability, and they will just kill people indiscriminately. 103. Azure Dragon Series Shock Fruit Lucky Type Mo Piao Wangchen Form. Impelled down. After being breached by the Red Hair Pirates, after more than a year of reconstruction, it finally restored its former appearance and became even easier to defend and harder to attack. As the wave of the new era swept the world, more and more people went to sea, and the number of guests inside increased day by day. On the 6th floor of Eternal Hell, the presidential suite on this luxurious floor currently only has one person living in it. Burndy Wald. Less than a month after the end of the Summit War, he summoned his former crew members and re-emerged at the age of 78, launching a suicidal attack on Eni's lobby. The result is self-evident. He returned to Impel Down, where he had lived for decades, and booked the entire Eternal Hell. Under the sea outside Impel Down, a whale-shaped submarine appeared from the darkness in the distance and stopped when it reached the edge. If anyone saw the person in the cab, they would probably be shocked. Golden Shura and Devil's Descendant. Bullet looked at the wall in front of him through the window, frowned and asked, "How are you going to get in?" Lancelot said as a matter of course, "Of course I walk in." Uzumaki appeared in front of him, and under Bullet's astonished gaze, Lancelot walked into the Vortex Minister. What kind of ability is this? He thought he would have to break into Impel Down again, but the method of this president was a bit unexpected. Staring at the wall in front of him for a long time, he controlled the catapult to leave here, and his mission was completed. In Impel Down, an Uzumaki appeared out of thin air, and Lancelot walked out of it. Looking at the surrounding environment, the world was covered with ice and snow, and the bone-chilling coldness came to his face, and there was a wolf howling in the forest. Freezing hell? Looking down at his feet, then there is eternal hell. Entered Kamui's space again, and arrived at the destination when he came out. Dark, damp, cold, and dead silent, under the weak flames, the entire eternal hell looked gloomy and lifeless. Da da da. The sound of slow footsteps echoed in the silent sixth floor. In a cell, Grindelwald slowly opened his eyes and listened to the strange footsteps. The person coming was not Magellan. Who is it? Not long after, a figure appeared outside the cell, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly. Golden Shira. Although he had not been away from Impel Down for a long time, he knew a lot about the man who took the title of the strongest from Whitebeard. At that time, he even had the idea of kidnapping the Empress and sneaking into Mangekyō, but he had to give up after knowing the strength of the Hunter Guild. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Lancelot looked at Grindelwald, who was weak and waiting to die in the cell. What a mess. Humph, you are just a running dog of the world government. Lancelot shrugged. You are just barking helplessly. In Grindelwald's surprised eyes, the fence made of sea stone was twisted by invisible forces to form a circular entrance. Looking at the blonde young man who walked in, Wald swallowed his saliva. What do you want to do? Although he has become indifferent to life and death, he is still a little nervous at this moment. He is a little bit looking forward to the other party coming to rescue him, and he also thinks that the other party is coming to kill him. This huge gap makes him have a rare desire to live. Lancelot chuckled. What do you think I will do? Wald slowly calmed down after hearing this. He knew that the other party could not come to save him, so he must have other intentions for him. The only value left on him is his fruit ability. He looked up at the other person and smiled bitterly. Can you even do this? You are really a dangerous guy. Lancelot agreed very much. Indeed, I am too dangerous, but there is no Senju Hashirama to seal me. Wald didn't know who the so-called Senju Hashirama was, and he didn't have a chance to ask. With a flash of cold light, his consciousness gradually fell into darkness. A few minutes later, Lancelot had an extra devil fruit in his hand, and the last step of the six-god suit was completed. Opening the synthesis interface of cheat, I was more excited than ever before, and my hands were shaking a little. I finally reached this step. Synthesis. Please choose the main devil fruit. Artificial devil fruit, dragon, advertisement, please put in the synthesis material. Yellow spring fruit, do you choose to synthesize? Yes. Use primary synthesis card, points. As prompts popped up one by one, Lancelot made a choice. When the last choice was made, the synthesis interface lit up a rosy glow, and the two devil fruits were swallowed by the rosy glow. After a dozen breaths, the light disappeared. The appearance of the artificial devil fruit did not change, but the color did. Continue to synthesize, please select the main devil fruit. Artificial devil fruit, dragon, please put in the synthesis materials. Shock fruit, do you choose to synthesize? Yes. Use primary synthesis card, points. Continue. Please put in the synthesis materials, lucky fruit. Do you choose to synthesize? Yes. Use intermediate synthesis card, points. Intermediate synthesis card, please put in the synthesis materials. Lion fruit, intermediate synthesis card, please put in the synthesis materials. Momo fruit, do you choose to synthesize? Yes. Use advanced synthesis card, points. Advanced synthesis card. When the last synthesis was completed and the glow disappeared, a brand new devil fruit appeared in front of Lancelot. Colorful and shimmering, with a faint black gas lingering on the surface. This won't be poisonous, right? Lancelot was a little nervous. It is said that the brighter the color, the more likely it is to be poisonous, and he has never seen a devil fruit that emits black gas. So what should it be called now? Blue dragon fruit? Six gods fruit? Mo Piao Wangshen series shock fruit lucky seed blue dragon form? God damn it, don't go to hell. I've decided that I'm still the fisherman who ate the Diao Diao fruit, and I won't change my original intention. Resisting the nausea, he ate the devil fruit in 2 or 3 bites, and then took out a drink and drank it hard, and the strange taste faded from his taste buds. Hiss. Lancelot grinned. A force appeared in his body out of thin air, and violently impacted all parts of his body. Advertisement as a result, his body began to grow scales, his body was lengthening, and his limbs showed signs of animalization. Soon, he felt his teeth itchy, and something seemed to grow on his head. Time passed by, and the room finally quieted down. A majestic black dragon was lying in the room. It was called a dragon, but it was only more than 10 meters long, not a bit worse than Kaido. Although so, it has already shown its prowess, which is better than Momonosuke eating the artificial devil. It is much stronger when it is a fruit. When he gradually adapts to the ability of the fruit and further develops it, his body will grow at a very fast speed, and the improvement of his physique will be even greater. Black. Shouldn't it be pink? That's right, after all, the genes are different, and there will naturally be differences in fusion. But at least it is golden, so it is worthy of my title of Golden Shira. Am I black in my bones and my soul? Lancelot swung his body and found that the lines of the whole dragon body were smooth, and with the black dragon scales, it was even more majestic. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, at least it is much stronger than pink. 6 fruit ability users. Lancelot was excited. He was equivalent to 2 teach. We have to find a place to try out the fruit ability. Not long after he left, the gate of eternal hell opened, and Magellan hurried to Wald's cell. There was a hole in the fence in front of him, and the cell was empty. Cold sweat immediately seeped from his forehead. After Impel Down was broken last time, they carried out a series of rectifications and even made lifecards for some important criminals. Just now, he found that there was only a small amount of ashes left on Wald's lifecard, and he ran down in a hurry, but the scene in front of him was puzzling. Who broke into Eternal Hell and killed Wald, and what was the other party's purpose? Above Impel Down, a Uzumaki appeared, and a huge black dragon flew out of it, swaying its body and flying away. Somewhat uncomfortable, it was the first time that Lancelot flew 150 lines in the form of a black dragon. He felt a little awkward and could not fully control his body in this state. I wonder how it would be with the Lion Fruit ability. He tried to activate the Lion Fruit ability, and his whole body suddenly became lighter, and the speed of flying increased a lot. It really works. Lancelot was a little surprised. He searched in the calm belt and soon found an island. Looking at the sea in front of him, he couldn't help licking his lips. Clang! Hongji unsheathed, and the shock fruit ability was activated, and a ball of fluorescence covered the blade. He slashed at the sea in front, and suddenly a shock force spread out, the entire sea surface was shaking, and the waves began to surge. In just a dozen breaths, the waves began to roll back, wave after wave, and soon formed a huge tsunami. This is the seaquake. Buzz! Lancelot put his hand into the sea, Lion the fruit ability was activated, and the seawater in front of him was suddenly turned up by an invisible big hand under his control, and collided with the tsunami that was about to hit. Boom! Oh my god, it's a tsunami! Even though he was soaked by the seawater, Lancelot was pleasantly surprised. Shock fruit and lion fruit were too powerful, and this was just the initial use. He took out another long sword from the inventory. Momo 100 amplified. Suddenly, the long sword grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Lancelot had to wrap his hands around the handle to prevent the sword from falling to the ground. Wow, a 40-meter long sword. The long sword is naturally more than 40 meters, but it is not 100 meters. At present, he can only increase it by about 50 times. To go further, he needs to fully control the ability of the Momo fruit. What a good thing. If I build him dozens or hundreds of large shells, amplify them with the Momo fruit, and use the lion fruit to get them into the sky, I will have a few Tengai when the war starts. Shinsei, I just want to ask if you were afraid? The more I think about it, the more I think it is possible, but I don't know how many 5 points I need to consume to maintain it. Suppressing my excitement, I began to experiment with the fruit abilities one by one. For a while, the island shook, birds and animals fled, and huge tsunamis were set off in the nearby sea from time to time, as if the world was about to end. 104. Heaven-defying lucky fruit, skyrocketing points. In the deep sea area near Punk Hazard, the Sakura flower unicorn was anchored on the sea surface, with sea kings floating around. Several large ships towed these sea kings back and forth, slaughtered them, and returned to Punk Hazard. Good, so strong. Seeing another big fish being caught, Uda's mouth opened into an O shape, admiring both the frequency of catching fish and the power of the lucky fruit. Since Lancelot came back from his trip a month ago, he has come to the deep sea area to fish every day. For this purpose, a support group of hundreds of people was also equipped. In addition to taking the prey away, they also took turns to absorb his luck. Now fishing does not use any special bait. Even if you fish with a straight hook, you can catch a few, although you will lose more luck. Splash! Another sea king was caught, and Yamato on the side knocked it unconscious with a stick, and kicked it in the air, kicking the sea king to the side of the big ship in the distance. The whole set was smooth, and it was not the first or second time that the two cooperated. Huh! Feeling the frequency of catching fish has decreased, Lancelot exhaled slightly and stopped fishing. To be honest, since he got the lucky fruit, he has gradually lost his passion for fishing by using the card buff to absorb other people's luck. There is no pressure at all, and the days of Air Force are gone forever. It's just like Tesoro got the golden fruit and no longer has to worry about money. It's boring, but now I have to take a break. I'm fine, but those subordinates whose luck has been sucked away in turn can't hold on. If this continues, they may choke to death when drinking water. Open black lens bracket ultimate fisherman close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host. Guild Lancelot close black lens bracket open black lens bracket talent. Visitor from another world. Taijutsu Grandmaster. Chi and blood like a pillar. Kenjutsu Grandmaster. Music manipulator. Open black lens bracket top conquerors. Observation hockey high level. Armament hockey high level. Eternal Mangekyō close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket points. 120,350 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket items. High level synthesis card X1. Pluton blueprint combination realm. Close black lens bracket 2. Looking at the points above, Lancelot looked determined. The last wave of backquote. In the eyes of his subordinates who were somewhat desperate, he absorbed a little bit of luck from each person, not daring to take too much, otherwise he might die in various accidents in the next moment. Back to Punk Hazard, call all those who have not yet mastered hockey. Robin, Nami, Uda, Vivi who only mastered observation hockey, and Shirahoshi who had just completed training recently. Yes, President Tianran. Even after a period of training, Shirahoshi has become much bolder, but Lancelot is still a little nervous. Advertisement, don't be nervous. How have you been these days? Have you adapted to life here? Perhaps it was Lancelot's gentle smile and elegant temperament that made Shirahoshi gradually relax. Yes, it's great here. I met a lot of people. Everyone took good care of me and told me a lot of interesting stories I had never heard of. Shirahoshi became more and more excited as he spoke, and he couldn't stop talking once he started. After talking for a long time, seeing everyone looking at him with a smile, Shirahoshi's cheeks flushed. Sorry, I'm too excited. Nami smiled and said, What's the matter? You are our companion. If you are happy, we are happy too. Uda stepped forward and patted Shirahoshi's fishtail. You don't have to be polite with us. When you are free, let's sing together. Your mermaid song is also very nice. Will you sing with me at the next concert? Shirahoshi's eyes lit up. Can I? Why not? Then let's make a deal. Don't be shy again when the time comes. Well, I will definitely cheer for you. Looking at Shirahoshi, who raised his little fist to cheer himself up, everyone laughed. Pa. Lancelot clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Okay, this time I called everyone here to improve your strength. Nami said excitedly. Is it the kind of good thing that can enhance your strength again? Uda and Vivi were also excited. They also absorbed some last time. Such a small ball of things can make them get a lot of improvement. Lancelot smiled and nodded. Yes, this time I will directly let you get started with hockey, and at the same time improve your physical fitness. Do I have a share in this? Shirahoshi was also tempted to hear that he could enhance his strength, but he had not made any contribution to the guild. Isn't it a bit bad to just take the benefits for free? Of course, we promised your father that we would protect your safety. What is better than directly improving your strength? When you have strength, you can go out to sea with everyone to see the magical sea. Yes, thank you, President Tianxia. Advertisement. Lancelot directly exchanged all the points for silver rods. As for bronze rods, even if you're lucky, the quality of the items caught will not be too high. As the fate fishing rod was constantly thrown out, items were hooked back one by one. With the blessing of the lucky fruit, most of the items caught were what they needed. Soon, Lancelot's feet were full of items, and several women came forward to sort the items. After using up 240 silver rods, he exchanged the newly obtained points and finally got 262 items. His luck was almost used up. Looking at the items in front of him, Lancelot was satisfied. This time it was a big harvest. In the past, it took half a year to barely accumulate, but now it can be done in a month. 66 armament hockey, 57 observation hockey, 30 taijutsu, 60 for physical enhancement, and the rest are other items. 60 for physical enhancement, you divide it equally. 5 people came forward, each took 12. Nami couldn't wait to start absorbing, and every time she absorbed one, she couldn't help but make a dreamy sound. Vivi's face was a little red, and she absorbed slowly. Uda and Robin looked at each other and started to absorb. It was Shirahoshi's first time. Seeing everyone's didajao actions, she imitated them. The next moment, her eyes widened and she could really feel her body getting stronger. What a miracle. After the 5 people absorbed it, Lancelot asked, Armament hockey, who will go first? Several people looked at each other and let Vivi go. Lancelot threw 10 copies of armament hockey to Vivi. Then you go first. Yes. Vivi nodded heavily. She was eager to become stronger. Only by becoming extremely powerful can she be worthy of the power given by the president and repay this kindness. Vivi absorbed 1 copy of armament hockey into her body. When she got to the 9th copy, she stopped temporarily and raised her little fist. Buzz. Visibly, a faint black color appeared on her fist, indicating that the armament hockey had been introduced. Great, I have introduced hockey. Looking at the excited girl, Nami hurried forward. It's my turn, 105. Hey, Azang, I'm here again. After more than an hour of absorption, Robin and the others were able to enter hockey, and other aspects also improved significantly. Complete the mission. Poseidon, get reward 7 color pull x1. Lancelot was stunned by the reminder in his ear. It's done? Has he completely controlled Shirahoshi? President, thank you very much for your help. Just thinking about it, Shirahoshi floated in front of him, bowed respectfully, and even a little piously to thank him. You are the best person I have ever met. Not only did you help the Fishman Island solve the problem, but you also made me no longer afraid and walk out of that cage. It was you who gave me the courage to walk out of the Fishman Island and see the sea that my mother has always wanted to see. You have given me so much help, provided me with training, and helped me improve my strength. President, I will definitely repay you. Lancelot had some enlightenment. Little by little, he helped the Fishman Island and Shirahoshi a lot. With a little bit of shocking means, Shirahoshi was completely conquered. Of course, Shirahoshi's simplicity and kindness are also key factors. There is no need to talk about repaying. We are in the same guild and companions. It is right to help each other. I will work harder in the future. I look forward to fighting side by side with you and going on adventures together. Yes, I will definitely work hard, Shirahoshi vowed. His eyes rolled in his eyes, and then he cried out, wow. Well, his crying temperament has not changed. After they left, Lancelot took out the colorful rod. Azo, my dear friend, I'm here to find you, Hokage world. Danzo lost 2 Mangekyōs in a row, and couldn't eat or sleep well. He was thinking about where to get the Mangekyō Sharingan, but he was worried about encountering the same thing as last time. What are those idiots Uchiha doing? They are neither rebellious nor uneasy all day long. Since he had taken away Shisui and Kakashi's Sharingan, Hiruzen began to be wary of him, and Itachi was supposed to deal with the Uchiha. But it was suppressed. Damn Hiruzen, you are too weak. You are just on guard against me. Don't you know that the evil Uchiha are the real scourge? Advertisement. The more Danzo thought about it, the angrier he became. The angrier he became, the more he thought about it. At this moment, a ripple appeared in front of his eyes, and a colorful fishhook flew out of it. This scene was very familiar, so familiar that it made him feel distressed. Again. This time, the colorful fishhook did not fly to his eyes, but to his arm wrapped in bandages and sealed. Danzo subconsciously avoided it, bhbe, but the fishhook seemed to be alive, turning a corner and sinking into his arm. Without hesitation, a kunai appeared in his hand and chopped at the fishing line. Dang. Looking at the kunai that was directly broken into 2 pieces, Danzo's scalp tingled. Fortunately, he didn't grab it with his hands. The next moment, his eyes widened, and he saw the fishing line stretch straight and pull back, and just brought his arm into the ripples. Several eyeballs fell to the ground. He didn't feel any pain during the whole process, as if the arm was not his own. Well, the arm was indeed not his own, but was cultivated with Hashirama cells. After a while, Danzo's angry roar came from the root base. Who the hell is this B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Damn it, don't let me know who you are. I will seal you even if I risk my life. Lancelot didn't know that Danzo was not going to seal the bridge, but him instead. At this time, holding this pale arm, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. I only want Hashirama cells, you give me the whole arm? And what about the Sharingan transplanted to the arm? Shouldn't it be a gift? Fortunately, Cheat is strong enough, otherwise this arm would have turned into a towering tree. Azang, our fate has ended, don't contact each other again. Advertisement. He came to the laboratory with the arm. Atlas, come and see, can this thing be used? Atlas was interrupted in the experiment, and his temper suddenly came up, and he threw the tools in his hand to the ground angrily. Pointing at Lancelot, she cursed. How many times have I told you not to disturb me when I'm doing experiments? I'll beat your dog head off. Scientists are like this. At this time, let alone Golden Shira, even if I am comes, he will beat his dog head off. When her anger subsided a little, she handed over her arm. This is a good thing. Help me see if it can be transplanted into a human body. Atlas took it, and she didn't see her disdain it. She looked at it curiously. For them, scientists, they have seen more tragic scenes. What is this? A powerful cell that can enhance physical fitness and has a strong recovery function. Special race. It should be considered, right? Lancelot could only say this. Anyway, the Otsutsuki clan is quite special. The Senju clan is the descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, and Senju Hashirama as Ashura's reincarnation is even more special. Atlas put his arm on the instrument to check, and suddenly exclaimed, such a strong vitality, such a strong corrosiveness. She has studied the genes of many races, whether it is the Ghost race, the Bacania race or the Lunaria race. Their vitality is also very strong, but they are not as domineering as the cells in front of them. Give me some of your blood. Atlas took out the syringe without hesitation and drew a large tube of blood, and started to try directly. Lancelot didn't care about this. There was nothing special about his blood, and the fruit ability was not replicable. After a long time, Atlas looked up with admiration. Where did you get this thing? Secret. He couldn't say that he got it from another world, from his best friend Azang. Atlas didn't delve into it. Forget it, but this cell is indeed a good thing. If the secret is cracked and promoted to the world, it will be a blessing for people. Lancelot rolled his eyes. You dare to think, who will bear the cost? This thing is destined to be popularized only in a small range, and it is not even enough within the Hunter Guild. It will take many years to promote it to the whole world. So what is the situation now? What results can be achieved in this short time? Atlas waved his hand impatiently. Do what you should do, I will notify you when there is a result. By the way, let Big Bear come back when he is free. Is there something to ask him? Lancelot was puzzled. Now Big Bear is not suitable to show up in the guild. He is nominally a cyborg without self-awareness. Atlas explained. I need him to go to Eggpoint Island and bring me what I need. And his body needs to be repaired slowly. It happens that you send this kind of thing, which should be able to help. So it's a courier. Big Bear's ability is indeed quite suitable. It's convenient, fast, and secretive, but it's not very safe. If there's a car accident on the way, the goods will be gone. 4Q 106. Red Hair Pirates Doom and Carnival. While Lancelot was trying to improve the strength of his members and develop his own fruit ability, Morgans came out to make trouble. Robin hurried in with a newspaper. Something happened, the war you predicted is coming. Lancelot was shocked. After holding it in for so long, is it finally coming? Shock. Raftel appears. Who will win the One Piece? It's still a headline party. No one has found Raftel yet. The newspaper published the news of Raftel's permanent pointer. In the Egg Kingdom incident, Squar did take away Raftel's permanent pointer, and also kidnapped Festa and imprisoned him. When Whitebeard was still there, the Whitebeard pirates were naturally not interested in the so-called Great Secret Treasure. But now that Whitebeard is gone, even if Marco and the others don't care, there are always people who have other thoughts. Some people just want to guard Whitebeard's hometown, some people want to get the Great Secret Treasure, and some people want to use the Great Secret Treasure to restore the glory of the Whitebeard pirates. People's hearts are complicated, so there were disagreements within the Whitebeard pirates. In order to stabilize people's hearts, Marco contacted Red Hair, and the two sides hit it off and agreed to form an offensive and defensive alliance. The Raftel permanent pointer was handed over to Red Hair for safekeeping. no matter what the great secret treasure is, no matter how the red hair pirates obtained it, the Whitebeard pirates will have a share of it. Originally, only the Cadres knew about this, but Festa escaped, and Golden Lion cut off his bound feet and jumped away. The first thing he did after escaping was to announce that the Whitebeard pirates had obtained the Raftel permanent pointer. Then the alliance process between the red hair pirates and the Whitebeard pirates was no longer a secret. As for who leaked it, no one would care. People care that the Raftel permanent pointer is in the hands of the red hair pirates. The great secret treasure that has been mysterious for more than 20 years is finally going to be unveiled. Ototo. Lancelot answered the phone casually, his attention still on the newspaper. Who? It's me. Oh, Sakazuki, did you see the newspaper too? Sakazuki was silent for a moment. I received the news earlier. The world government issued a death order to seize the Raftel permanent pointer at all costs. As expected of the world government, the news is well informed, Lancelot praised. Didn't they talk to Red Hair? Maybe they could just get the permanent pointer? Sakazuki snorted. Don't joke, if they can do it, we don't have to do it. Lancelot said sadly. When they don't need it, they suppress the Hunter Guild, and when they do, they use it as much as they can. You've become a marshal, so you've become thick-skinned. Advertisement. Sakazuki's face twitched, and after thinking about it, he explained, it has nothing to do with Marine. The cooperation between the two sides was originally quite pleasant, but once the world government intervened, the Hunter Guild and Marine were a little bit at odds. Okay, I didn't expect you to. Marine can make his own decision, I will forgive you generously. The eye drops imitated Sakazuki's double face on the phone. Don't worry about Marine's affairs. This time we need you to lead people to cooperate with us. Even if the permanent pointer is destroyed, it can't fall into the hands of pirates. I have no objection. Who made us have an agreement at the beginning? Lancelot is very interested in this war and will not shirk it. Who do you plan to send to fight in Marine? Borsellino, smile. They are still sincere, but they are not safe. If Marine only sends out one admiral, the Hunter Guild can only play by themselves, and the Sea Room will not have any. Sakazuki certainly knows that it is not safe. This will be a huge war sweeping the New World. The Beast's pirates, Bigmom pirates, and other forces will not watch the Raftel permanent pointer fall into the hands of others. Sengoku, Garp, Chief of Staff Crane will also go. Lancelot sat up straight immediately, with a look of surprise on his face. My Chief Inspector, Deputy Inspector will also go, that's great. Sakazuki. What you said, Sengoku is obviously the Chief Inspector of Marine, okay, he is just a decoration on your side. Get ready as soon as possible. Looking at the Den Den Mushi that had returned to silence, Lancelot immediately called everyone to a meeting. At the same time, the atmosphere on the Red Hair Pirates side was unprecedentedly depressing, even though they had lost the battle with the Hunter Guild before. It was clear above their heads, but it seemed like dark clouds were pressing down on the city, and the end of the world was coming. In fact, it was almost the same. Before the Raftel permanent pointer was warmed up in their hands, it became known to everyone, and the whole sea was staring at them. It seemed as if any stranger was a spy sent by the enemy, and even the people around him felt unreliable. After a year of recuperation, Lucky Lou became the fat man again. At this time, he bit a chicken leg and complained. The Whitebeard pirates are too careless in their work, and this can cause trouble. If you ask me, we shouldn't have formed an alliance with them in the first place, which made us so passive now. Shanks, how about we go to Raftel now? The red-haired man just smiled bitterly when he heard this. He held the permanent pointer of Raftel in his hand, just because he didn't want anyone to find Raftel in advance. Captain Roger and his team went too early, and he had a hunch that it was not the time for Raftel to appear in the world. Beckman said in a deep voice. The alliance is imperative, there is nothing to say about this, the Hunter Guild is too powerful, and we are no match for it. Advertisement. Although it is true that it is a pity to boost others' ambitions and destroy their own prestige. They couldn't defeat them before, but now the Hunter Guild has recruited several strong men, such as the Ice Queen, Bullet, and the team leaders who are beginning to show their talents. Even Uda has subdued Tanjika, and they know very well how difficult it is to deal with that demon lord. As for going to Raftel, don't mention it anymore. Shanks has made the decision, and we just need to execute it. Yasop, whose legs were broken, frowned and said, what about destroying it? Please give me flowers. Beckman denied it without thinking. It's useless. Even if Shanks destroys it in front of everyone, who will believe that it is true? Only after we fight them can this matter be resolved. Red Hair knew what Beckman didn't finish saying, unless he handed over the permanent pointer to the world government, and the world government came forward to explain that the permanent pointer was no longer in the hands of the Red Hair pirates. What's the difference between this and self-destruction? From now on, there will be no place for Red Hair pirates in New World. No one will join them again. The pirate groups under them will leave, and those good forces such as Elmi will also break off relations with them. Captain, the Whitebeard pirates are here. Everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the news. Marco and his team came at this time, which showed that they were willing to abide by the covenant and did not let them face it alone. After a while, Marco brought the captains in. As soon as he came in, he apologized with a wry smile. Sorry, I caused you so much trouble. Oh, the red-haired man smiled a little far-fetched. I don't know if I should complain about you, but I am grateful that you can come. After all, this matter was caused by his own selfishness, and he really couldn't blame others. Marco nodded to the others and asked, what are you going to do now? The scene suddenly became quiet. Who can deal with so many enemies in this situation? Red Hair suddenly said, how about finding external help? Everyone was stunned. Who to find? At this time, everyone wanted to get the permanent pointer to get the big secret treasure. It was good enough not to attack them. Seeing everyone's expressions, Red Hair said, Beasts Pirates, BIGMOM Pirates. Kaido and Big Mom. Everyone's face suddenly became solemn. These two are not easy to deal with. The probability of directly attacking them is higher. That's right, Red Hair explained. The world government won't want anyone to go to Raftel, and Marine will certainly go out. And as Marine's ally, the Hunter Guild will not be idle. His expression became serious. Everyone, this is a matter between us pirates, and it's not the turn of outsiders to intervene. I will make an agreement with Kaido and Big Mom. After repelling Marine and the Hunter Guild, we will decide the ownership of the Raftel permanent pointer. Marco frowned. Kaido and Big Mom will not be used as guns by us. He suspected that the two would rather destroy the permanent pointer and then find Raftel by collecting the signposts. Also, other pirates may not be on the same side with us, especially Teach. Red Hair smiled. Then make another insurance. Just make all the pirates have to stand on our side and share the threat from Marine and the Hunter Guild. How to do it? Clang. Red Hair pulled out Griffin and stuck it on the sea chart, which happened to fall on an island. Let's have a pirate carnival party. 107. Sengoku is panicking. Frenzy action. Raftel battle. Is it a carnival feast for pirates or a hunting time for Marine? When Lancelot saw the new issue of the newspaper, he was stunned again. Is this the Red Hair Pirates version of the frenzy action? Red Hair Pirates announced that he would hold a pirate carnival in Laridra, and everyone could participate in the battle for the permanent pointer of Ladru. What a calculation. Lancelot couldn't help but sigh. Red Hair's move turned the decline of Red Hair Pirates around by half, and the rest depended on fate. First of all, Red Hair Pirates must participate in this battle. Secondly, in the process of the battle, they will inevitably become the target of everyone's concentrated fire. Who knows if he has done anything secretly? But once Marine is dispatched, it can share a lot of pressure for them. Lancelot sneered. Humph, your little abacus is about to hit me in the face. Have you asked me for consent? Looking over his head at the people behind him, he waved his hand. Set sail. The Sakura Flower Unicorn left Punk Hazard, 323, and met Marine's fleet half a day later. In addition to Marine, there are several other Shichibukai, Buggy, Big Bear, and Chulamingo. Buggy, when will you pay me back? As soon as they met, Lancelot's words made Buggy look embarrassed. Seeing the figures of the Sakura Flower Unicorn, his neck couldn't help shrinking. Well, I'm a little tight on money recently, I'll pay it back later. After saying that, he was still not at ease, patting his chest and guaranteeing. Don't worry, my reputation is there, I will never default on my debts. You, Buggy, still have credibility? Lancelot smiled and said, it's okay if you don't pay me back. Really? Buggy's eyes lit up, there's such a good thing? If you don't pay me back, I can only accept your Buggy Express with reluctance. Huh? Buggy's face froze. His Buggy Express has developed well, with a lot of business, and the value is definitely more than 5 billion berry. If the other party really takes it, won't he lose a lot? Haha, you are really a joke. Lancelot gave him a meaningful smile and turned to Sengoku's warship. Compared with the last time they met, the old guy's hair was all white, and the braids made of beard were also white. He enthusiastically stepped forward to hug the other's shoulders, pulled his braids, and said happily, my great inspector, I haven't seen you for a while, you have gained weight? Advertisement, why, retirement life is so comfortable. Sengoku glared at him and slapped the mischievous hand away. If you weren't there, my life would be more comfortable. Then I'll leave. If you don't choke me, I'll die. Can't you be a little respectful to me? At least I can be your grandfather? Lancelot smiled. Then I call you Grandpa, do you dare to agree? Then you call me, I called me, you call me. What? Grandpa? No, I can't be your grandpa. Sengoku. The Marines watched the two bickering. Those who had seen it were already used to it, and those who hadn't seen it felt novel. A former Marine Marshal, a Hunter Guild president, Tang Ran, has such a side? Crane Vice Admiral stepped forward and pulled Lancelot's hand, whispering, did you cheat Zephyr away? Sengoku was stunned, then his arm was around Lancelot's neck, threatening, boy, dig again Marine, I'm going to kill you today. Hey, you have to provide evidence when you speak, or I'll sue you. Lancelot cried out in injustice. What do you mean I cheated Mr. Zephyr away? It was obviously you, Marine, who couldn't keep him, and you blame me. Also, which eye of yours saw Mr. Zephyr join the Hunter Guild? Sengoku said unhappily. You are full of bad intentions. When Kuzan and Sakazuki were fighting, you targeted Zephyr. I don't believe you didn't do anything. Oh no. Lancelot pointed at Sengoku and smiled at the Marines around him. You heard it. He actually said that the current Marine Marshal and the former Marine Admiral were fighting. Remember to go back and tell Sakazuki. Get lost. Sengoku was furious. You were the first to say it. Lancelot looked indifferent. I'm not a Marine, what's wrong with talking? Suru Vice Admiral was a little helpless. The topic was diverted. It seemed that no matter how much he asked, he would not get any results. He. A very Buddhist chuckle came, and the blind uncle with an X-shaped scar on his face approached with a cane and a knife. This is the famous Golden Shira, The world's strongest title holder, musician, harem king and other titles. The Hunter Guild president Mr. Lancelot, right? Advertisement FK harem king, Morgans, you mixed-haired bird, sooner or later you will be stripped of your feathers. And Yishao, you are very naughty, you dare to make jokes about the world's strongest man? Be careful when you walk, I will hit you with the manhole cover. Lancelot complained in his heart, but smiled on his face. This is Mr. Yishao, right? Sure enough, Hawkeye is so powerful, Sakazuki and others are just kittens in front of you. I think the next Marine Marshal must be you. Puff. Sengoku couldn't help laughing and patted Yishao's shoulder. Haha, what do you say about the Lord? Yishao was still cheerful. The harem king, the dream of many people. Before I was blind, I also wanted to live a life with women on both sides. Well, this person doesn't care about status and position and doesn't care about others teasing. Lancelot restrained his smile and stretched out his hand solemnly. Mr. Yishao, I have heard of your name for a long time, and I am very happy to meet you. Yishao also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lancelot accurately. Me too. Since the establishment of your hunter guild, it has helped many people and eliminated many pirates. Speaking of which, I also thought about joining the hunter guild at the beginning, haha. Lancelot laughed. It seems that we missed it. I also asked someone to find Mr. Yishao at the beginning, and wanted to invite you to join the hunter guild. On the side Sengoku became alert. What are you trying to do? I warn you, don't have any bad ideas. Go away, don't use your dirty thoughts to taint the pure friendship between me and Mr. Yishao. Pushing Sengoku aside, he turned around and stuffed a document into Xiao's hand. Affectionately said, Mr. Yishao, although we missed it, there are still opportunities in the future. If you are not happy in Marine one day, the door of the Hunter Guild will always be open to you. Sengoku. Is this the pure friendship you mentioned? Also, can you stop saying this kind of thing? First it was yourself, then Kuzan, and finally Zephyr. It's always bad. After the gossip, Sengoku convened this combat meeting. Looking around at the people present, he said with a serious expression, Everyone, the latest news is that Laridra has gathered many people and forces. Beasts pirates, Bigmom pirates, red hair pirates, whitebeard pirates, blackbeard pirates, the 6 emperors of the dark world. Every time a name was reported, the atmosphere of the meeting became more solemn. With so many forces gathered together, it was very stressful for them. So in order to avoid accidents, I need someone to go to Laridra first and sneak into the pirates. No one dared to speak. It's not that the people present are timid, just look at the lineup of the pirates this time. If they are discovered, they will die, and Garp is no exception. Sengoku also knows this, and his eyes swept across everyone's faces. There are not many suitable marines. They are old acquaintances with the pirates, not to mention Shichibukai. They are either untrustworthy or too recognizable. He could only look at Lancelot. Among the people present, only he was completely sure that his strange ability to disappear could ensure safe evacuation after being discovered. Okay, Lancelot sighed. Am I the only one going? Sengoku smiled immediately. Smoker has already sneaked into Laridra. When he gets there, he will assist you. It's Smoker again, the poor kid, and Gion and Cake. Lancelot was stunned. The beautiful swordsman and Cake brother also went? 108. Uchiha Madara, the red-eyed pirates Laridra. Ever since Red Hair announced that he would hold a pirate carnival here, more and more people have gathered here every day. The original residents of the island had long since evacuated to make room for the pirates to hold a celebration. It must be said that there are many talented people among the pirates. In a short period of time, the island was decorated very festively. Many people set up stalls to sell things and made a lot of money. A stall was crowded with people. Behind the stall, a wretched uncle with a yellow hat, fancy clothes and a cigarette in his mouth was busy making barbecue. Boss, can you hurry up? I've been waiting for half an hour. Get out, if you don't want to wait, go to another place. The wretched uncle was not polite at all. The person who was scolded was embarrassed and didn't dare to make trouble. Someone did that before and got his leg broken. That was a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. The wretched uncle was busy and shouted behind him, Mosker, Kista, can you hurry up? Daddy is running out of food. Really, why did I raise you two useless brothers and sisters? The busy white-haired man and the glasses girl in the back were stunned, looking at the meat in their hands. Their faces were full of confusion. Why did it suddenly become like this? Just then, a man with bright red hair, sunglasses on his head, thick eyeshadow, heavy makeup, and a big coat came to the stall. Give me a grilled lamb chop, only the kind with braids, especially like to eat paper 17, no other breeds. The wretched uncle who was working hard suddenly looked up and stared at the guy in front of him for a long time. Who is this? Hey, why are you cutting in line? Do you know how long I've been waiting? The red-haired young man turned around with a fierce face. Who are you? When have I ever queued to buy something? The man did not show any weakness and stepped forward. I'm from the Blackbeard Pirates. Where are you from? Blackbeard Pirates. The red-haired young man was stunned for a moment, and suddenly said with a weird look, I'm so scared. You're so cool, I thought you were from the Red Hair Pirates. He raised his thumb and compared himself. Listen carefully, I'm the captain of the Red Hair Pirates, the red-eyed maniac Uchiha Madara with a bounty of 1 billion berry, nicknamed the Konoha Dance King. He slapped a bounty on the other person's face, turned around and continued to say to the wretched uncle. Hurry up and get the Senshi brand roast lamb I want. The man behind him stared at the bounty in his hand, and the string of numbers on it was extremely dazzling. 1 billion berry, even in the 4 Emperor's pirates, it is one of the best. Their captain Blackbeard Teach has done so many great things, but he is only 18 years old. But why has he never heard of such a high bounty? Red hair pirates, are they newcomers who just appeared, or are they crazy fans of red hair pirates? Advertisement. The wretched Uncle Cake finally recognized Lancelot. Good guy, dressed like this. If it wasn't for the Senshi brand roasted lamb, if it wasn't for Sengoku's communication, he wouldn't have recognized him. Handing over a roasted lamb leg, he said happily, "Guest, try this." He couldn't be unhappy. There were pirates all around. 4 emperors and the emperors of the Dark World were here. There was no sense of security at all. With Lancelot's arrival, he could finally sleep at night. Well, it tastes good. Taking a bite of the roasted lamb, Lancelot's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Brother Cake had this skill. I learned from a barbecue master for a long time. If I don't become a pirate, I will open 10 barbecue restaurants. Lancelot waved his hand. Why open a barbecue restaurant? Just follow me. It just so happens that my ship is short of a cook. From today on, you are the chef of the Red Pirates. Ah, Kaji was stunned. He really created a Red Pirates? Ah, what? Lancelot's face was serious. Your son and daughter, and by the way, you have a sister named Yuan, right? From now on, you are all members of my Red Pirates. Smoker immediately put down the meat in his hand and walked from the back of the stall to Lancelot. Captain, I will follow you from now on. Let's go barbecue. Whoever wants to barbecue, Lousy is here to be an undercover, not to do business. Toshigi smelled himself and smelled barbecue. He immediately trotted over and bowed deeply. Sir, are you still in need of a navigator? Kaji looked at the barbecue stall reluctantly. It would be a pity to give up such a profitable business. With regret, he hung up the sign of closure and the 4 of them started eating barbecue behind the stall. Looking at Lancelot feasting on the food, the 3 swallowed their saliva and felt a little nauseous when they picked up the barbecue. Putting the barbecue back, Cake whispered, "What's the matter with your bounty?" That one. Lancelot took out another one and slapped it on the table. Marine certified, honest, I am the red-eyed maniac Uchiha Madara. Are you serious? Seeing the 3 people's expressions of seeing a ghost, Lancelot smiled and said, I asked Sakazuki to do it, it can withstand Zhang's face. By the way, where is Yuan? She went to get information. Cake hesitated and reminded, don't mention Yuan in front of Gion. There are 8 trigrams. Lancelot immediately became interested. Tell me in detail. Cake looked around and lowered his voice. Don't tell anyone else. Advertisement, don't worry, I guarantee with Sengoku's head that I will never leak it. Yeah. Looking at the expressions of the 3 people, Cake hesitated a little, but the atmosphere was set off here, and it would be more uncomfortable if he didn't say it. Back then, when we were performing an undercover mission, we met a woman named Yuan. She was outstanding in appearance, temperament, and talent. How does she compare to Gion? Kaji sighed and waved his hands. No comparison. At that time, Gion didn't like her and wanted to compete with her in everything, I tell you. Kaji was talking excitedly. Lancelot saw someone approaching from the corner of his eye. Although the person's true appearance could not be seen after makeup, her figure and the spider tattoo on her leg had already revealed her identity. He immediately sat up straight and coughed twice. Kaji asked in confusion, did you eat too much barbecue and feel uncomfortable in your throat? No. Then I'll continue. Ahem. Seeing the faces of the 3 people, Kaji finally realized that something was wrong. He turned his head and looked behind him. Gion was staring at him with a playful smile. Oh, that, I suddenly remembered that the mutton I ordered has not been picked up yet, I'll go get it. Sit down. Cake, who was about to stand up, was frightened by this scolding and sat down again obediently. Gion glanced at him sideways, then looked at Lancelot. Although his appearance had changed drastically and his true face was difficult to distinguish, the only one who could discuss himself with Cake and the others at this time was the Golden Shira who came to support him. Pulling a stool over and sitting down. Just now I heard that a red-eyed maniac with a bounty of 1 billion berry appeared on the island. I didn't expect it to be you. Lancelot smiled awkwardly. It's all because of everyone's kindness. It's embarrassing to discuss others' 8 trigrams and be caught on the spot by the parties involved. Quickly change the subject. Have you found any information? What are the red hair pirates going to do? Not much useful information. Gion sighed, helpless. Those big forces did not move after coming here, and the small forces kept rubbing against each other, but it did not affect the overall situation. But there is news that Red Hair Shanks will use a fair method for everyone, so that everyone has the opportunity to win the Raftel permanent pointer. Fair? Lancelot's mouth curled up with sarcasm. This carnival celebration is just a game of big fish eating small fish? The big forces will never let the permanent pointer fall into the hands of those small pirates. If Marine does not appear, the pirates in Laridra will be reduced by at least half, and this place will be stained with blood. 109. Red Hair, please look at the big screen. Fireworks bloomed in the sky above Laridra, adding a bit of enthusiasm to the celebration, and the pirates felt quite ceremonial. On this festive day, Red Force appeared on the sea, instantly cooling down the warm atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were focused on the fleet. They saw the Moby DK, led by Marco and his captains. Without Whitebeard, the sense of oppression they brought was much less, but it should not be underestimated. No one acted rashly, and even left the route in front of the fleet, allowing the red hair pirates and whitebeard pirates to easily enter the Laridra port. However, there are still many pirate ships approaching this side, trying to occupy an advantageous position after the event starts. So many people. Looking at the various ships that are almost covering this sea area, Red Hair sighed softly. It is destined not to be peaceful today, and I don't know how many people will stay here forever, and it is he who caused all this. Beckman put down the telescope and said in a deep voice, Kaido and Big Mom occupy the left and right. Once we enter the port area, they can surround us at any time. This is to guard against them. If Raftel's permanent pointer has problems, the two parties will directly cut off their retreat. Where are the Blackbeard pirates? On the other side of the island. They probably don't want to conflict with Kaido before the celebration begins. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes slightly. Compared with Kaido and Big Mom, Teach made him pay more attention. He didn't know what that guy was going to do. The dark fruit ability plus the snake fruit mythical beast Yamata no Orochi form ability made the already dangerous Teach even more difficult to deal with. 2. It is said that he is still searching for the whereabouts of the shock fruit. If he eats it himself, it would be terrible. From the unprecedented double fruit ability to the triple fruit ability, I guess even the Golden Shiro would have to retreat? Hello, everyone, I am Morgans. I am very happy to broadcast the Pirate Carnival celebration initiated by the Red Hair Pirates. I believe you are all waiting anxiously. Next, I will ask the red-haired Shanks the most concerned questions. The voice was transmitted to everyone through the loudspeaker Den Mushi, and Morgan's figure appeared on the huge curtain set up at the port early. The scene changed, and a small boat approached the Red Force. One of Morgan's men was not afraid of the pressure from the four emperors. He climbed onto the boat excitedly and pushed the live Den Mushi in front of the red-haired man. Mr. Red Hair, did you bring Raftel's permanent pointer? How are you going to hold this celebration? Advertisement. You said that you can give everyone a chance to win the permanent pointer, is it really so? Red Hair Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates Alliance, have you also colluded with the other four emperors? Once someone other than you obtains the permanent pointer, will you target them? And what is the purpose of your holding this celebration? Why don't you personally take the permanent pointer to Raftel? Is there any conspiracy? These words were obviously prepared in advance. Morgans really enjoys watching the fun and even dares to stroke the tiger whiskers of Red Hair. Red Hair narrowed his eyes and looked at the reporter in front of him who was not afraid of the stage. He had already observed the surrounding situation. Morgans himself didn't know where he was hiding. Suddenly he chuckled and took out a permanent pointer from his arms in the surprised eyes of everyone. This is the permanent pointer that records Raftel's location. No matter what my purpose is, as long as it is true, it is enough, isn't it? As he said this, he placed the permanent pointer in front of the live broadcast Den Mushi and slowly turned it to ensure that every inch could be seen clearly by everyone. When the picture finally stopped at the words engraved with Raftel, the whole place fell into a dead silence. After a dozen breaths, Laridra burst into cheers. For today, many forces invited appraisers and experts who have studied the permanent pointer deeply, so that they can tell whether it is true or false at a glance. Ha, it seems that our red-haired lord is not cheating. My appraiser said that at least 90% of Raftel's permanent pointer is real. Morgan's voice came, and it was not difficult to hear that he was very excited. This celebration did not die at the beginning. Red-haired also laughed. It's just Raftel's permanent pointer. I won't deceive everyone for it. Meaning, even the value of the great secret treasure is not as important as his reputation. Many people looked at Red-haired with more respect. Although they were pirates and bastards, they would admire such people very much. Morgans asked again, so what is Red-haired lord going to do? Simple. Red-haired waved his hand, and Baker passed a box. Under the attention of the whole audience, he put the permanent pointer into the box, closed the lid and locked it. Facing those fiery eyes, the red-haired man said loudly, then, the celebration begins now. Advertisement, if you want this permanent pointer, go find it. He exerted force on his arm, took a big step forward, and threw the box in his hand towards the island. Swoosh. The box flew towards the island at a very fast speed. Everyone was a little surprised when they saw this scene. They didn't expect it to start like this. Things were not as simple as everyone thought. When people's eyes followed the box, they didn't know when the sky started to rain boxes, and countless boxes were scattered all over the sky. Bang bang bang. Not only that, shells were fired from the Red Hair Pirates fleet, covering the sky above the island. When the shells exploded, 10 balls of smoke covered the boxes. It was actually a smoke bomb. Boxes fell in the smoke, covering the entire island. Who could tell which box the permanent pointer was in at this time? The people on the island looked at the boxes falling towards them, subconsciously caught them, opened them, and saw a few gold coins. Consolation prize. Some people opened berry, some boxes were empty, some were gems, but no one, Li Nuo, opened the permanent pointer. Everyone's eyes fell on the distant mountains and forests. The permanent pointer was not here, so it could only be there. Go. Hurry up, get the permanent pointer and you can find Raftel, One Piece is mine. The crowd began to surge into the island. The people on the boat regretted it. If they had known that Red Hair would do this, they would have stayed on the island. What should we do? In a corner of the town, the four people in Gion looked solemnly at the crowd surging past the door, and only Lancelot looked relaxed and casual. He looked at the sea in the distance. Beasts pirates, BIGMOM pirates and other forces began to send people to land on the island, but Kaido, Big Mom, Red Hair and other top strong men were still watching. No hurry, there are only 5 of us, how many boxes can we find? The fun has just begun, I'll go for a walk first, you guys be careful. Advertisement 110. Kaido, oops, the blue dragon fruit has depreciated. Hey, brother, are you okay? Lancelot strolled around the island slowly, and would care for those who were injured. And those who were cared by him always encountered more unfortunate things after he left. How miserable. Listening to the screams coming from behind, Lancelot shook his head with emotion. Such a dangerous activity, if you don't have the strength, don't come to participate, the admission ticket is your life. The further you go in, the more frequent the battles. Laridra is really unlucky, and the ecosystem has been completely destroyed. He suddenly stopped while walking. A group of people in front of him fell in a pool of blood. A box lay intact among them, as if waiting for Lancelot to open it. Should I go up or go up? Looking around, he found no one, so he turned and left. Boxes and such, roll aside, he doesn't need such things. Walking in another direction for less than 10 minutes, another unopened box appeared in front of him. It was brought here by a monkey, and when it passed by him, it was thrown at his feet. Does it deliver to your door? Lancelot kicked the box away and landed on a big tree. Then he turned and walked away. Just as he took a step, another box flew over and fell not far away. 550 paused and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. By the way, how much luck is Raftel's permanent pointer worth? Will it suck me dry? This is why he didn't open the treasure chest. Other items are fine. If the permanent pointer is really opened, the luck will collapse directly, and it will be very uncomfortable before it recovers. After waiting for a long time, no one came to claim the box. He put his hands together and placed them in front of him to pray. I want a fantasy beast devil fruit. I want a fantasy beast devil fruit. Swish. A tall figure drew a beautiful parabola from the sky and fell heavily on the ground in front. At this moment, Lancelot could feel that his luck was probably exhausted again, which meant that his wish came true. A little bit. The mythical beast species did come to his door, but it was a person with special abilities. If you want it, take it yourself. Advertisement, damn it, who attacked me just now, huh? Ololololo, I'm lucky, I came across a box I haven't opened before. The only one who can have such a unique laugh is Kaido himself. Lancelot didn't think about it, picked up the box and trotted to Kaido, with an excited and admiring expression on his face. Boss Kaido, I finally waited for you. Who are you? Kaido searched the memories in his mind, and none of them matched the person in front of him. Lancelot said excitedly. You are my admirer. No, I am your idol. In short, I admire you very much. I am going to sea with a resolution, hoping to join your command. If you don't accept me, I can only attack the new naval headquarters to show my determination. Kaido. So this is my fanatic fan. I remember the last one like this. It seems to be Jack, that guy also admired me. So who are you? Lancelot took out a bounty. I am the red-eyed madman Uchiha Madara, nicknamed the Konoha Dance King. I am a humble person, but I founded the Red Pirates, and as soon as I went out to sea, I was offered a bounty of 1 billion berry. Kaido looked at the bounty, and then at the red-haired young man. Are young people nowadays so fierce that they are offered a bounty of 1 billion berry as soon as they go out to sea? What did you do to be offered a bounty of 1 billion berry by Marine? Lancelot smiled shyly. Nothing, just robbed celestial dragons of their heavenly gold and hung several world nobles on street lamps. As for other trivial matters, they are not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Kaido exclaimed, wow, those who dare to rob celestial dragons of their heavenly gold and hang nobles on street lamps these days are either very confident in their own strength or extremely crazy. The fact that this guy in front of him can be offered a bounty of 1 billion means that he has succeeded. This is a serious provocation to the world government, and it is reasonable to have this bounty. Orororo, not bad, he's a talent. Kaido patted Lancelot on the shoulder, and found that he didn't move at all, and just endured his huge force, and he couldn't help but feel more satisfied. But why is your pirate group called the Red Pirates? Lancelot pointed at his red hair with an indignant look on his face. It's that B***************** D Red Hair who actually registered Red Hair Pirates first, otherwise my pirate group should be called this name. Advertisement. Because my name is Red-Eyed Madman, my eyes turn red when I fight, so I just call it Red Pirates. Boss Kaido, let's kill Red Hair Pirates, so my pirate group can legitimately change its name to Red Hair Pirates. Huh? Kaido was stunned again. He really didn't expect this. For the name of a pirate group, he actually wanted to kill 4 emperors. Is he as brainless as Jack? Let's talk about killing Red Hair Pirates later. Since you are determined to become my subordinate, you will carry my name and travel the sea in the future. Thank you, Boss Kaido. Lancelot smiled very happily, and Duogon was also very happy. Orororo, you are lucky today. Uchiha Madara, right? I will give you the corresponding status when you prove yourself. Work hard. Yes, I will never let you down. The more Kaido looked at him, the more satisfied he was. What a good young man, powerful and a fanatical fan of his. He might become the 4th most important figurehead of the Lu Pirates in the future. He remembered something and asked curiously, to be able to successfully rob Tenjojin under heavy guard, you must have the strength of an elite vice admiral. Are you a capable person? You are so young and just went to sea. Unless you are a capable person, few people can do it. Yes, yes, Boss Kaido is wise and powerful, wisdom is like a bomb. Lancelot changed his expression again. In order to learn from Boss Kaido, I went to find the same fruit ability as you. I am a black dragon man who ate the fish fruit, the mythical beast species, and the black dragon form. Kaido blinked. Did he hear it right? The same fruit ability as himself? A black dragon man in the form of a black dragon? Does he really think he hasn't seen the devil fruit illustration? Where is there any fish fruit, the mythical beast species, and the black dragon form on it? But looking at the other party's expression, he doesn't look like he is lying. The expression suddenly turned cold. Uchiha Madara, do you know the consequences of deceiving me? The next moment he was stunned, and Lancelot really turned into a black dragon lying in front of him. This appearance, this demeanor, is no different from his own blue dragon form except for the color. No, it seems to be more majestic and more haughty than himself. Lancelot changed back to human form and approached like offering a treasure. How is it, Boss Kaido? How much of your charm does my black dragon form have? Hee. Kaido forced a smile. Not bad, 70% of my charm. Looking at Uchiha Madara in front of him, he suddenly felt that his fruit ability had depreciated and was no longer a rare thing. 111. Lucky Lu, no one cares about Morgans. As more and more boxes were discovered, the battle situation in Laridra escalated again. The island was full of battles, roars, and sounds of fighting. The four emperors and the forces of the Dark World began to enter the scene, adding a festive atmosphere to the celebration, and blood dyed a large area red. The red-hair pirates and whitebeard pirates advanced slowly, and their faces were not very good. The Marines had not entered the scene yet, but they were already killing like crazy. With so many boxes, the frequency of fighting did not decrease. The red-haired man smiled bitterly and said, I thought they would look for the box first, and then start the war after finding the permanent pointer. Now, it has backfired. Beckman suggested, should we communicate with Kaido and Auntie? No need. They know the threat from Marine and the Hunter Guild, and they will not waste time with us at a critical moment. As for the others, everyone knows what the red-haired man didn't say. Those who know what to do, and those who can't see the situation clearly, just die, continue to move forward, and you can see corpses lying on the ground everywhere. After this war is over, if no one deals with it, Laridra will soon become a dead place where plague is rampant. How miserable. Lucky Lu couldn't help shaking his head. When he passed under a tree, a gust of wind blew and the tree swayed. Suddenly, something fell from the tree, and he caught it subconsciously. Hey, it's still a box? Lucky Lu grinned, shook the box in his hand at everyone, and joked. Do you think the permanent pointer will be in here? Red Hair chuckled. How is it possible? The direction I threw is not here. I guess there are 10 berries in it, haha, didn't you put that? I guess there is a chicken leg in it. Amidst everyone's jokes, Lucky Lu opened the box, and the things inside made everyone stunned on the spot. Half an hour ago, Lancelot followed Kaido like a little follower, and when he met someone, he began to absorb the other person's luck. When he felt that it was about the same, he showed expectation in his eyes. I don't know if this distance can be realized. The wish of the lucky fruit is not unlimited. Within a certain range, the things you hope to happen must be related to people or things. He began to pray in his heart. I hope the red-hair pirates can get the permanent pointer in front of everyone. I hope the red-hair pirates can get the permanent pointer in front of everyone. Kaido, who was walking in front, turned around and said, What are you mumbling about behind me? He was very optimistic about this Uchiha Madara. He had the same fruit ability as himself but in a different color. He had great potential and was very suitable to be his successor. Nothing, I was just thinking about how to help Kaido ascend to the throne of the Pirate King. The throne of the Pirate King? Ololololo. Pay attention, everyone, pay attention. The sudden sound made the two of them stunned. They followed the source of the sound and found that it came from a tree with a loudspeaker Den Mushi placed on it. Not only here, but the whole Laridra was echoing with Morgan's voice. On the huge curtain at the port, the figures of the red-hair pirates and the whitebeard pirates appeared. This was a picture taken from the air. Lucky Lu opened a box, and it was filled with Raftel's permanent pointer. The permanent pointer has appeared, it has appeared. Morgan's voice was excited, and it was also deeply irritating everyone's nerves. I didn't expect that the 10th box obtained by the red-hair pirates and the whitebeard pirates not long after landing on the island was the one containing the permanent pointer. Is this a coincidence, or was it premeditated? Is this the permanent pointer that Raftel had? Advertisement Red Hair and his friends became the focus of the audience at this moment, and everyone began to rush in their direction. As the parties involved, they were stunned. This was different from what they expected. Shouldn't someone else get the permanent pointer first, everyone fight for it, and then accidentally destroy the permanent pointer in front of everyone? But Morgan's last words, even if Red Hair destroyed it now, probably no one would believe it. This is a permanent pointer to Raftel. If you get it, you can get the great treasure. Who would be willing to destroy it? The faces of the two pirate groups were extremely gloomy. Their situation returned to the starting point. Next, they would inevitably become the target of everyone's concentrated fire. Red Hair ordered in a deep voice, everyone prepare for battle. Beckman quickly took out the Den Mushi and dialed. What's the situation outside now? Not very good. Jin from Beasts Pirates and Katakuri from BIGMOM Pirates have led people to surround us. Listening to Usopp's words, everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and the retreat was cut off. Now they can only fight with the forces on the island to resolve this crisis. Ololololo. Mama. Two unique laughs came from far away, and in a moment, Big Mom stepped on the thundercloud Zeus, and Kaido, who was charging like a beast, appeared in sight one after another. The two stopped 100 meters away, glanced at the vigilant crowd, and their eyes fell on the box in Lakilu's hand. Big Mom's eyes showed greed. Red hair, give me the permanent pointer. Kaido was unhappy when he heard it. Lin, do you want to take it all for yourself? Big Mom then looked at Kaido. I haven't seen you for many years, your temper hasn't changed at all. You have changed a lot. The two looked at each other for a moment, and laughed at the same time. When the laughter stopped, they all looked at Red Hair again. Advertisement. Red Hair, hand over the permanent pointer, we can let you go. Clang. Griffin was unsheathed, Red Hair looked indifferent, and his momentum rose. Pirates never give up what they get, come if you want it. Kaido sneered. Golden Shura is right, you are a Wenli. 0. Since you don't want to hand over the permanent pointer, why hold this carnival celebration? You just want to share the pressure with us? He used to think Red Hair was very good, but he looked down on him more and more for what he did during this period of time. Red Hair was silent, stretched out his hand to take the permanent pointer. You should know that Marine and the Hunter Guild are coming soon. If we go to war now, it will only hurt both sides. Will you be willing to let outsiders take advantage of you? The ant's face sank. So what? Since Roger opened the Great Pirate Era, they have never been so close to Raftel. It is impossible for them to give up. Even if both sides lose, they must get it. Boss Kaido, I'm here. The sudden voice attracted everyone's attention, and when they saw the person running over in a hurry, they couldn't help but frown. Lancelot seemed to be completely unaware that he had become the focus of the whole scene. After stopping beside Kaido, his eyes fell on the permanent pointer in the red-haired man's hand. Boss Kaido, is that the permanent pointer? I'll grab it for you. Mama. Auntie couldn't help but laugh when she heard it. Kaido, is this your new little brother? You're very brave. Before Kaido could speak, Lancelot glared at him. Auntie, right? Show some respect to Boss Kaido. Otherwise, when Boss Kaido becomes the Pirate King, I'll capture you and make you my concubine. Doff. The whole audience gasped, and Kaido felt a little pain in his teeth. This new subordinate is good in everything, but he is too good and too fanatical. Can he afford Lin? 112. Hunting time, 900 million worth of teeth and 1 billion worth of fists. Kaido, is that what you mean? The ant narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked at Kaido with a meaningful look. No, I'm not, I didn't, don't think about it. Kaido glared at Lancelot. Say less. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he would have to teach this kid a lesson. Boss Kaido. Captain. Mom. Just then, the Beast's pirates and the Bigmom pirates arrived, and the three parties confronted each other in a triangle. Other forces dared not approach easily, and could only watch from the outside. If a fight really broke out, they didn't mind taking advantage of the situation. Who are you? Jack the Drow was upset when he saw a red-haired man beside his boss, as if his favorite treasure had been taken away. Lancelot glared back. Are you the Drow King? Really, how could Kaido accept a little brother like you, and also offer a bounty of 1 billion inch 337? I think 900 million of it is your ivory? Jack was immediately furious. Whose ivory do you say is worth 900 million? And what the hell is the Drow King? I am Jack the Drow, how dare you, an unknown kid, say such nonsense? Paw. A bounty was slapped on Jack, and Lancelot sneered. Look carefully, I am the red-eyed madman Uchiha Madara, with a bounty of 1 billion, nicknamed Little Dragon Man. Compared to your fake bounty, Anzi is the real 1 billion berry. Not only was Jack shocked, but the others also looked at him sideways. Is he the red-eyed maniac? So he is the captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Uchiha Madara. I didn't expect him to join the Beast's pirates. Red Hair Pirates, that Uchiha Madara has a grudge against Red Hair, right? Hey, isn't his nickname the Konoha Dance King? Why is it the Little Dragon Man? I don't know, maybe it was misrepresented, after all, I heard it from others. Many people looked at the Red Hair Pirates with a playful look. The Red Hair Pirates seemed to be targeted anyway. If the other party was really a fan of the Red Hair Pirates, they wouldn't have joined the Beast's pirates. Bang! Kaido slammed his mace on the ground, and the discussion stopped immediately. He looked at Red Hair. Hand over the perpetual pointer. Advertisement Big Mom also held Napoleon in her hand. Or are you determined to go to war with us? The atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and the three parties took out their weapons. There was a cold light in Red Hair's eyes, and Griffin threw it. Then let's start the war. Bang! With a gunshot, someone in the Red Hair Pirates was shot, and the curtain of the war was opened. Red Hair rushed to Kaido without saying a word. Beckman and Marco met the killing Big Mom, and the Beast's pirates and Bigmom pirates stayed away from this area, and rushed to the Red Hair Pirates and Whitebeard pirates in a surrounding manner. Jack glanced at Lancelot. Even if your bounty is 1 billion, you still don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. I am the user of the elephant fruit, ancient species, mammoth form. As he spoke, his already tall body changed, and in a blink of an eye, he turned into a huge mammoth, charging towards the Red Hair Pirates. Tisk tisk. Looking at the two huge tusks, Lancelot had the urge to cut them off and collect them. He licked the corner of his mouth and searched the battlefield. Then let's start the hunting time. Rockstar has joined the Red Hair Pirates for almost 2 years, and has also participated in the war with the Hunter Guild. He was imprisoned and impelled down with Lackey Lu and Usopp. After being rescued, he has been working hard to improve his strength, not wanting to be powerless like that time, and couldn't even help. Now his bounty has increased from the original 94 million berry to 330 million, and Hawkeye has also reached the intermediate level. Today's war concerns the fate of the Red Hair Pirates. He must do something because everyone shares the pressure. He quickly observed the surrounding situation. When he saw Lancelot, who was also observing the battlefield, a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Uchiha Madara, the red-eyed madman, has a bounty of 1 billion, but he is a person he has never heard of. He doesn't know where he came from, and his specific strength is also unknown. It stands to reason that such a person can be rewarded with 1 billion, so his strength should not be weak. But when he thought of the name of the other pirate group, a nameless fire suddenly emerged in his heart. Red Hair Pirates. 1 billion berry, so what, since you were so blatantly provoking the Red Hair Pirates, let you forgive the strength of the 4 Emperor's pirates. Even if I can't beat you, can't I stop you? Buzz wrapped his arms around Armament Hawkeye, kicked his feet, and rushed towards Lancelot. Feeling the murderous intent against him, Lancelot turned his head and saw Rockstar coming towards him. It's you? He was no stranger to the guy in front of him. He had sent him in to impel down. It seemed that his strength had improved a lot, and he had become arrogant. The corner of his mouth curled up. Are you so eager to die? Advertisement. You are really arrogant. Rockstar looked at the motionless Lancelot, and his eyes and hands were more murderous. Well, if you are seriously injured or even killed, it will help the captain and others. Armed piercing cannon. Rockstar's speed increased a lot, and more armed color gathered on his right fist, and he launched a full-strength attack on the unprepared enemy in front. Bang! The fist landed firmly on the enemy's chest, and a stream of energy poured into the opponent's body. At this moment, Rockstar's mouth curled up with a sneer. He seemed to hear the enemy's painful screams, and perhaps he could see the enemy fall down. You are too careless, red-eyed maniac, this is. Rockstar's words were stuck in his throat, because the enemy in front of him was like nothing happened, and he looked at his chest with doubt. Are you tickling me? The voice was very light, but it sounded like thunder in his ears, and Rockstar's eyes widened instantly. How is it possible? Even the Mad Dragon with a bounty of 450 million couldn't take this move. How come you are fine? Lancelot asked curiously. He only has 450 million, and I have 1 billion. Isn't it normal that I can take it? Impossible. Rockstar retracted his fist, a fierce look appeared on his face, and he was about to attack again. Lancelot took a step back, his arms gathered at his waist, Armament Hawkeye wrapped around, there were arcs jumping on his fists. Looking at the red-haired Rockstar in front of him, his eyes were red. Then you can also taste my fist worth 1 billion berry. 5.5. Mad Thunder King Kong Fist. The fist wind whistled, and its momentum was unstoppable. Rockstar felt a strong crisis and immediately retreated to avoid it. However, the opponent seemed to have expected it. He only moved one step and was already close to him. The 2 terrifying fists landed firmly on him. Bang! Rockstar seemed to hear the sound of war drums, and the whole person flew backwards, and then the severe pain came. Cough. A large mouthful of blood fell, and Rockstar in the air saw Captain Shanks, who was fighting Kaido, and Beckman, who joined forces with Marco to fight Big Mom and others. Looking at it, a miserable smile appeared on his face. My journey ends here. Boom. In the astonished eyes of many people, Rockstar smashed through several big trees and smashed on the mountain wall in the distance. Bleeding from all 7 orifices, 3 dead ends on the spot. 113. Come and please me, the beginning of the Red Group. Rockstar. Red Hair Pirates saw the miserable state of their companions and stared at Lancelot with blazing eyes. And more people were shocked by the power of Uchiha Madara. Even the superstar of Red Hair Pirates, Rockstar with a bounty of 330 million, couldn't take the opponent's move. Is this red-eyed maniac so powerful? Lackey Lu shouted to Joes nearby. Joes, help me block Daifuku and Owen, I'm going to kill that guy. Okay. Joes' whole body turned into diamond, and he knocked the 4 Charlotte brothers away, directly knocking the 4 people to vomit blood. The remaining momentum did not decrease, and Wolf hit Owen. Don't even think about it. Daifu was furious. He was one of the strong men of the BIGMOM pirates after all, and the other party looked down on him so much. Fishman Karate Secret Oniwa Junction. Jinbei rushed out from the side and hit Daifuku, who was about to chase him. Bang! Dafu had no choice but to call back the Lantern Demon for defense, and watched Lazaro escape from his hands. Bang! Lancelot slightly turned his head to avoid the bullet shot by Lackey Lu, and looked at the fat man who was incredibly flexible, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes. If he hadn't taken Uda's feelings into consideration, if he hadn't made a deal with Spandam, he would never have kept Lackey Lu and Usopp. Well, U-17 will go with him just after Rockstar was dealt with. He opened his palm towards the distance, and the arc jumped on his body, and a not-so-strong suction force sucked a mace over. Electromagnetic, there is naturally magnetism when there is electricity, but it is not thunderfruit after all, and the magnetic force generated is not strong, and it is not very effective in battle. Buzz. The thick armed color wrapped around the mace, making this mace of only good quality become extremely hard. Swoosh. The man left a trail of afterimages like a ghost, and in an instant he was in front of Lackey Lu. So fast. Lucky Lu's face condensed, the opponent's strength was stronger than he expected. But, for Rockstar, you'd better die. The body turned red, like a cooked shrimp, steam swirled around, and the armament color covered both arms at the same time. Fatty tactics. The fist blasted out like a storm, pouring towards Lancelot's vital parts. HMPH. Let you taste the taste of the big stick again. Crackle. Advertisement conquerors climbed up the mace along his arm and swung it at the dense rain of punches. Thunder 8 trigrams. FK. Lucky Lu cursed. He didn't expect the guy in front of him to know that trick. He had a psychological shadow about it. Bang. Without giving him time to think, the huge force crushed his fist shadow and landed heavily on him. Swish. Lucky Lu was blown away like a cannonball, smashing the guy blocking Root H into pieces. Cough. After finally stopping his body, feeling the surging blood, he looked at the figure opposite in horror. Isn't he a rookie pirate? Even if Barry has a bounty of 1 billion, even if he defeated Rockstar, he wouldn't be that much stronger, right? With his own strength, he can suppress Jack the Drow, who also has a bounty of 1 billion, but he can't take the opponent's thunderous 8 trigrams? Lancelot sneered in his heart. Before, Lucky Lu could fight back and forth with Yamato, but after so long, the opponent's strength has not improved much, but Yamato has already reached the level of nearly 4 thick. Stretching out his palm towards Lucky Lu, he hooked it provocatively. Come on, please me to your heart's content, boom. Lucky Lu's head got hot. He had never been looked down upon like this since he went to sea with Shanks. Little brat, I'll let you know the consequences of angering me. The blood in his body boiled, a large amount of steam overflowed, and Lucky Lu's body shrank visibly. Then he rushed towards Lancelot in a violent manner. Dang dang dang. Dense fists and legs pressed towards Lancelot, but were accurately blocked by the mace every time. Hurry up, faster, haven't you eaten? How can you please me with this little power? Is this one of the 3 major cadres of the Red Hair Pirates? Nothing special, it seems that Red Hair's strength is not that good. I still regarded him as an imaginary enemy. Ah. Listening to the provocative words that kept bursting out of the other party's mouth, Lucky Lu was furious, and his strength and speed increased again. Everyone who saw this scene from a distance was shocked. That was Lucky Lu. Lucky Lu was still full of strength, but facing the red-eyed maniac, he didn't have any advantage at all, and his repeated attacks didn't break the opponent's defense. Jack the Drow was already scared at this time. He had never fought with Lucky Lu, but Brother Quinn and Brother Jin had. According to them, Lucky Lu's strength was almost the same as theirs, and he could only be beaten in front of the 2 brothers. Advertisement, doesn't that mean that he could only be beaten when facing the red-eyed maniac? Bounties of 1 billion each, why is the gap so big? Is it true that 900 million of his 1 billion bounties are on this pair of ivory? Dang. The mace and griffin collided with sparks, and the eyes of the 2 men intertwined through the weapons. Ololololo. Kaido couldn't help laughing, with a joking tone. Red Hair, it seems that after losing to my Yamato, Lucky Lu's strength has not improved. Now he can't even beat my little brother. Olololol. I think you should hand over the permanent pointer. Otherwise Lucky Lu won't be able to hold on. Having said that, how could he not be shocked by the strength shown by Uchiha Madara? This newly recruited little brother is stronger than he expected. In 2 years, he may surpass Jin and become the second person of Beast's pirates. Red Hair's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that a newcomer who just appeared could force Lucky Lu into a desperate situation. Kaido, I won't give the permanent pointer to anyone even if I destroy it. Besides, you don't have an absolute advantage now. If you want to take us down, then you have to pay with your life. I want to see who will get the advantage in the end. Marine, Blackbeard, are those guys in the dark world? Kaido sneered. Then let them try. He left Jin. Lin left Katakuri, just to guard against the Blackbeard pirates and those guys hiding in the dark. Otherwise why would it be so troublesome? Red Hair knows 900 that Kaido and Big Mom will not give up the fight for the permanent pointer until the last moment. Even though she knows this, she is still a little angry. Boom. The domineering conquerors pressed towards Kaido, and a conquerors that was no less powerful burst out from Kaido, and the 2 began a new round of confrontation. Over there, Lancelot dealt with the crazy attack of Lucky Lu. It must be said that Lucky Lu in this state is really strong. If he was really just a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion, he would have been in trouble long ago. It's a pity that he is Lancelot, who ate the fusion of 6 Devil. The golden Shira of the superfruit is simply not comparable to the opponent. Feeling that he could not attack for a long time and his state began to decline, Lucky Lu became more and more irritable, and sneered in his heart, I will solve you now. Crackle. The powerful conquerors wrapped around the mace, gathered all the strength of his body into his arms, and stared at Lucky Lu's head. Momo 50 times faster. Lucky Lu, who was used to the attack speed of Lancelot, looked at the mace that suddenly increased in speed, and his heart skipped a beat, and an unprecedented sense of crisis came over him. However, it was too late to dodge at this time, and he could only gather all the armament Hawkeye in his head to try to defend against this attack. But what shocked him even more happened. The mace that had always been very stable was actually shaking, and there was a faint sign of cracking. The moment before the mace touched his head, he seemed to see a layer of familiar fluorescence on it. It seems, is it Whitebeard's shock fruit ability? Bang. 114. Whose melon exploded? For the sake of a name, we have to kill 4 emperors. A bullet came from a distance, heading straight for Lancelot's eyes. This attack came very suddenly, and the angle of attack was also very tricky. If he insisted on continuing to attack Lucky Lu, his eyes would definitely be blown out. Yasop. All he could think of was that guy Yasop, and only his sniper skills could achieve this level. The timing was very good, and the shot was also very decisive. But who do you think you were going to deal with? The fierceness in Lancelot's eyes flashed, and the several forces infused into the mace increased instead of decreasing, and he smashed down on Lucky Lu's head with all his strength. At the same time, several pieces of black scales grew on his forehead, and the armed color covered it, making the black scales more profound. May your wish come true. The body seemed to stagger, causing the bullet that originally fell on the eye to deviate a little, just hitting the forehead with scales. Dang. The sound of metal and iron clashed, the bullet was collapsing, and the mace also fell on Lucky Lu's head. All this seemed long, but in fact it was only a short moment. Conqueror's power bombarded Lucky's brain. The power of the shock fruit shook his brain tissue, and the strong inertia brought by the 50 times speed of the Momo fruit directly caused Lucky's Hawkeye defense to collapse. Everyone only saw Lucky being knocked to the ground by a mace, blood flowing from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. His eyes had rolled back, and he obviously lost consciousness. The entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Everyone stopped fighting, staring blankly at the pan. Clearly, they had been fighting back and forth just now. Even if Lucky was not in an advantageous position, he would not be defeated so badly in the blink of an eye, right? But the facts were in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Lancelot stepped on Lucky with his foot, the mace against his head, and looked up at Usopp, who was hiding in the distance and wearing a prosthetic limb. A hint of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his index finger tapped his temple. Come, fight here. Usopp's body trembled, and pain appeared in his eyes. He was almost there, almost able to stop the opponent. If he had discovered Lucky Lu's crisis earlier and acted more decisively, Lucky Lu would not have been defeated by the opponent. The consequence was that the Red Hair Pirates were in a dilemma. Should they save Lucky Lu or hand over the permanent pointer? The eyes of the whole audience shifted from Lancelot to the red-haired man. What choice would he make, who always valued his companions more than his own life? The red-haired man had a gloomy face. The situation changed too quickly, and he was a little bit unable to accept it. But Lucky Lu must not give up. This is the belief that the Red Hair Pirates have always adhered to. Advertisement looking at the young man with the same bright red hair. The other party was also looking at him, with a playful look on his face, and slowly raised the mace. Everyone knows that when the mace falls again, Lucky Lu's head will definitely explode. Red Hair's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his voice was cold. Let him go, and the things can be handed over to you. Ololololo. Kaido laughed out loud. Uchiha Madara, you did a good job. This time you were the first to win, and you can tell me what you want after returning to Wano Kuni. He turned his head and looked at the red hair again. I asked you to hand over the permanent pointer a long time ago. Do you really think you can keep it? Red Hair said in a deep voice. You may not be able to keep it. I say. Lancelot's voice attracted everyone's attention, and when they saw the mace still hanging above Lucky Lu's head, they were stunned for 10 seconds. What is this for? Didn't Red Hair agree to hand over the permanent pointer? Lancelot looked at the Red Hair with a wicked smile. Stop if you ask me to stop. Who do you think you are? If you didn't name Red Hair, I can't go out in danger under the name of the Red Hair Pirates. Did you see that? Lancelot brushed his red hair. Lousy is the Red Hair. I want you to either change your hair color or shave your head from now on, and then disband the Red Hair Pirates and change the name. The whole audience was stunned. It turned out to be almost the same as they guessed. Puff. Kaido couldn't help but pointed at Lancelot and laughed. Olololo. You can do it. You dare to think and do it. But he didn't expect the red-haired man to agree. If he really changed the name of the Red Hair Pirates, he wouldn't have to hang around on the sea anymore. The red-haired man's eyes were extremely cold. I said, let him go, and I can give you the permanent pointer. If you want the Red Hair Pirates to disband, kill us. Bang. He couldn't say anything more, and he was stunned on the spot, with a look of astonishment on his face. There were many people with the same expression as him, as if they had seen something incredible. Lancelot looked at the head that was like a watermelon exploding, and shook the bloodline on the mace. Why are you looking at me like that? Boss, what did you say? If you want the Red Hair Pirates to disband, kill you. Look, I did what you said, and killed you first, Rockstar. Kill Lucky Lu, and it's your turn next. Deaf. Everyone came back to their senses at this time, gasping for air, and looked at Lancelot with awe. This guy really wants to kill 4 emperors for the name of a pirate group. Crazy, paranoid, daring, but it makes people's blood boil. Advertisement in such an occasion, surrounded by Red Hair Pirates, under the pressure of Red Hair, dared to kill Lucky Lu without hesitation, and threatened to destroy the other party. What kind of courage is this? Boom. The fierce and violent conquerors enveloped the whole scene. Some of the weak ones fell down like wheat, and everyone retreated again and again. At this time, Red Hair was like a tyrannical beast, and anyone who dared to stand in front of him would be torn into pieces by him. You were looking for death. He stared at Lancelot with red eyes, and every step forward, the murderous intent and power on his body increased. A piercing whistle was heard, followed by the sound of metal colliding. Kaido looked at the red-haired man holding his mace. His face became unusually serious, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. You want to attack my lovely subordinates? Have you asked for my opinion? The red-haired man stared at Kaido coldly. Then kill you too. Griffin and Mace retreated at the same time, and the powerful conquerors entangled with it. God avoidance. 8 trigrams. Boom. Before the Mace and Griffin came into contact, the conquerors of both sides had already collided with each other, and the fierce shock wave swept across, forcing everyone to retreat again, and those who fainted were directly blown away. There were lightning and thunder in the sky, and the two were surrounded by red and black lightning. Since the end of the Summit War, people have once again seen the life and death fight of the 4 emperors, Qian Zhao's, level strongmen. The scene was spectacular and the future was huge. If one of them dies, the situation in New World will become turbulent. Just as everyone was nervously watching the fierce battle between Red Hair and Kaido, Lancelot dropped the mace in his hand, and as the armament color was withdrawn, the mace shattered all over the ground. Staring at Usopp in the distance, he stomped his feet on the ground and swooped over the doctor like a falcon. When passing by a pirate, he casually grabbed the opponent's long sword. Not good, stop him. Someone in the Red Hair Pirates noticed Lancelot's actions and hurriedly shouted a warning. The closest to Usopp was Izo, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. While approaching Usopp, he kept shooting with 2 flintlock rifles, trying to stop Lancelot from getting close. Usopp picked up the sniper rifle, opened his observation-colored ultimate, and tried his best to capture Lancelot's figure. Momo 50 times the speed. Swoosh! Lancelot, who was already extremely fast, was like a flash of lightning, running quickly through the crowd. 115. Quadruple kill. The whole audience went crazy. Bang, bang, bang. Intensive gunfire sounded, and countless bullets chased the ghostly figure. The Red Hair Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates were extremely anxious. No one expected that Lancelot would attack Usopp at this time. The captains had no time to support him, so they could only block him with shooting. However, seeing that Lancelot's speed increased again, he arrived in front of Izo in the blink of an eye. Damn, how could he be so fast? It was too late to retreat. A ruthless look appeared in his eyes. He injected all Haki into the bullets and pressed the vibration machine in front of him. Danzon. Each bullet shot out was surrounded by a circular slash, like a small Chi-Yuan slash, attacking Lancelot with a buzzing sound that tore through the air. Ajajaj. The long sword danced continuously, slashing all the incoming bullets. This level of attack did not hinder Lancelot's speed at all. Looking at Izo in front of him, who was shocked and frightened, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Huh. Like a breeze blowing past, Lancelot's figure disappeared from his sight, but his words were like whispers in his ears. Have you ever heard the whispers of the wind? Izang was a little confused. He had heard all kinds of wind sounds, but what was a whisper? Could the wind speak? Just when he was about to turn around and chase, his body suddenly froze. Unable to move, his body was resisting his own commands. What was going on? Izang's eyes widened, and then he saw the horrified eyes of his companions in the distance, saying something non-stop but he couldn't hear it. Shish. Blood sprayed and severe pain came. Izang finally felt his body. Just when he was about to speak, his throat was blocked and a large mouthful of blood gushed out of his throat. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at the figure getting farther and farther away, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Usopp felt a chill in his heart when he saw this scene. What a powerful swordsmanship. Izang's strength couldn't even resist, as if he was waiting to die on the spot. Death burst. Black bullets poured towards Lancelot. There was no time to reload the sniper rifle, so Usopp decisively threw it away and kept taking out guns from his body, keep clearing bullets. How can there be such a strong perception? How far has his observation color reached? Looking at Lancelot, who was still moving freely under the blockade of bullets, Usopp was horrified, but now was not the time to entangle these things. The other party was about to kill him. Stretching out his palm and aiming at a big tree in the distance, a hook shot out from his wrist. Want to escape? Lancelot looked disdainful. How could he let the meat in his mouth run away? Swish. With a flick of his wrist, the long knife flew out like a sharp arrow and directly cut off the flying rope. Advertisement. Boom. A round pit suddenly appeared on the ground. The person disappeared instantly. BHDJ. Usopp had just stabilized his falling figure, and his eyes blurred, and the devil-like figure enveloped him. Buzz. After all, he was a strong man who had experienced countless battles. He was shocked for a moment before he reacted. His whole body was covered with armament Haki, and his fists punched the figure in front of him with all his strength. Oh, do you want to borrow my power to escape? You are a long-range player, fighting me in close combat? Who gave you the courage? Lancelot saw Usopp's true intention at a glance, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then let's try it. Can you successfully block my attack and escape, or will I kill you here? The whole right arm suddenly swelled and turned into a dragon, growing black scales, covered with armament Haki, and wrapped with conquerors. How could it be? Looking at the scene in front of him, Usopp couldn't believe his eyes. He was very familiar with the opponent's beast-like arm at this time. It was almost the same as Kaido's, but the difference was that the person in front of him did not have 4 claws, but 5 claws. This means that the opponent is at least a user of the mythical beast fruit, and a top dragon type. Dragon Shock Fist. A ball of fluorescent light wrapped around the fist, and punched Usopp in the chest. Usopp's eyes widened. What did he see? If he remembered correctly, when Whitebeard activated the shock fruit ability, there would also be such a sign, right? Without time to think about it, he hurriedly raised his arms to block it. He had to block this punch anyway, and then convey this message. The red-eyed maniac Uchiha Madara in front of him was likely to be a dual fruit ability user like Blackbeard. Momo 50 times faster. Swish, Usopp's block was not yet completed, and Lancelot's fist accelerated and hit his chest first. The powerful force penetrated his body and raged in his body. Boom, boom, boom. Usopp felt that the whole world was quiet. He heard the sound of his heart beating, which was so strong and powerful, getting stronger and stronger. Bang! It seemed that something exploded. Usopp's body trembled suddenly, and he knew what exploded. It's his heart. Looking at the indifferent guy in front of him, he suddenly felt a little familiar. Figures appeared in his mind, and he finally faced one of them. This Uchiha Madara is not a newcomer at all, but their archenemy, Golden Emporer Lancelot. He is not only a dual fruit ability user, but also an unknown mythical beast species, shock fruit. With his original ability, this guy is a main fruit ability user who surpasses Blackbeard. Advertisement: 3 very powerful abilities, all gathered in this person, Shanks, and everyone. Maybe we shouldn't mess with this guy. Shock, fear, worry and other emotions all appeared on his face. He opened his mouth and wanted to shout something, but his heart exploded and directly took away all his history. Bang! Usopp fell to the ground, and Lancelot landed lightly beside him. Seeing that the other party's breath had been cut off, he turned and looked at the people of red-hair pirates. Usopp! The shrill cries sounded one after another. The red-haired man who was fighting with Kaido paused and was swept away by Kaido's stick, crashing into a mountain wall. He didn't care about his injuries at all, and stared blankly in the direction of Usopp. After Rockstar, Lackey Lu, he lost another companion, a Yenge who had followed him for a long time. There was confusion in his eyes. Did he do something wrong? Perhaps he shouldn't have been obsessed with Raftel's permanent pointer from the beginning, and shouldn't have waited for that illusory moment. Either it was destroyed early, or it was handed over early, or he went to Raftel directly when he got the Dao. The red-haired man's thoughts were very chaotic, and thoughts that he had never had before appeared one by one, but they were finally suppressed by him. Looking at the figure standing next to Usopp, his eyes were bloodshot. When Kaido was on guard against red hair, he also looked deeply at Lancelot. At this moment, how could he not understand that this Uchiha Madara was very problematic? What Red Eyes Madman, what Konoha Dance King, what Little Dragon Man were all fake. The other party was not his supporter at all. The previous flattering words were full of loopholes now. Especially the red hair pirates. It was obvious that they were going for the red hair pirates. Killed Rockstar, Laji Lu and Usopp. Is this something a newcomer with a bounty of 1 billion can do? And with this motivation and this ability, he only thought of one guy. Golden Shura Guild Lancelot. Damn B********************************** D, how dare you tease me? He couldn't help but frown in anger. Isn't Golden Shura the other party's fruit ability? Why is there the ability of fish fruit, mythical beast, and black dragon form? Is it the ability of copy fruit? But can those abilities really reach this point? Walala. Just when everyone was shocked that Lancelot killed another veteran cadre of red hair pirates, Red Hair walked out of the rubble. Took out the permanent pointer from his arms, his voice was cold and full of temptation. Who can kill the red-eyed maniac Uchiha Madara? I will hold it with both hands. Raftel's permanent pointer is presented. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar, and their fiery eyes wandered between the permanent pointer and Lancelot. Kill the B****************** D. Unless the B********** D stays voluntarily, it will be strange for you to catch him. 116. Bear Fruit Mythical Beast Fire Bear Form, Thief ha ha ha. At the tense moment, the Blackbeard pirates led people into the battlefield. Kaido and Big Mom frowned together. Didn't Jin and Katakuri stop these guys? Listening to the fighting sounds from time to time in the distance, it seems that they are entangled by others. Are they the guys from the Dark World? Blackbeard looked at Lancelot for a moment, turned his head and smiled at the red-haired man. Kill him, and you will hand over the permanent pointer? The red-haired man's face was as gloomy as water. If possible, he would rather destroy it than let the permanent pointer fall into Blackbeard's hands. This guy is too dangerous. But Kaido will not let him deal with Uchiha Madara, so he can only use the permanent pointer as bait to split the alliance between Big Mom and Kaido, and also divert the attention of other forces to Toyotomi Madara. As long as Kaido does not give up Uchiha Madara, he will inevitably fall into the same situation as them. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated. As long as you can do it, the permanent pointer is yours. Ha 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 ha. After getting a positive answer, Blackbeard laughed even happier. Anyone could break their promise, except Red Hair. Compared to dealing with the alliance of Red Hair pirates and Whitebeard pirates, dealing with an Uchiha Madara is much easier. As for the Beast's pirates, I believe Red Hair they will hold them back. What Blackbeard can think of, others can think of too. The BIGMOM pirates all looked at Big Mom. Only she could decide whether to take action or not. Mama. Big Mom looked at Lancelot with a fiery look and smiled at Kaido. Kaido, what do you think I should do? Kaido's face changed for a while. He was thinking about whether to expose Lancelot's identity. To be honest, he could feel that Lancelot had a certain goodwill towards him and the Beast's pirates. This must be because of Yamato. Although he was troubled by this son, he has changed a lot since he followed Lancelot. He is no longer obsessed with becoming Odin, no longer influenced by himself, and has walked his own path. Some time ago, Enel went to Wano Kuni and gave him a Den Den Mushi, and Yamato took the initiative to contact him. Although his tone was a bit stiff and he was yelling that he wanted to defeat him, Yamato was still willing to call him father. When he was in a dilemma and was worried about how to make a decision, a chuckle sounded. Lancelot looked at Kaido with a smile, then looked at everyone with a slight smile on his face. With self-mockery. It seems that I am being treated as a fish on the chopping board? He looked at the ant again, with a sad face. Lin, I invited people to your tea party before. Although I can't spare the time, you won't turn your face and be ruthless, right? The ant tilted her head, with a face full of question marks. I invited you to the tea party. Suddenly he thought of something, his eyes gradually widened, his face full of confusion and shock. How could it be you? Why can't it be me? Lancelot chuckled and turned to look at Blackbeard. Teach, I haven't seen you for a while, you are the same as before. IQ always jumps back and forth between positive and negative. When you are weak, you are full of wisdom, and when you have a slight advantage, you are arrogant. Huh? Blackbeard was stunned. He knew the person in front of him? Why did he look very familiar with him? Lancelot ignored the other party's doubts and turned to look at Marco. Advertisement, he said with some emotion and regret. Marco, I didn't expect you to choose to lie with the red hair pirates in the end. Whitebeard told you that, right? Even if you don't choose my side, you shouldn't be my enemy. You made a wrong choice. Marco was stunned, and he thought of something, and his face instantly became ugly and got up. How could it be you? Said the same words as Big Mom, and both of them obviously recognized the true identity of this Uchiha Madara, leaving the others confused. So who is this Uchiha Madara? It's you. The red-haired man finally reacted after seeing the surprised expressions of Kaido, Big Mom, and Marco. Considering the other party's previous performance, how could he not know the identity of the person in front of him? Staring at Lancelot with gnashing teeth. Good trick. Lancelot raised the corner of his mouth. Same here. Hey, who are you? Blackbeard shouted dissatisfiedly. Everyone is talking about something incomprehensible. He shouted to the red-haired man. Does the promise just now still count? The red-haired man sneered. Yes, as long as you can take him down. Blackbeard smiled and waved his hand. Little guys, Raftel is right in front of you. What are you waiting for? As soon as the voice fell, Van Oka raised his favorite gun, Chilu, and wings grew behind Lafitte and turned it quickly in his hand. Giza's Bahas clenched his fists and gave Lancelot a cruel smile. Basque-Jad gulped down the wine, and it seemed that he had obtained the ability of the wine fruit. The most unexpected thing is that Shiryu of Rain burst into flames and turned into a huge fire bear. People were surprised. This fire bear was not simple at first glance, it exuded a violent and savage aura. Lancelot was also surprised. Didn't Shiryu eat the transparent fruit? How did he become his own? Ha ha ha. Blackbeard seemed very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Shiryu is the bear fruit, the mythical beast species, the fire bear form ability user. His strength and defense are beyond your imagination. Compared with Kaido's ability, he is not weaker at all. After invading Wano Kuni, they were chased by Kaido. No one in the entire pirate group could withstand Kaido's attack, and no one could break Kaido's defense. In order not to fall into this dilemma again in the future, he searched for a long time before finding this mythical beast species. With strong defense and strength, coupled with Shiryu's swordsmanship, I think even Kaido can block it. Lancelot's first reaction when he saw Shiryu transformed into a fire bear was, even dogs won't eat Mara fruit. Asterisk. Look, a random person with special abilities has the ability to control fire. Although the upper limit of fire is not as good as Mara fruit, he is a mythical beast. The second thought was, Bullet's fruit ability has been settled. Compared to the phoenix, bat fruit, nine-tails fox, and Yamada no Orochi, this mythical beast is obviously the most suitable for Bullet. Powerful defense, invincible strength, and physical enhancement are all top-notch among the mythical beasts. The third thought was, Fire Bear, isn't that the strange beast named Yi in Shinheijing? Legend has it that Yi looks similar to Mo Da, and Mo Da looks like a black bear, with a cruel personality and great power. Advertisement Yi is regarded as an enhanced version of Mo Da, with extraordinary power and surrounded by fire. However, the bear fruit, mythical beast, fire bear form only looks like a move, but it is not the real move too. Devil fruit comes from people's imagination, and this devil fruit must have been born because people further deified the giant bear. He looked at Blackbeard with a look of relief. Teach, it's worth it that I saved your life. You really came to me with the devil fruit I needed. In the ATM, I would like to call you the strongest. Blackbeard is laughing, and Lancelot is laughing too. Tap. A snap of fingers was made, and everyone looked at him. Lancelot chuckled and said, Hunting me? Have you asked my lovely subordinates for their opinions? As if in response to his words, an airgate appeared beside him. Mihawk, carrying the black knife knight, walked out of it and stood on Lancelot's right hand. It's Hawkeye. Exclamations rang out one after another, but before they were shocked by Mihawk's appearance, another figure walked out and stood on Lancelot's left hand. It's the Red Devil Yamato. That's the Devil's descendant Bullet. Empress Hancock. Golden Emperor Tesoro. World Diva Uda. Ice Queen Vivi. Little Thief Nami. Tyrant Princess Bonnie. Strange Monkey Rogue. Killing Weapon Rob Lucci. Wax Figure Genius Mr. 3. Square Nose Kaku. As one person after another walked out and stood beside Lancelot, everyone's faces changed again and again. Blackbeard, who had just regarded Lancelot as prey, retreated in fear. Clang! Hongji drew out the dark red blade as if it had absorbed countless blood. The tip of the blade pointed straight ahead and moved slowly. Mother, Blackbeard, Marco, and finally Red Hair. You. Hongji swept forward, and Lancelot smiled. You. Want my head? Then come and try it. 117. The wretched uncle came with his sister and children. Looking at the lineup over there, everyone was shocked by the strength of the Hunter Guild again. This is not counting Wanakuna's thunder god Enel. Some people began to retreat, cursing Lancelot in their hearts. The dignified Golden Shira, the man standing on the top of the sea, was actually undercover beside them. FK the red-eyed madman Uchiha Madara, and the newcomer with a bounty of 1 billion? If you become a pirate, the bounty is estimated to exceed 5 billion, close to the Pirate King Roger. While cursing Lancelot, they were also cursing Red Hair. If you kill Lancelot, you will be given the permanent pointer. It would be more practical to kill you Red Hair pirates. Yamato. Kaido seemed a little happy and wanted to reach out to Yamato, but he pretended to be serious because of his father's identity. My stupid son, get back here, Wano-kuni is your destiny. Yamato, who was posing just now, broke his defense instantly. Happily Super Kaido waved his hand. Father. The voice of father made Kaido grin, and when he was about to respond to Yamato suddenly looked serious and pointed his mace at Kaido. Father, we are enemies now. If you want to attack the captain, I will not be polite. Kaido's smile just appeared froze, and he glared at Lancelot. Stinky boy, I want to fight you to the death. Lancelot was too lazy to look, and after looking around, his eyes fell on the Red Hair. Everyone, the Hunter Guild is not interested in Raftel's great treasure. Today we are only here to resolve the grievances with the Red Hair pirates. No matter who gets the permanent pointer, we will never stop it. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the Red Hair and others changed drastically, and those who wanted to retreat just now stopped one after another, staring at the Red Hair pirates with fiery eyes. Mama. The old lady looked at the red-haired man with a playful smile. It seems that you have no way out. Do you want to hand over the permanent pointer? The red-haired man's face twitched slightly. The Hunters Guild has appeared, and Marine is about to arrive. Are you sure you want to fight internally at this time? Don't let Marine and the Hunters Guild take advantage of you. Besides, do you really believe what he said? Everyone wants the big secret treasure. Whether it's you, me, or Kaido, which of you who gathered here is not here for this? The faces of the people changed again. With Doran, they will not give up. Will the Hunters Guild really be willing to give up? Puff. Ha. Lancelot couldn't help laughing, pointing at the red-haired man and mocking. You poor guy, you only measure others with your own thinking. He pointed at Tesoro. Tesoro has countless industries under his name, and the value of the Hunters Guild is difficult to measure. Just Roger's so-called great secret treasure, can it make people rich overnight, or can it make people the strongest in the world? I don't need to become rich overnight, I am the strongest in the world now, my crew members are all strong and talented. Advertisement, what else do I lack? His smile faded, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. What I lack most is the heads of you red hair pirates. Everyone was shocked by Lancelot's speech. After thinking about it carefully, they found that what he said was right. He had everything he should have, and the great secret treasure was nothing to him. Lancelot looked at Marco. I will give you Whitebeard pirates one last chance. Retreat or die. Feeling his strong murderous intent, Marco's face was solemn. He knew that he had come to the turning point of his fate. Should he cancel the covenant with the red hair pirates and leave, or abide by the covenant and advance and retreat together? A group of Whitebeard pirates gathered around him, speechless, but unwavering. No matter what decision Marco made, they would support it, even if the opponent was the Hunter Guild. Marco pursed his lips and suddenly whispered to Jinbei. Jinbei, you don't have to stay. You have already repaid your father's kindness. The Fishman Island needs you. Jinbei was stunned, and then realized that Marco had made a decision. He looked at Lancelot opposite and shook his head gently. The Fishman Island no longer needs me. The Whitebeard pirates is my destination. Hey, haha, Jinbei you fool. The captains laughed and didn't care about the crisis they were about to face. Looking at the Whitebeard pirates gathering towards him, Red Hair was moved. After losing Rockstar, Laji Lu, and Usopp, the Red Hair pirate's strength was greatly reduced. The other party was still willing to abide by the covenant at this time. This friendship was precious. In this way, he couldn't let everyone bear more dangers and enemies. He looked at the permanent pointer in his hand. Because of repeated misjudgments, he had lost a lot first. You want it? Red Hair held up the permanent pointer and looked around at everyone. Want to unite the Hunter Guild to attack us? Seeing that many people showed fear, he smiled, and his smile was cold. His 5 fingers slowly closed together, holding the permanent pointer, and exerted a little force. Pa! This permanent pointer that attracted countless people to fight for and could guide everyone to find Raftel was destroyed. Ah! Damn Red Hair! Some people screamed, some cursed, and some felt sorry. At this moment, there were all kinds of people. Pa! Advertisement Lancelot applauded. Decisive enough, but a little too cruel and ruthless. The audience was stunned. They didn't understand why he said Red Hair was cruel and ruthless. Didn't Red Hair give up the permanent pointer for his companions? Red Hair's expression was extremely cold. What do you want to say? Lancelot shrugged. Isn't it? In your heart, the companions around you are probably not as important as the dead Roger? If it were me, I would have given the permanent pointer to Kaido, to Ant, even to Teach is fine. As long as they are willing to help fight the enemy and make their companions less dangerous, what does it matter if they have a big secret treasure? Hey, don't be so self-righteous, Baker sneered. How can people like you understand the bond between us? The red hair pirates and the whitebeard pirates stepped forward together, all sneering. Red Hair looked at his companions, his eyes became firm, and his eyes looking at Lancelot were full of pity. You don't know what we are standing for, even if we sacrifice our lives for it, all this is meaningful. Whether it is Captain Roger, Whitebeard, or us, we are all working hard for that moment. When that moment comes, you will only be able to look up. This was said inexplicably, and it is estimated that only a few people present could understand the meaning of Red Hair's words. Lancelot said disdainfully, "You are the ones who are really self-righteous. Opening the great pirate era, building your own achievements on the pain of others. The moment you are looking forward to is too illusory. Those who are truly courageous and have great perseverance should be down to earth to change everything around them." Uchiha Madara, Minji Madara. Just then, a wretched uncle appeared on the periphery with his sister and children, and all pairs of eyes looked over. Kaji was stunned. "I am a member of the Red Pirates, and I am here to find the red-eyed maniac Captain Uchiha Madara." Then the crowd separated into a passage. "No need to line up to welcome you?" Abu. People on both sides of the passage pointed to the end of the passage. Kaji looked over there. Wasn't that the Uchiha Madara he was looking for? But why were the Hunter Guild members here too? It was different from the plan that Chief Inspector Sengoku said. Were they surrounded? Without thinking, Kaji reached into his arms, touched the Denden Mushi and pressed it. He put his hands on his mouth and made a trumpet shape. The Marine is coming. Run. 118. Clear the field. Bet everything. Whose ghost is coming? The whole Eridra was in chaos, and Kaji and his 4 companions took advantage of the chaos to run to Lancelot. Looking at the Beasts pirates and Bigmom pirates who were about to retreat, and the red-hair pirates and whitebeard pirates who were on guard against this side, Kaji suddenly found that it was a little different from what he imagined. "What's going on?" Lancelot said unhappily. "I was just about to ask you what's going on. Isn't Morgan's live streaming? Didn't you watch it?" Kaji said helplessly. "Don't mention it. Morgan seems to have had an accident. I only saw you being besieged, and I have no idea what happened afterwards. I was worried about you getting into trouble, so I just came to support you." "Okay, I forgive you for your bravery in the tiger's den for me." What else can Lancelot say? Kaji did the wrong thing with good intentions. Seeing the Blackbeard pirates evacuate, he shouted to Kaido and Big Mom on the opposite side. "You two, the next is a personal grudge, please leave." Kaido looked at Lancelot deeply, waved his hand, and left with the Beast pirates, followed by the Bigmom pirates. Marine is coming, and the permanent pointer is gone. If they don't leave now, they will face the encirclement and suppression of Marine and the Hunter Guild. Although they are not afraid of joining together, there is no need to start a war, and they will not suffer heavy losses to help Red Hair and others. The family business that has been accumulated for most of their lives, is it easy for them? Lancelot looked at the people around him. Is it okay to hold them back? Bullet looked at Shiryu's back and laughed. "No problem, Red Hair will be left to me." Without the fusion fruit, his strength has not been weakened much, it just increases his fighting methods. In single confrontation, he relies on powerful haki and physique. Lancelot warned. "Don't be careless, Red Hair is not as simple as you think." =V=_=# suddenly said. "Leave him to me." Bullet frowned slightly. "You want to steal my prey?" "He is not prey." Mahawk looked at him calmly. "Marco is more suitable for you." Lancelot thought of something. Mahawk felt that this might be the last time he could fight Red Hair, and wanted to make a conclusion. "Then let's change. You are the president, you have the final say." Bullet did not insist. "Marco is not bad. If there is a problem with Rain Shiryu, Phoenix will be a backup." Lancelot looked at Uda. "Uda, is it okay?" Although Uda cut off the bond with the Red Hair pirates, he was still a little worried if they really faced each other. The slightest hesitation on the battlefield would bring serious consequences. The girl looked at the Red Hair pirates with a complicated expression, but very firm. "Lancelot, I'm your singer, have faith in me." "Yes, I believe you." Advertisement, "Then I'll leave this place to you, I'll be back as soon as possible." He winked at the others and chased in the direction where the Blackbeard pirates left. I'll go first." Bullet's momentum suddenly surged, and his ghost energy merged with haki, like a devil from hell, charging towards the Whitebeard pirates. Clang! Mahawk drew out the black knife knight and flew away like an eagle. Yamato pointed the mace at Beckman. "He's mine." Then Hancock and Tesoro also moved, and they directly divided up the remaining Red Hair pirates' cadres. Lucci hunted outside the circle like a hyena, helping the two to fight the enemy. Every time he took action, he could cause a lot of chaos to several Red Hair pirates' cadres. In this way, the remaining people only need to deal with the captain of the Whitebeard pirates and his pirate group. Uda pursed her lips tightly. She knew what everyone meant. They didn't want her to be stained with the blood of the Red Hair pirates. She was determined to come here. Boom! As if a comet hit the earth, the area shook violently, and then a wave of air came. It was the diamond-like Joes who blocked Bullet's charge. Joes looked at Bullet coldly. "Don't even think about getting past." "Hey, who do you think you are?" Bullet smiled grimly. and Conqueror's wrapped around his arms, and blasted Joe's fiercely. Joe's was constantly retreating, and Conqueror's power was constantly pouring into his body through the surface defense, making him very uncomfortable. This is the advantage of Conqueror's Haki. With this power, he is inherently stronger than others and has a strong suppressive effect on ability users. Marco shouted loudly. Don't get too entangled with them, fight and retreat. Red Hair and Beckman were dragged, and he could only act as a temporary commander. Now their enemies are not only the Hunter Guild, but also the Marine. If they were dragged here, they would only end up defeated. However, Kaji and Gion are not ordinary elite vice admirals, but also admiral candidates. Their strength is infinitely close to admiral. If he doesn't take action, no one in the Whitebeard Pirates can stop him except Vista. Just at this time, singing came from the field, and the heavenly sound made the people of the two pirate groups look pale. Uda sang the Toth movement on the battlefield, a redemption hymn that subverts even death. Everyone is praying for the coming of the Savior. Prayers are offered, but they are still hesitant. Praying for a future where the storms stop, forget the arrogant and rude crying, and the unexpected sorrow. Come on, put an end to this chaotic era, advertisement. At this moment, I am free and unhindered, boom. Tomjika appeared in the song, like a demon king from hell, wanting to destroy everything in the world. Uda stood on the top of Totumjika, she was not affected at all, singing to her heart's content. No matter what kind of infamy I have to endure, sing this song. The universe ushered in a grand destruction, accompanied by deep love. Gather the anger and sing this song of destruction. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, until Chapter 4, Pure White Hall. Totumjika evolved from destruction, with a gentle breath, but more terrifying power. Ding! Red Hair held off Mihawk's attack, looking at the pure white Totumjika appearing in the distance, his expression was extremely complicated. Has Uda been able to do this? One wrong step, every step is wrong. If he had not left Uda in Elygia, they would not have become enemies today. If he had given up revenge for Mox for Uda, the relationship between them would have been very different. Red Hair the Pirates and the Hunters Guild would not go this far. 800 He gave up his daughter who had been abandoned by them once for a subordinate. He took a deep breath, suppressed the mixed thoughts in his heart, and stared at Mihawk in front of him. Hawkeye, are you really so determined? Mihawk's expression did not change at all. As a captain, you should know what the captain's order means once it comes down. Boom. The domineering conquerors burst, red and black lightning lingered around him, and the red-haired look became extremely indifferent. So, for my companions, I'm going to bet everything. Mihawk's expression condensed, then bet everything. On the other side, Lancelot quickly traveled through the mountains and forests. He could feel that the Blackbeard pirates had accelerated, and he should have sensed that he was chasing them. Comparing speed with me? A cold light flashed in Lancelot's eyes, and he was determined to get Shiryu's fruit ability. As long as Bullet has become the user of the bear fruit, mythical beast, fire bear form, it won't be long before he will be among the top 10 of Kaido. 2. Momo, 50 times faster. Lancelot, who was already extremely fast, instantly turned into a rainbow light and quickly closed the distance between him and the Blackbeard pirates. Looking at the back that had appeared in front of him, he smiled grimly. I see you. Blackbeard's group, who were running wildly, suddenly turned their heads and saw the chasing figures. They were so scared that their souls were terrified. Damn it, why is that Golden Shira guy chasing us? Isn't he going to deal with Red Hair and the others? Blackbeard cursed and stopped running. Don't run, we can't outrun that guy. 119. Shiryu rushed up. Help, help, Captain, what should we do? Badgers was a little terrified. Although he was bold and confident in his own strength, that was Golden Shira, who was at the same level as Whitebeard, and not as old as Whitebeard. What are you afraid of? He is only one person. We have so many people, are we afraid of him? Blackbeard encouraged his subordinates, but his eyes were filled with fear. Golden Shira was not just a person with special abilities, but also a swordsman who was similar to Hawkeye. His dark fruit ability could restrain people with special abilities, but not swordsmen. Haven't Catalina and the others come to help yet? Lafayette wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Soon, they're coming this way. Blackbeard looked at Lancelot who was rushing towards him, and the fear in his eyes faded, replaced by a touch of greed. If you can't find the shock fruit, the Golden Shira's fruit ability is also good. It is a powerful ability that can compete with the old man's shock fruit. Gurgle. Several people were surprised by Blackbeard's boldness. Is he really going to attack Golden Shira? After being surprised, they thought that if they succeeded, there would be no obstacles for their Blackbeard pirates to become 4 emperors. For a moment, several people showed greed. Blackbeard whispered. Let Pizarro prepare. Lafitte nodded, took out his phone and dialed it. After giving a few instructions, he nodded to everyone. Under their gaze, Lancelot was only a dozen breaths away from 100 meters. The other party did not slow down and directly pulled out the red princess on his waist. Blackbeard felt cold in his heart. The other party really wanted to attack them, and he didn't even want to talk. Opening his hands, the dark fruit ability was activated, and a large amount of black smoke came out of his body, spreading from the soles of his feet to the front. Little guys, kill the Golden Shira. At the command, Shiryu of Rain took the lead. He transformed into a human beast form. While possessing strong defense and strength, he was also fast. Gripping the handle of the thunderstorm sword, he rushed towards Lancelot. Bang! A black bullet shot at Lancelot's knee at an extremely tricky angle. Whether he dodged or directly resisted, it would affect his movements. Awesome, Lancelot secretly praised. Van Oka's sniping method was no worse than Usopp. He was even more difficult to deal with the teleportation fruit. Facing the incoming bullets, he did not dodge, he covered his feet with armed color and took the attack hard, his body's momentum paused. Shiryu seized the opportunity, a cold light flashed, and the thunderstorm was instantly unsheathed. Draw the sword and cut, fast, unimaginable fast. Shiryu's swordsmanship was stronger than Lancelot expected, and he was also among the best in the realm of great swordsmen. You are worthy of being the future counterpart of Zoro. Everyone underestimated you. Seeing that the thunderstorm was about to hit Lancelot's chest, he did not dodge and let the attack fall on him. His free left hand quickly grabbed Shiryu's hand holding the knife. Shiryu felt a chill in his heart. His intuition told him that he must not be caught by the other party, otherwise he would be in big trouble. But seeing that his sword-drawing slash was about to hit the enemy, he was unwilling to give up at this time. A bloodthirsty and cruel look appeared in his eyes. Come on, let's see who is more cruel. He was imprisoned for slaughtering prisoners and colleagues. He has never been afraid of anyone who is more cruel, besides, he has companions around him. There is only one Golden Shira. As long as he can hurt the other party, it will be a good thing, shish. The thunderstorm slashed Lancelot. Although it broke the defense, the damage it could cause made Shiryu's pupils suddenly lock. Such a strong defense, but it only broke the surface? Advertisement. His sword-drawing slash pursues the ultimate speed, so fast that it can cut and break everything. With the increase of the fruit ability, he has the confidence to break the opponent's defense and cause effective damage even to Kaido. But how can Golden Shira do this? Even if his arm color is very strong, it is impossible for him to do this, right? Snap. With a light sound, Shiryu felt his wrist tighten, and then met Lancelot's playful smile. I caught you. What? Shiryu didn't react for a while, but when he saw 3 Magatama appear in Lancelot's eyes and quickly rotated into a weird petal pattern, his heart skipped a beat. Not good, hurry up, he shouted hurriedly, asking for support from his companions. Blackbeard and the others reacted quickly. Van Oka fired several bullets in succession, each of which went straight to Lancelot's vital points. Blackbeard released a large amount of black smoke, which spread violently in the direction of the two people. However, no matter how fast they were still a step late. Kamui Uzumaki appeared in the space and sucked Lancelot and Shiryu in. The bullet passed through the afterimage left by Lancelot and fell to the ground. The spreading black fog did not play any role at all. Blackbeard and the others stared at the place where the two disappeared in a daze. Baji's scratched his head. Captain, is Shiryu finished? Van Oka teleported to the side of the few people. This is the choice of fate. Blackbeard wiped the cold sweat from his eyes. Maybe, Shiryu can escape? The few people fell silent immediately. Is this possible? That is the Golden Shira, an existence that they may not be able to defeat even if they join forces. If Shiryu relies on himself, what can he fight with? Oh, fight with his life, and then die. Damn Golden Shira, how could he have such a weird fruit ability? Blackbeard cursed again. They were both mythical beasts, but why was the other party so outrageous, able to display the powerful Golden Shira form and possess spatial abilities? He just had a few more lives. In Kamui's space, Shiryu looked at the unfamiliar environment around him, and cold sweat broke out. Damn, his premonition really came true. For the first time, he regretted that he was too ruthless. If he had taken a step back and not fought desperately with the other party, he would not have ended up facing the Golden Shira alone. However, Shiryu was a battle-hardened warrior, and it was not his character to sit back and wait for death. He let go of the hand holding Lei Yu, and when it fell, he grabbed it with his other hand and slashed the hand holding his wrist fiercely. Advertisement. There was no way to retreat, so he continued to be ruthless. Even if he died, he would teach the other party a profound lesson. Good. What a pity. Lancelot let go of Shiryu's wrist, and Lei Yu's blade barely brushed past his finger, and Hong Ji took advantage of the situation and stabbed the opponent's chest. Dang. Lei Yu turned around and steadily blocked Hong Ji's blade. How can there be such a strong power? Feeling the huge recoil force from his wrist, Shiryu's pupils trembled. His power is now extraordinary. Even the huge battleship San Juan can withstand it. What kind of fruit ability are you? Lancelot said jokingly. Do you really want to know? Shiryu took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Even if he died, he wanted to know what kind of enemy he was facing. It just so happens that I'm in a hurry, so I'll let you die clearly. Crack. The arc jumped on Lancelot's body. Black scales grew on the surface of his body, a pair of dragon horns grew on his head, his limbs began to turn into dragons, and a dragon tail grew behind him. Looking at Lancelot, who had grown a lot in front of him in the form of a dragon man, Shiryu's eyes widened, his mouth opened, and his eyes were full of shock. How is it possible? Isn't your ability the Golden Shoe, De Wong Hao, Luo? Why do you have the same ability as Kaido? Lancelot chuckled and said, why can't I? Isn't Teach a dual fruit ability user? That's because. Shiryu was stunned. Yes, the captain can be a dual fruit ability user, why can't others? Buzz. Hongji's blade was covered by a ball of fluorescent light. This familiar scene made Shiryu stunned again. Shock fruit ability? You still have shock fruit ability? He never thought that the shock fruit that the captain had been looking for would be on Golden Shira. They had been looking for it for so long. How ridiculous it seems now. Oh, and there is Mara fruit, huh? Shiryu exclaimed. You can also take away other people's fruit abilities? After thinking it through, he finally understood why Golden Shira had to take his attack and catch him. Everything was for his own fruit ability. Oh my god, how can there be such a terrible person in the world? Bingo. Lancelot snapped his fingers. Congratulations, you guessed it right. To reward you, I will be a little gentle when I start. Damn gentle. 120. The war is over, the red group and the white group are gone, and the world is shocked. Outside Kamui space, Blackbeard and his companions watched Shiryu's lifecard burning rapidly. This is the choice of fate. Van Oka carried Qianlu on his back, his face melancholy. Blackbeard sighed. Yes, it's Shiryu's life. The next moment, he waved his hand. Little ones, we are going to escape, thieves ha ha ha. Looking at Blackbeard running away happily, several people looked at each other and hurriedly followed him. Intensive gunfire sounded from all directions of Laridra. On the sea, the marine fleet was chasing the retreating pirate ship, and the two sides launched a fierce firefight. Swish. A golden light ball shot into the air, condensing the figure of Kizaru. He crossed his hands in front of him, and the golden light in his eyes bloomed. Yashineon Magatama. A large number of light bombs poured towards the pirate ships below, blowing the pirate ships into pieces, and countless pirates wailed. Fujitora took a step forward, unsheathed his staff sword half an inch, and activated the power of the heavy fruit. Boom. A roar came from the sky, and a huge fireball fell downwards. What is that? Someone exclaimed, and became terrified when they saw the falling object clearly. Sengoku and his companions stared blankly at the huge iron ball wrapped in flames, and their hearts trembled violently. Yishao. What on earth did you pull down? Yishao asked curiously. Isn't it a meteorite that I pulled down? It's not like he hasn't used his ability before, so he shouldn't be so scared, right? Meteorite, your head. Sengoku roared. Iron ball, what you pulled down was an iron ball bigger than a meteorite. Iron ball. Yishao was surprised. How can there be an iron ball in the sky? Who sent the iron ball to the sky? 587 Suru Vice Admiral suddenly said, there are some, Golden Lion's lion fruit can do it, and... She looked at the huge iron ball that fell and hesitated. It doesn't seem to be an iron ball, but a cannonball that has been magnified countless times. Def. Everyone gasped. If it was a cannonball, how powerful would it be? Sengoku hurriedly urged. Quick, stop it. If the cannonball really fell, they didn't know how many pirates would die. Marine will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Oh. Yishao also knew that the situation was serious, and hurriedly activated the fruit ability, and a gravity field was pressed towards the shell above. The strong inertia brought by the falling shell caused the gravity field to continue to press down. The two forces fought fiercely, and finally stopped sinking when they were hundreds of meters above. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the shell exploded. Boom. The sky and the earth roared, deafening. The broken iron body of the shell shot out in all directions, and a huge ball of fire enveloped the sky above Laridra, and a fierce heat wave swept across the 8 directions. This was the scene that Lancelot, who had just come out of Kamui space, saw. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. No way, the shell I sent up with great difficulty was pulled down by Yishao? Advertisement there were so many meteorites, but he chose his own shell? Oh, it turned out that his luck was used up, then it's okay. Just now, for the sake of safety, he used the wish of the lucky fruit to make Shiryu's fruit ability come true. Reborn in Kamui space. Teach ran pretty fast. Lancelot couldn't help laughing when he didn't see Blackbeard and his gang. It was very Teach to run away when the situation was not good. Let this ATM jump outside for a while, and then take it back with both people and machines. Then, the next is the Korean finals of Red Hair and the others. The figure disappeared in a flash. The battle on this side of the battlefield can only be described as tragic. In order to evacuate as soon as possible, the Red Hair pirates and the Whitebeard pirates fought for their lives regardless of themselves. And the people in the guild also risked their lives to delay the enemy. All the members of the two teams were injured. If it weren't for the cover of the cadres, it is estimated that there would be casualties. Khalifa kept using the fruit ability to heal everyone's injuries, which almost exhausted her physical strength. In the end, the team's strength could not keep up. In a war of this level, a little carelessness would lead to death. The red-haired man who was fighting with Mihawk had a premonition and his face suddenly changed. Marco, take everyone away. Beckman and Marco realized something and shouted hurriedly, Jinbei, Hongo, take who? Then he completely ignored the attacks of Yamato and Kaji and rushed to the injured members of the Hunter Guild with the determination to die. He actually planned to use his own life as the price to force the exchange and delay Yamato and others here. Vivi, who was protecting everyone, hurriedly released the ice wall to try to stop a few people. Uda also retrieved Totemjika and gave up hunting the two pirate groups. Phoenix Seal. Boom. The shockwave formed by the blue flames blasted the ice wall apart. With the enemy's attack, Marco fell straight down like an eagle. Damn it. This change came too quickly, and Cake and Gion were completely unprepared. On the other side, Beckman took Yamato's thunderous 8 trigrams, and while his body was in the air, he pulled the trigger of the speeding gun at Khalifa. A hole. Yamato was furious, and his body shot out, blocking the bullet before it landed on Khalifa. An even more unexpected thing happened. The red-hair pirates and the white-beard pirates, who were just about to evacuate, turned back and charged at Uda and Vivi. Marco and Beckman, who were supposed to rush over there, turned around and rushed to the side of the red hair. Boom! In the distance, a figure rushed towards this side like a violent beast, raising a large cloud of dust behind him. That was the movement caused by Lancelot's charge. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook, and two giants came running from the side. They stopped when they were dozens of meters away from the red-haired group, and took the attacking posture of the Elbaf spear. BHFC. What do you want to do? Red Hair shouted at Beckman and Marco, who came to him. Didn't I tell you to take them away? Why did you come to me? Beckman looked at Lancelot, who was about to arrive at the battlefield, and smiled bitterly. Shanks, we lost. Marine has arrived, we can't escape, Red Hair said angrily. We can't give up, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, there is a possibility of survival. Beckman suddenly smiled and pressed his hands on the shoulders of the Red Hair. You are right, as long as there is hope, as long as hope is still there, we have not lost. He looked into the eyes of the Red Hair, and said with a serious expression, and you are our hope. Advertisement, as long as you are alive, the red-haired pirate will not disappear. Shanks, please, carry our hope and live on, even if you are dying, you must live and wait for new hope to appear. Red Hair was startled, Beckman's eyes condensed, his hands like eagle claws tightly grasped his shoulders, and suddenly exerted force to throw the Red Hair into the air. Marco, I'm dead. Marco flapped his wings and caught up with Red Hair. He directly wrapped him with his wings that were emitting the flames of the phoenix, and a pair of sharp claws embedded in his body, making it difficult for him to break free. Red Hair was furious. Marco, let go. Do you want me to abandon my companions and run away by myself? Marco smiled bitterly. Red Hair, you have fought Kaido and Hawkeye continuously, how much energy do you have left to fight Golden Shira? Don't let everyone's sacrifice go to waste, don't let everyone's hope be shattered. He also abandoned everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates and ran away. If possible, he would rather die here with everyone. Red Hair directly put Griffin on Marco's neck. Let me go. Too late. Elbaf's spear Hikoku. Boom. A huge shockwave hit Marco, and the unparalleled power made his body tremble, and a mouthful of blood sprayed on Red Hair's face. Even so, he did not release his protection against Red Hair, allowing the shockwave to blast him into the sky. Lancelot hurried but still arrived a step too late. He watched the Elbaf gun make Marco and Red Hair disappear from his sight, and shook his head helplessly. Isn't it time for you to end yet? Destiny is really mysterious? In every world, at some point, there will always be some people with great luck. It doesn't mean that they can't die. But at critical moments, all kinds of accidents will always happen. If I give up Shiryu's fruit ability, Red Hair and the others will definitely not be able to escape. Of course, this may also be related to his running out of luck. If his luck is full, Red Hair and Marco may not be able to leave. Forget it, if you want to run away, you can run away. We were not my opponents before, we are not my opponents now, and we will never be my opponents in the future. In the future, you can only look at my back and live a lingering life. Or come to me again and let me take off your head. He looked at the Red Hair Pirates and the members of the Whitebeard Pirates who were huddled together because of his arrival. There was no fear of death on their faces. Clang. The Red Princess unsheathed her sword, and he whispered, I will send you on your way. The battle did not last long. When the blade pierced Beckman's heart, it also announced the official end of the Pirate Carnival celebration. Since then, Raftel's permanent pointer has been broken. Only Red Hair Pirates is left, and the rest have died in battle. Only Marco is left in the Whitebeard Pirates, and the rest have died in battle. As the news spread, the whole sea was shocked. No one expected that a Pirate Carnival celebration would make the Red Hair Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates disappear. One is the former 4 emperors, and the other is the current 4 emperors, but they were directly killed by the Hunter Guild. People were shocked by the strength of the Hunter Guild and were worried about the next situation. There are only 2 of the 4 emperors pirate groups left now. The tide of the pirate era has risen again, but the pirates seem to be getting worse and worse. But only those who stand on high ground understand that the tide of the new era has already surged. Next, ambitious people will rush into the new world to compete for the vacant 4 emperors, compete for the throne of the Pirate King, and seize Oneoiece. 121. Sengoku's warning, Luffy's hatred. Sengoku and his companions stepped onto Laridra and sighed at the sight of the devastated island. The further they went, the more dead pirates they could see. When they came to the final battlefield, they saw Lancelot sitting cross-legged on a stone, wiping the Red Princess. The rest of the Hunter Guild just glanced at the newcomers and continued to do their own things. Sengoku and his companions looked at the corpses that had been laid out, and their breathing was stagnant. Beckman, Usopp, Lucky Lu, Hongo, Bendick Snake, Bank Punch, Lime Jones, Roaring Gab, Rox Daw, Joes, Vista, Jinbei, Brackman, Rakyo, Namur, Blenheim, Squad. All the Senbu of the Red Hair Pirates, except for Red Hair and the Monkey, are here. All the Whitebeard Pirates, including those they know and don't know, are here, except for Marco. There is also the giant from Elbaf. What a surprise. Kizaru's expression was exaggerated, and he could not hide the shock in his eyes. With such a lineup, even if Marine came, they would not be able to almost wipe out the whole team, right? Sengoku came to sit next to Lancelot and said helplessly, I just asked you to go undercover and gather intelligence, but you directly solved the Red Hair Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates. Marine came here with a big fanfare this time, but became a foil? Lancelot put Benihime back into the sheath. What foil? It's just a soy sauce. Kaji came over with a licking face. Brother, I'm not a soy sauce. My sister and Guillaume have done a lot of work. Lancelot threw out a few black cards. Take it, this time, we really have to thank Kaji and his help, otherwise the Hunter Guild would suffer a lot of losses. Kaji caught the black card and ran to Guillaume to present the treasure happily. Sengoku's face was a little dark. You are corrupting Marine. Really, he was just a decoration when he was the chief inspector and he did it in front of him. Lancelot pointed to the row of people lying over there. Please calculate the bounty. Huh? Sengoku's face froze. Looking at the people lying over there, he couldn't help but gasp. Just now, he was only shocked and didn't think about it at all. When the other party mentioned it, he realized that the bounty of these people added up was enough to give Marine a headache. Well, Marine has also contributed a lot, and you are not short of money. Can you give less? Lancelot glared. We exchanged our lives for it, and you still want to deduct it? No, I didn't deduct it. Sengoku waved his hands quickly. Isn't this just to discuss with you? The bounty is a bit high, and Marine can't afford so much at once. It can be taken, but the funding on the Marine side will also be tight. Then ask the world government for it. Lancelot rolled his eyes at him. 100 million funds will cost 200 million, and 1 billion funds will cost 1.5 billion. You are the former Marine Marshal, you don't even know how to eat the big customers, and you are afraid that the world government will lack your berries? Advertisement, forget it, it's useless to tell you, you are not the Marine Marshal now. Sengoku's face darkened. Don't treat the inspector as an official, be careful, I will investigate you, do you believe it? Looking at the mess being cleaned up Marines, the two did not speak, just watched quietly. Until the sun set, Lancelot came down from the big rock. I want to go back, Lancelot, Sengoku suddenly said. Looking back at the old man who suddenly became serious, this was the first time the other party called him like this since the two had met. Sengoku's face was a little tangled, and after struggling for a long time, he whispered. Be stable during this period, don't do anything shocking again. After waiting for a while, seeing that Sengoku did not continue to talk, Lancelot did not ask in detail, and smiled. Is that so? It just so happens that I have some insights in swordsmanship recently, so I will retreat for a while. Waved to Mihawk and the others. Let's go home. Alas. Looking at the backs of these departing figures, Sengoku sighed heavily. Vice Admiral he came over and whispered, you finally said it. Sengoku smiled bitterly. What's the use of saying it? They are too powerful. That day will come sooner or later. How can you allow others to snore beside your bed? The stronger the Hunter Guild is, the more uneasy the world government will be, just like the Rock's pirate back then. Even if Lancelot has no ambition to dominate the world, the business model of the Hunter Guild has begun to shake the foundation of the world government. More and more people are moving closer to the Hunter Guild. As Golden Lion, Red Hair, Whitebeard and others are defeated by Lancelot one after another, his reputation is getting higher and higher. Even if he doesn't want to, one day, the tide of the times and the voice of the people will push him forward and stand on the opposite side of the world government. Vice Admiral he sighed lightly, his face melancholy. Yes, that day will come sooner or later. Facing such a powerful Hunter Guild, where should Marine go? The first half of the Grand Line. On an island, Rayleigh is training Luffy and Zoro. It has been nearly 2 years since the Summit War, and both of them are holding back a lot of anger in their hearts. When they practice, they don't take their bodies seriously. Rayleigh can only regulate the two people through various medicinal baths and massage methods to prevent their bodies from collapsing. However, the results are amazing. The strength of the two has improved rapidly, and they can control Haki freely. Non. Rayleigh was stunned, took out the Dendenmushi and answered. Rayleigh, something big has happened. Shaki's voice came. Her tone was very serious, which was extremely rare. Rayleigh, who knew her very well, frowned. Advertisement? Did the carnival celebration have a result? Please give me flowers 0. At this time, the only thing that can be considered a big deal is this. Well, you have to be mentally prepared. When she said this, Rayleigh realized that Shanks's power had a problem. Did the permanent needle fall into the hands of others? Who? Marine, Kaido, Ant or Golden Shira? The red-haired man could feel that it was not the time for Raftel to appear in the world. He knew better that Raftel, Roger, and even the person they were waiting for had not appeared yet. If someone found Raftel with the permanent pointer at this time, everything would be meaningless. Listen to me, Rayleigh, Shaki scolded in a low voice, and then said, neither, the permanent pointer was destroyed by Shanks. Rayleigh heard this, and the big stone in his heart fell. Shaki's next words made him stand there. Golden Shira sneaked into Laridra, disguised as a pirate and made a lot of noise. He killed Rockstar, Lackey Lu and Yasop in succession. Oh, finally, the members of the Hunter Guild used the power of the Gate fruit to land on the island. After Kaido and Big Mom left one after another, they killed everyone except Shanks and Marco. In other words, there are only 2 of them left in the red-haired pirates and Whitebeard pirates. Boom. It was like a thunder in Rayleigh's mind. This news was too shocking. The combination of the red-hair pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, even if Whitebeard is not there, is absolutely invincible in the 4 emperors. Even the Beasts pirates and the BIGMOM pirates can't beat them. But now it's gone, solved by the Hunter Guild. Turning his head suddenly, Luffy was completely stunned, muttering the names of Shanks, Beckman, and Subu. Luffy. Zoro shouted worriedly. Luffy woke up, grabbed the Den Den Mushi in Rayleigh's hand, and shouted expectantly. Shaki, tell me that what you just said was false. You were kidding us, right? Shanks said he would wait for me to find him. Uncle Beckman, Usopp, Fatty Uncle, and the Pineapple Head who helped us, they're all still alive, right? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, and Shaki said faintly, it's all true, Shanks and Marco are now missing. Those people you mentioned are dead, died at the hands of the Hunter Guild. Luffy's mind was blank. Aren't they the four emperors, how could they lose? Tears fell, and those familiar figures would never be seen again. The last time they parted at Marineford, it became eternal. Hunter's Guild, Hunter's Guild. Looking at the strong hatred in Luffy's eyes, Rayleigh frowned. Would this kid do something irrational? 122. Let's go and slap the world government in the face. Oh. Clay danced around Lancelot, her eyes full of desire. Okay, I know you did well this time. I'll call the lush fruit power user over in a few days to help your elf fruit tree grow. In this battle, Clee's performance was very impressive. Without Enel, she not only had to protect Nami, but also had to use the fruit power to create and control lightning. If we count by head, Uda is first, Nami is second, and Vivi is third. Clay rolled over happily after hearing this, and ran to find Nami happily. Bullet came over. This cultivation maniac who looked as cold as Mahawk was rubbing his hands, grinning at Lancelot, but he didn't say anything. This embarrassed look looked a bit silly, and outsiders would definitely be shocked when they saw it. Bullet, the famous descendant of the devil, actually has this side? Clay, a greedy little devil, is so impatient that she is considered 407, but you are like this too. Bullet laughed and said, I wasted more than 20 years in Impel Down, and only the mythical beast species can make up for the lost time. That's true. More than 20 years ago, Bullet was a celebrity. At that age, there were very few people who could match him, even red hair was inferior. Others only saw that Bullet's strength had not declined in Impel Down for more than 20 years, but cultivation requires a lot of energy, and Impel Down can only ensure that they will not starve to death. If he was outside, Bullet would have been the best among the four emperors. Lancelot took out the bear fruit mythical beast fire bear form from the inventory and threw it to Bullet. Be careful, don't burn my Sakura flower unicorn. Bullet excitedly caught the devil fruit and turned a deaf ear to Lancelot's words. Ships and the like, just burn them and replace them with new ones. His catapult and other super memory metals also need to be replaced with new ones. Crack. Looking at Bullet enjoying the devil fruit happily, everyone felt a chill. He ate such a disgusting thing as if it were a delicacy. Bullet laughed maliciously. This is nothing. When we were fighting, we were so hungry that we ate everything, such as stinky boots, such as eating dirt, such as... Okay, stop talking. Lancelot hurriedly stopped him. If he continued, everyone would lose their appetite. A ball of fire rose from Bullet's body and quickly spread to his whole body, enveloping him. Oh, I feel it, such a great power, advertisement. Bullet opened his hands excitedly. He was very experienced after eating the fusion fruit and knew how to control the new power. Under everyone's gaze, the tall Bullet's body grew again, and thick fiery red hair grew on his body. The hair fluttered with the flames, which looked very cool. After a while, a huge flaming giant bear stood on the deck. His eyes were blood red, full of violence and bloodthirstiness. When he opened his mouth, you can see sharp fangs, and all four bear paws have claws, which looks very powerful. How does it feel? Lancelot asked. Bullet made a few movements and felt the condition of his body. Not bad. The defense is very high in this form, the strength is very strong, and the physical strength is greatly improved, but it is a bit bulky. It needs to adapt. When I fully control the ability of the fruit and combine the power of Hawkeye, it should be better. Under his control, the body began to shrink until it was 1 or 2 heads taller than before. This is the human beast form. Looking at the pair of bear ears on his head and the thick fiery red hair, he is less Hawkeye and more cute. Lancelot said with a smile, you can form a bear alliance with Big Bear in the future. Bullet, who was excited about the new power, froze and immediately released the fruit ability. What a joke, he is a descendant of the devil, what kind of alliance would he form with others? Toto. After the call was connected, Robin's voice came. My dear guild master, congratulations on your fame again. Lancelot smiled and said, you know that fame is of no use to me. But you contacted me at this time, is there something wrong with the guild? It's no wonder he thought so, whether it was the impact caused by Laridra or Sengoku's warning, it shows that the world government can no longer tolerate the Hunter Guild. With the nature of the 5 elders and I am, it would be strange if they didn't do something. I have 2 things to report to you. The first thing is that Crocodile went to Wano Kuni. He should be looking for the ancient weapon Pluton. There was a big fight there, and Enel finally took action. After a big fight, Crocodile retreated. Lancelot was stunned. He asked why he didn't see Crocodile. That guy was so enthusiastic about becoming the Pirate King that he shouldn't miss Raftel's permanent pointer. It turned out that he went to Wano Kuni to look for Pluton. Yes, with Pluton, whoever gets the great treasure can drive Pluton directly over. If one shot doesn't work, come with another shot. Block it? What about the second thing? Advertisement, Robin said in a serious tone. Something happened in the Kingdom of Sobel. The surrounding member states announced that they would no longer cooperate with the Kingdom of Sobel and stop all trade. There is also a guy who claims to be a descendant of King Sobel who returned to the kingdom of Sobel and declared that he is the current king and asked the people to submit to him. At the same time, although the member states that have a cooperative relationship with the guild have not cut off their contacts with us, they are no longer as close as before. Lancelot narrowed his eyes. The world government's targeting came so quickly. Is it trying to limit the development of the guild through this means? Or is there another purpose, such as forcing the Hunter Guild to take extreme actions, depriving the guild of its legitimacy step by step, and then labeling them as pirates? President, do you have anything to say? Lancelot looked at the sea in the distance and sneered. The enemy has already made a move. It is not my habit to stand at attention and take a beating. I'm going to slap them hard and see if I can't beat him to death. He. Robin smiled happily. Then I will wait for the good news from the president. By the way, if you really slap the world government, you will get a reward when you come back. Hiss. Lancelot felt the eyes cast by the people around him and cursed inwardly. The witch destroyed my heart. He collected his thoughts and looked at everyone seriously. Everyone, you have something to do next. Mahawk, Hancock, Yamato, Luki, Yorogue, Bonnie. He named more than a dozen people in a row. You go to deter those member countries and the forces that are against the Hunter Guild. Let them see whether the world government can protect them in 2.4. Damn it, a strong dragon will not suppress a local snake. He paused and took a deep breath. Today is just the beginning. As long as we don't give up getting stronger, the Hunter Guild will continue to grow, and one day we will confront the world government. Everyone, work hard to cultivate with this goal. I hope that one day when I stand on the top of the world, no one of you will be missing. Everyone was in awe. They could feel that Lancelot's mentality was changing, and there was one more goal for the future. He was going to challenge the behemoth of the world government. For now, this is tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg, but it can't help but make people excited. If that day really comes, the next era will be the era of the Hunter Guild, and they will be remembered forever in history. Those who were pointed out will get off the ship at the next island, and the rest of you will go with me to slap the world government. Yes. 123. Rebecca the flower seller and Sugar the miserable one. Dover, what happened? Seeing Doflamingo enter the palace with a gloomy face, the Don Quixote family cadres were a little confused. Torbull stepped forward. Is Kaido coming? Since the Hunter Guild seized Punk Hazard, the deal between the Don Quixote family and Kaido fell through. It was nothing. But Kaido must have seen that the Hunter Guild was recruiting strong people everywhere, and he actually targeted them, using the artificial devil fruit as an excuse to let them join the Beast's pirates. Doflamingo looked at his family members with a serious expression. No, it's more troublesome than this. On my way back, I received news that Golden Shira was heading towards Dressrosa's bed. What? Everyone exclaimed. Why did Golden Shira come to Dressrosa for no reason? Torbull said anxiously. What is he doing here? He won't target Dressrosa, will he? But Dover, you are still Shichibukai, isn't he afraid of angering the world government? Doflamingo sneered. He even dared to kill Wabel, but the world government didn't bother him? Everyone was terrified when they heard this. They didn't have the capital to face Golden Shira. Dover, what should we do next? Master, is Golden Shira just passing by Dressrosa, or is he looking for you to discuss cooperation? Yes, we can produce the raw materials for artificial devil fruit. Maybe he came to 17 to cooperate with you. Looking at the people who lost their minds, Doflamingo said in a deep voice. Don't be naive. If he had this idea, he would have contacted us long ago. Compared to cooperation, why can't he directly control the production materials in his own hands? You go and prepare. If the situation is not right, we leave here. Everyone was shocked again. This is where they have worked hard for many years. Dover, we can't give up, otherwise we will no longer have the capital to compete for hegemony. Yes, Bang. If it doesn't work, we can talk to Golden Shira, even if we surrender temporarily. Doflamingo shook his head. You haven't fought with that man, you don't know how terrifying he is. Even if all of us put together, we are not his opponent. Thinking of the scene he saw at Summit War and everything Laridra saw, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. For a guy like that, I'm afraid only Kaido and Big Mom can join forces. Kaido? Doflamingo's heart began to beat violently. You go and prepare first, keep a close eye on the port, and notify me immediately if you find Lancelot. I'll think of other ways. Dressrosa, this is a tropical island with a holiday atmosphere. It is called the country of love, passion and toys. The island is full of the fragrance of flowers and is famous for its delicious food. When the Sakura flower unicorn arrived here, everyone had already smelled the fragrant flowers. Walking on the street, delicious food can be seen everywhere. Of course, there are also those girls who seem to dance tirelessly. And all kinds of doll toys. They seem to have life, and they can do most of what ordinary people can do. Advertisement, Lancelot, how about we take some toys back? Nami's eyes glowed red, and she loved these toys very much. Lancelot glanced at her. Are you sure? Looking at his playful look, Nami shuddered. Is there any problem with this? No problem, there is just a soul living in these toys. Several girls couldn't help but be a little horrified. How is it possible that toys can have their own lives? They looked at the toys in doubt. No matter what, it's impossible to have life, right? Uda pulled Lancelot's sleeve. Lancelot, what's going on? Lancelot scratched his cheek. Okay, they're indeed people. But they were turned into toys by the ability users. Vivi was surprised. Is there such a fruit ability? Yes, this is the ability of the childlike fruit. Not only can it turn people into toys, but it can also erase all other people's memories of the victim. There are all kinds of fruit abilities on the sea. Anyway, there are only things you can't think of. In the future, if you encounter a weird ability user, you should be careful. Listening to Lancelot's words, several people nodded in agreement. The thought of them being turned into toys and no one remembering them anymore would probably drive them crazy. Sir, do you want to buy flowers? A soft voice came from behind. Lancelot turned around and a cute pink-haired girl trotted up with a basket of flowers. Sir, your female companions are so beautiful, give them some flowers. Rebecca looked at Asuna and the others and thought that these women were beautiful and elegant. She looked at Lancelot again and begged. Sir, seeing Lancelot staring at her in a daze. Rebecca wrinkled her cute little face and became a little alert. Is this guy trying to hit on her? He already has so many beautiful female companions, he is really a pervert. But why do these people look familiar? I'm afraid Lancelot doesn't know that he is just surprised to meet Rebecca here by chance, and has been labeled as a pervert in her heart. Okay, then everyone should get a bouquet. Lancelot picked a bouquet of flowers for everyone. When Vivi took it, she glanced at Uda and Nami with a guilty conscience. This was the first flower she had ever received from someone in her life. Rebecca looked at the reactions of the three girls and despised them again. She looked at Lancelot with more disdain. Lancelot was a little confused. Little girl, this is our first time in Dressrosa. We need a guide. Would you like to take us around? Rebecca hesitated. After all, Lancelot didn't give her a good first impression. Advertisement, of course. There was no other way. Lancelot had given her too much. While walking around, they saw a stream of people rushing towards a place. That was the direction of the bullfighting arena. The arena? Gladiators? Rebecca nodded. Yes, that's where the prisoners duel. She saw the long sword on Lancelot's waist. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. If you are confident in your own strength, you can also sign up to participate. Vivi's eyes flashed. Since the Battle of Laridra, she has a new understanding of the strong men in the New World. Compared with the New World, the Four Seas is not at the same level as the first half. President, let's go and have a look. Seeing the girl's appearance, 317 Lancelot smiled and said, then let's go and have a look. Several people strolled and walked towards the arena. When they passed an alley, a little girl wearing a Madara dress and a bear-shaped shawl decorated with a crown ran out of the alley in a panic. A few puppet soldiers were chasing behind her. Seeing Lancelot and the others, it was like seeing a life-saving straw. Help me, they want to catch me. Lancelot looked at Sugar who was running over and shouting for help, with a strange look on his face. What kind of insanity did Doflamingo have? Otherwise, why would he let Sugar deal with him? Or has he given up everything and put all his hopes on Sugar? With doubt, he squatted down and opened his arms. Sugar was overjoyed when he saw this scene. This guy is too easy to be fooled. Is the young master going to give up Dressrosa because of him? Humph. Look at me turning you into a toy, to avenge Punk Hazard for the young master. I will make you live a life worse than death. With such thoughts, he also opened his arms and rushed into Lancelot's arms. The ability of the childlike fruit was activated. She shouted loudly, bad guy, turn into a doll for me. I will make you do the most tiring work and I will torture you severely. However, the scene she expected did not happen. Lancelot was still Lancelot and did not become a doll. What? Sugar looked at the person in front of her in confusion. Why was he still like this? The fruit ability was activated again. Still no change. She activated the fruit ability again and again. Change. Change for me. Change into a doll for me. 124. Have you awakened the copper-smelting attribute? Many people around cast strange looks at him. Lancelot smiled and explained to the passers-by. My sister has this hobby. She likes to play the game of changing dolls. The passers-by smiled kindly. Their children also like toys and play similar defense games. Sugar saw that his ability was ineffective. At this time, his whole body was stiff. He raised his little face tremblingly and squeezed out an ugly smile. Big brother, I was just joking with you. Lancelot gently rubbed her little head. Well, I don't mind, what a cute little girl. Feeling the big hand on her head, Sugar felt that it was the claws of the terrifying devil, who would take off her head at any time. The next moment, her body lightened and she was picked up by Lancelot. Let's go, brother will take you to the arena to watch the duel. Watching Lancelot holding Sugar and walking towards the arena. Nami looked at Uda and the others strangely. He also has a hobby of copper smelting? Uda hesitated. It shouldn't be possible. Aisha, Golden Week, Oroja in the guild, Oroja, forget it, there's also Bonnie who can be big or small, isn't it okay? Nami thought. What if he suddenly wakes up? Vivi covered her mouth in surprise, she seemed to have heard an incredible secret. Seeing Vivi's look, Uda pulled Nami's face. Although he is a little bit lecherous, it's not to that extent. That little girl has a problem. Don't forget what she just shouted. Rebecca was completely stunned. What happened just now? If she remembered correctly, there was also a little girl in the Don Quixote family, right? This dress is a bit similar to the rumored one. Seeing that they had gone far away, she hurriedly chased after the doctor. Lancelot was walking slowly with Sugar in his arms, and another figure rushed out of the alley. He wanted to hide, but when he saw the appearance of the person coming, he stopped. The other party fell at Lancelot's feet and hugged his legs tightly. He only felt that his legs were deeply trapped in the beautiful minister. What happened to Doflamingo? The trick failed, and he used the beauty trap again. My lord, please save this country. Violet's eyes were tearful, looking at Lancelot as if she was looking at a savior. Uda and the others behind him looked at each other in bewilderment. First it was a little girl, then a hot woman. Sir, Doflamingo used a conspiracy to frame King Riku and seize the kingdom. Please help us. Because her movements were a bit large, the picture looked a bit discordant. Feeling that the eyes behind him were gradually becoming unfriendly, Lancelot could only say, Princess Violet, you'd better get up first. Huh. Not only Uda and the others, but also Rebecca who followed behind was stunned. This woman is actually a princess? Violet looked surprised. Sir, do you know me? She didn't expect that someone who had never been to Dressrosa would know her. Even the people here, few people know their identity. Violet, the second daughter of King Inchi. The little face of Sugar in Lancelot's arms was full of fear. She wanted to struggle but dared not to move. It's over. The young master is in big trouble. Aunt? Are you an aunt? Rebecca trembled and walked out from behind, looking at Violet in disbelief. Tears burst out. For so many years, she thought that the soldier was her only relative in this world, but she didn't expect that there was an aunt. Violet looked at the pink-haired girl in front of her in doubt, and felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. She saw the figure of her sister in the other person. Who are you? Rebecca threw herself into her arms and cried loudly. I'm Rebecca. My mother Scarlet. Violet trembled all over. When Dressrosa's accident happened, Rebecca had just been born and lost contact since then. Looking at the two crying, Nami came to Lancelot and said in a bad tone, So, you already knew about this place. Lancelot sighed softly at her question. Advertisement. Knowing everything in advance will make the adventure less fun. The mystery has to be solved step by step to be fun. Nami looked up. I think the captain enjoys the pleasure of having everything under control. Lancelot scratched his cheek. Really, I'm actually looking forward to the unknown adventure. Sugar was trembling. What did you say? Doflamingo was like an angry beast, staring at Torbull, and was terrified. Sugar ran away when we weren't paying attention. Just now, I heard that she was going to the arena with Lancelot. Pa. Doflamingo kicked over the table and chairs, roaring. Why at this time? Why didn't you keep an eye on her? Torbull also knew that he had failed in his duty. As soon as Sugar released the fruit ability, the whole Dressrosa would be in chaos, and their secrets would be known to everyone. Dover, think about how to save it. Now Dressrosa has not changed, which means that Sugar is fine, or maybe Lancelot doesn't know her ability. Doflamingo suppressed his anger and his mind worked quickly. Call all the cadres, let's go to the arena, now, even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, he must go. When he led the cadres to the arena, he soon saw Lancelot and others in the stands. At this time, Sugar was held in the arms of the other party, and fed a grape from time to time. Sugar smiled very sweetly. If it weren't for the fear in his eyes, he would have thought that this was a warm and harmonious brother and sister. But when he saw Violet's figure, his pupils shrank suddenly, and the feeling of betrayal instantly ignited the anger in his heart. It's His Majesty the King. The king came to watch the duel in person. Doflamingo's arrival ignited the atmosphere of the whole venue. The audience cheered loudly, and the Tongdusians were full of fighting spirit. If they didn't know the truth, they would have thought that Doflamingo was a beloved king. He led a group of cadres to Lancelot's side. Everyone, make room. After more than a dozen spectators made room in fear, he sat next to Lancelot and looked at Sugar who was full of hope. How come the famous Golden Shira has time to come to my little place? Lancelot's eyes never left the duel stage below. Advertisement. I killed a lot of people in Laridra. I heard that Dressrosa is a tourist destination, so I came to take a look and relax. Why, you are not welcome. Doflamingo's mouth twitched, and he laughed. How could it be? But this is my territory after all. At least give me a heads up in advance so that I can make some arrangements. Lancelot glanced. Why, do I have to report to you where I am going? Doflamingo's face kept twitching, and he suppressed his anger. I dare not. That's it? Lancelot chuckled. There is no need to be so nervous. Dressrosa has nothing to hide, right? Doflamingo fell silent immediately. On the ring, Vivi and the other two were killing everyone. With one battle after another, Lancelot soon became bored. Although the battle was fierce, the opponent's level was still a little bit lower. Brother Ming, how about we play a game? Doflamingo's eyelids twitched. What a joke. Are you looking for trouble when you are fine, so good? Forget it, I am not your opponent. Lancelot waved his hand. Don't rush to refuse. I won't play. He looked at the cadres of the Don Quixote family. You can all go together and choose one of the three of them as your opponent. Looking at the three people Lancelot pointed at, they were Vivi, Uda and Nami on the ring. Doflamingo frowned. He was not happy at all because of the conditions given by Lancelot. The other party dared to speak. Naturally he had confidence in the three women. Just as he was about to refuse, Lancelot spoke first. As long as you win, I will take my people away from Dressrosa. But if you lose, sir, Violet and Rebecca wanted to dissuade him. The risk was too great. If something went wrong, wouldn't their hopes be shattered? Doflamingo looked at Violet with a gloomy face. but as Lancelot's hand gently rubbed Sugar's little head, he held back again. The other party's meaning was self-evident. I had no right to refuse. 125. Choose one from 3, choose the right one and win a prize, a battle between trapped beasts. Doflamingo calculated quickly in his mind. As long as we win one game, you will leave? Of course. Will you give me back the sugar? Of course. Okay. Doflamingo's tone was fierce, and he asked people to clear the arena. When the audience heard that the Don Quixote family was going to play, the whole place was boiling. President, don't bother so much, let me play with them. Vivi, who had just returned, heard about this gambling fight and was eager to try. If the Don Quixote family played alone, she really had no experience. If they played together, it would be different. Lancelot spread his hands. Then I can't do anything about it. Who of you will play will be decided by others. Doflamingo's face sank. What do you mean by playing? You Lancelot can look down on me, can you also look down on my subordinates? Out of caution, he still looked at the 3 people carefully. Needless to say, the Ice Queen made quite a stir in West Blue, and even the 8 Treasures Navy couldn't do anything to her. It is said that she killed several captains of the Whitebeard pirates in Laridra, and her strength is evident. Madara. And she has not shown any signs of weakness even after fighting for such a long time. Her frozen fruit ability is comparable to Aokiji, and she has a great advantage in group battles. Not to mention Uda, during the concert, Totenjika made a lot of noise, and being able to suppress so many strong men together shows how terrible her strength is. If she plays, his men can't even break the opponent's defense. As for the little thief cat Nami, 023, this is the first navigator to follow Golden Shira. Her strength is said to be average. She has participated in the battle with red hair pirates, but she mostly assisted others. But the opponent has a pet that has eaten the bird fruit ancient species Thunderbird form, and its strength is still unknown. 2. Doflamingo's face is uncertain. Lancelot smiled and said, how about it, have you decided who to choose? I need to discuss it, it's up to you. Doflamingo walked aside with his men. Toribol and the others were just observing Uda and the others. Dover, the Ice Queen and the World Songstress are not easy to deal with. We may not be able to defeat them. Old G said solemnly, we have no chance of winning against the World Songstress. As for the Ice Queen, she is indeed very powerful, but we can still win if we join forces. Doflamingo said in a deep voice. That B************ D is just playing tricks on us. To be more precise, Lancelot wants to use the Don Quixote family, to train Vivi and the others. Gladius suggested. Why don't we choose the navigator? Diamante agreed with this. Although I don't know the strength of that pet, it won't be stronger than the other 2, right? Senor glanced at Nami and nodded with difficulty. I think she is easier to deal with. Seeing that they all said so, Doflamingo had no better way. Then it's her. Go down and prepare, don't be careless. Win this battle no matter what. Lancelot can face this battle easily, but he can't. If he loses, Sugar's ability will be removed, and all his efforts in Dressrosa will be in vain. He waited for his men to prepare, and then returned to the other side. Advertisement. Lancelot smiled and said, what, have you made up your mind? Doflamingo nodded, pointing to Nami. Her, me? Nami pointed at herself, somewhat doubting whether Doflamingo had made a mistake. Lancelot also had a strange look on his face. Why not choose Nami? He hesitated whether to persuade the other party to change someone. Seeing his hesitant look, Doflamingo's heart moved. The right choice? Why, didn't you say that you can choose one of the 3 of them? Change your mind. No, as long as you like it, what else can Lancelot say? What's going on? Isn't it a one-on-one? Seeing all the cadres of the Don Quixote family appear on the stage. And opposite them, there is only one Nami. In this situation, they all wondered if they were wrong, or the other way around. That woman they had never seen before could actually mobilize all the cadres to take action? On the field, Nami stood proudly with a weather stick in her hand, and another one stuck in the ground, constantly spitting out thunderclouds. Clay has transformed, and its Thunderbird form has the characteristics of an elf dragon and a Thunderbird. Overall, it is a several-meter-tall elf dragon with Thunderbird wings, and dense arcs of electricity are lingering around it. Seeing this scene, the cadres of the Don Quixote family became nervous. Pika, you'll be in the front later. Derringer, you're fast, be responsible for interference. Senor, you'll be responsible for sneak attacks. Mahabe, you'll support Pika from the air. Diamante, Laoji, Gladius and I will be responsible for support. BABY5, you'll be responsible for firepower output. Monet will be responsible for control. Listening to Toribol's arrangement, several people nodded repeatedly. Are you ready? Nami's impatient voice came, and several people stopped discussing. Pika looked solemnly at Tsunade opposite, with armament hockey covering his whole body. He didn't believe it. Could the other party break his defense? Advertisement. Nami raised an eyebrow. Ready? Before he finished speaking, Nami spun the weather stick and pointed it at the Don Quixote family members in front. From the beginning, you chose the wrong opponent. Tornado Queen. A powerful tornado swept away. No, Pika, get out of the way. But how could he get away? Boom! The entire duel stage was shaken, and Pika was pushed back by the tornado, with wind blades constantly cutting his body. Half Moon Burial. Diamante raised his sword and swung it at Nami, with a powerful slash flying out. Ah! Clay let out a low cry. Lightning gathered in her mouth, condensed into a lightning ball, and spewed a lightning column towards the slash. The two collided and exploded. Lightning shot in all directions, making the entire arena full of arcs. Gladius moved quickly, constantly touching the ground with both hands, using the power of the explosion fruit to set up explosion traps one by one. Derringer, who was moving quickly, was sweating coldly. Gladius, take it easy, don't affect us. In response to him, Gladius made more frequent movements. Who do you think our opponent is? Mahabe. Mahabe heard this and his huge body floated up until it reached the edge of the barrier. He put the specially made giant shield in front of him and activated the ability of the ton suppression fruit to the maximum limit. 10,000 tons of hell, buys. He suddenly fell, like a meteorite, carrying a terrifying force and smashing towards Clay. At this time, Clay seemed to have no reaction. In panic, she could only raise her hands to resist, and was hit by Mahabe, knocking her to the ground. At the same time, Gladius also detonated the mechanism at this moment. Explosion rock, celebration. The cadres of the Don Quixote family hid behind Pika. The huge explosion swept across the entire duel stage, and the strong shock wave generated by the explosion swept the stones everywhere.